Story 1. Hello, my name is Bill. I was a trucker in Texas, and this is what killed those campers back in 2002. I hauled freight, mostly furniture, between El Paso and Dallas, a desolate stretch of highway that seemed to swallow the sun whole at dusk. I preferred the night runs. Less traffic, cooler temperatures, and a quiet solitude that suited my disposition. But that June night was different. A heat hung in the air thick enough to choke on, and a strange, pulsing energy thrummed through the cab of my rig. I'd stopped at a small, dusty truck stop outside of Van Horn. The place was mostly deserted, save for a couple of other rigs and a lone Winnebago parked near the back. A family, I assumed, probably headed west for summer vacation. I grabbed a lukewarm coffee and a stale donut, and sat at a table by the window, watching the desert landscape simmer in the oppressive heat. That's when I saw them. Two figures emerged from the mesquite scrub, walking towards the Winnebago. They moved with an unnatural gait, a sort of loping, hunched stride, their silhouettes distorted and wavering in the heat haze. At first, I dismissed them as coyotes or stray dogs. But something about their movement, their angular, almost inhuman shapes, sent a chill crawling down my spine. I went back to my coffee, trying to shake off the unease. But the image of those two figures lingered in my mind. I glanced back towards the Winnebago. The figures were gone. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks in the heat. But a deep, primal fear gnawed at me. I finished my coffee, paid, and headed back to my truck. As I pulled out of the truck stop, I saw a flickering light in the distance. It was coming from the direction of the Winnebago. I hesitated, my foot hovering over the gas pedal. Curiosity, or maybe a morbid sense of obligation, urged me closer. I parked my rig on the shoulder a safe distance away and watched. The light inside the Winnebago grew brighter, pulsed, then faded to an eerie red glow. The shadows inside writhed and danced, contorting into monstrous, impossible shapes. I could hear muffled screams, punctuated by a sickening, wet thudding sound. Then the figures reappeared. This time there were 4 of them. They emerged from the Winnebago bathed in that crimson light, their forms now clear and terrifyingly real. They weren't coyotes. They weren't dogs. They were something else entirely. Their faces were twisted and grotesque, barely human. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent, predatory hunger. They were covered in coarse, matted fur, and their hands ended in long, sharp claws. Skinwalkers. The word flashed through my mind, a chilling echo of campfire stories I'd heard as a child. Stories I'd dismissed as folklore, as myth. But now, staring at those creatures in the blood-red light, I knew the stories were true. One of them turned towards my truck, its head cocked at an unnatural angle, sniffing the air. Its glowing eyes fixed on me, burning through the darkness. Terror seized me, paralyzing me in my seat. I knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic or reason, that if they found me, I would be next. I slammed my foot on the gas, the engine roaring to life. I didn't look back. I drove through the night, the image of those glowing eyes seared into my memory, the screams echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until the sun began to rise, pulling into a rest stop outside of Odessa, shaking uncontrollably. I called the police, told them what I had seen. They searched the area, found the Winnebago, found the bodies. The official report cited a wild animal attack. Coyotes, they said. But I knew better. I quit trucking shortly after. I couldn't bear the thought of driving those desolate highways again. The fear of seeing those glowing eyes in my rearview mirror a constant, gnawing presence. The memory of that night still haunts me. The screams, the red light, the twisted faces of the Skinwalkers. I know what I saw, and I know what killed those campers back in 2002. It wasn't coyotes. It was something far more ancient, far more evil. Something that walks the lonely stretches of highway under the cover of darkness, waiting for its next victims. Story 2. The diner's fluorescent lights buzzed, casting a sickly yellow glow over the chipped Formica countertop. My gut churned with lukewarm gravy and regret. Regret for pulling into this greasy spoon. Regret for taking this haul. Regret for ever leaving Amarillo. Outside, sheets of water cascaded from the Texas sky, blurring the world into an impressionist painting. Then he walked in, dripping like a drowned rat, his cheap suit plastered to his thin frame. He shuffled towards me, a skeletal finger pointing at the empty stool beside me. I shifted uncomfortably, pulling my coffee closer. "Mind if I sit?" he rasped, his voice like gravel rolling downhill. I grunted a non-committal response. He didn't wait for an invitation. "Nasty night," he said, wringing out a lock of stringy dark hair. I nodded, wishing I could wring the discomfort out of my own neck. "Headed west?" I asked, just to break the silence. His thin lips twisted into a smile that didn't reach his vacant eyes. "Further than west," he replied, his voice low and conspiratorial. "Much further." He leaned in, the faint scent of ozone clinging to him like a shroud. "I was detained," he whispered, "at a facility you might know it." I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Area 52, he hissed, and I almost choked on my coffee. He wasn't joking. The vacant look in his eyes now held a flicker of something. Fear. Mania. I couldn't place it. "They were studying me," he continued, his voice barely a breath. He pulled back the sleeve of his soaked jacket, revealing a network of thin, raised scars that crisscrossed his arm like a road map of madness. "Experiments," he explained, his gaze fixed on the swirling coffee in my mug. "Trying to unlock our potential." I shifted again, feeling a prickly unease crawling up my spine. This guy was either crazy or dangerous. Maybe both. I decided to play along, humor him until I could make a clean getaway. "Potential for what?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. His empty eyes suddenly snapped into focus, pinning me to my seat. "To transcend," he whispered, a strange intensity radiating from him. "To commune. To become more." He started describing things I could barely comprehend. Genetic manipulation, interdimensional travel, beings of pure energy. His words painted a vivid, horrifying picture of a world beyond my understanding. A world where the laws of physics bent to the whims of beings beyond human comprehension. He spoke of shimmering portals, of grotesque amalgamations of flesh and technology, of minds probed and dissected. His voice grew louder, his words tumbling over each other in a torrent of paranoia and terror. Then it happened. As he described a particularly gruesome experiment involving the transplantation of alien consciousness, his vacant eyes began to glow with an eerie, internal light. Not a reflection, but a luminescence, a pulsating emerald green that seemed to emanate from within. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. He kept talking, his voice rising to a shriek as his body started to tremble. He rose from the stool, his feet leaving the floor. He was levitating, inches above the cracked linoleum, bathed in that unsettling green glow. The other diners, oblivious, continued their conversations, their forks clinking against plates, the mundane sounds of a late-night diner clashing with the surreal scene unfolding before me. He floated closer, his glowing eyes boring into mine. The ozone scent intensified, stinging my nostrils. He reached out a hand, his fingers now tipped with the same pulsing green light. "They're not finished with me," he rasped, his voice echoing strangely in the small space. "They want to see what happens when the subject interacts with an unsuspecting host." His hand touched my forehead, and a jolt of pure energy surged through my body. My muscles spasmed, my vision blurred, and a searing pain shot through my skull. I could feel something changing, something alien taking root within me. He smiled, a wide, unnatural grin that stretched his thin lips to their breaking point. The green light intensified, swallowing the diner, swallowing the world. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights morphed into a high-pitched whine, then a deafening roar. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. My body was no longer my own. I was a vessel, a host, a living experiment in a game played by beings I could never hope to understand. The last thing I saw before the emerald light consumed me completely was my own reflection in his vacant, glowing eyes. A reflection that was already starting to shift, to distort, to become something other. The gravy in my stomach lurched, not with indigestion, but with a new, alien hunger. Story 3. The blizzard hit fast and furious, a swirling white chaos that swallowed the highway whole. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white, the wipers fighting a losing battle against the onslaught. Visibility dropped to near zero. I needed to get off the road, find shelter and fast. Then, through the blinding snow, I saw it, a faint flicker of orange like a dying ember. A cabin, tucked back deep in the woods, barely visible from the road. I pulled off the highway, my tires crunching through the accumulating snow. The cabin was ancient, dilapidated, the wood dark and weathered. Hesitantly, I approached, pushing open the creaking door. The single room inside was dimly lit by the flickering fireplace, casting long, dancing shadows on the log walls. Dust motes danced in the faint light. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and something else, something acrid, almost metallic. A rocking chair swayed gently back and forth in front of the fireplace, as if recently occupied. A thick layer of dust covered everything. On a small table near the fire, I found a journal. Its leather cover was cracked and worn. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the faded inscription. The Thompson family homestead. The first entries detailed the family's arrival, their excitement at starting a new life in the wilderness. But as I read further, a creeping dread began to take hold. They started describing strange occurrences, tracks in the snow too large for any animal, a pervasive feeling of being watched, unsettling whispers carried on the wind. Then came the accounts of the creature itself. They called it the Whisperer, a being resembling a massive ape, but with an intelligence that far surpassed any animal. It communicated not through roars or growls, but through whispers, hypnotic suggestions that seeped into their minds, warping their thoughts, driving them slowly insane. The handwriting in the journal became increasingly erratic, the entries filled with paranoia and fear. The family began to turn on each other, accusing each other of being influenced by the Whisperer, the whispers dividing them, isolating them. The final entry, scrawled in a frantic, near-illegible hand, simply read, "It's inside us now." A shiver ran down my spine. I closed the journal, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. Outside, the blizzard raged on, trapping me in this desolate cabin with the unsettling chronicle of the Thompson family's demise. Suddenly, I heard it. A faint whisper, like a breath against my ear. I whipped around, but the cabin was empty. Just the crackling fire and the swaying rocking chair. Just the wind, I muttered to myself, trying to dismiss the growing fear. But the whispers continued, growing louder, more insistent. They weren't words, not exactly. More like impressions, feelings, injected directly into my mind. Feelings of paranoia, of isolation, of hunger. I tried to focus on the fire, on the mundane details of the cabin, anything to drown out the insidious whispers. But they were relentless, burrowing into my consciousness, twisting my thoughts. I started to see things in the shadows, movement in the periphery of my vision. The whispers began to take shape, forming fragmented sentences, disjointed phrases. "Join us, become one," the whisperer calls. I clapped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block out the encroaching madness. But the whispers were inside my head now, echoing in my skull. I felt a strange compulsion to go outside, to venture into the blizzard, to find the whisperer. My hand reached for the door, drawn by an unseen force. I fought against it, the rational part of my brain screaming in protest. But the whispers were too strong, overriding my will, promising something. A release, a unity, an end to the loneliness. I stumbled outside into the blinding snow, the wind ripping at my clothes. The whispers guided me, pulling me deeper into the woods. I saw a shape in the distance, a hulking silhouette against the swirling snow. The whisperer. It beckoned me closer, its massive form radiating an unnatural warmth. The whispers intensified, promising solace, promising belonging. My mind fractured. The line between reality and hallucination blurred. I felt a strange euphoria washing over me, a sense of coming home. Then, just before the whispers completely consumed me, I saw them. Standing behind the whisperer, barely visible in the swirling snow. The Thompson family. Their eyes were vacant, their faces gaunt, their bodies emaciated. But they were smiling as they beckoned me closer, their voices joining the chorus of whispers. "Welcome," they whispered. "He has been waiting for you." I opened my mouth to scream, but only a whisper emerged, joining the cacophony of voices that now filled my mind. The blizzard closed in, swallowing me whole. The last thing I saw before the darkness claimed me were the welcoming smiles of the dead, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The whispers had won. Story 4. The sun beat down on the cab of my rig, baking the vinyl seats to a scorching temperature. I needed a break, a cold drink, something besides the lukewarm coffee sloshing around in my thermos. Up ahead, a shimmering heat haze clung to a squat building. Rosie's Diner proclaimed a faded sign, the letters peeling like sunburnt skin. I figured even lukewarm coffee would taste better with a side of air conditioning. I pulled into the gravel lot. No other vehicles. Odd for a diner on a main highway, even in the middle of nowhere, Texas. As I walked towards the entrance, a buzzing sound grew louder, a low, insistent drone like 1,000 agitated bees. The door creaked open, revealing a dim interior. The air inside was thick, heavy, and surprisingly cool. The buzzing intensified. It was flies. Thousands of them, swirling in a dizzying vortex around the handful of patrons slumped at the tables. Each figure was shrouded in a dense cloud of insects. An unnatural stillness hung over the room. No cutlery scraped against plates, no conversations murmured. Just the incessant buzzing and a faint, wet, squishy sound that set my teeth on edge. A woman in a stained apron, her face mostly obscured by a particularly thick swarm of flies, emerged from behind the counter. "Welcome to Rosie's, hon. Sit anywhere." Her voice was surprisingly chipper, considering the circumstances. I chose a booth as far from the other patrons as possible, the flies clinging to me like static cling. "What'll it be?" she chirped, her voice slightly distorted by the buzzing insects. "Just a glass of iced tea," I managed, my throat suddenly dry. "Common right up." She disappeared behind the counter, the buzzing growing fainter. I risked a closer look at the other diners. The flies weren't just swarming, they were eating. I could see patches of exposed flesh beneath the buzzing clouds, glistening and raw. My stomach churned. I wanted to leave, to bolt out the door and back into the searing heat, but a morbid curiosity held me in place. The waitress returned with my iced tea. It looked chunky. "Special of the day is barbecue," she said brightly. On the house, a plate landed in front of me piled high with something that vaguely resembled pulled pork. The smell was off. Sweet, cloying with a metallic undertone. A fly landed on the edge of the plate. It dove head first into the barbecue, its legs wriggling in what I now realized was not sauce, but something else. My gaze drifted back to the other patrons. The flies were thinning, revealing what lay beneath. Not skeletons, not corpses, but something far more unsettling. Humanoid shapes, smooth and fleshy, like giant, hairless grubs. Their mouths were small, round orifices, perpetually open in what looked like a silent scream. The waitress beamed, seemingly oblivious to the horror unfolding before my eyes. "How's the barbecue, hon?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of the scene. The barbecue, the flies, the grub-like creatures, it clicked. The barbecue was bait. The flies were the diners, and the diners were the next course. The waitress's smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. "Not to your liking," she purred, her voice now a low growl. The flies around her face shifted, revealing eyes that were black, insect-like. "Don't worry, hon. We'll save you some for later," I bolted. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over the plate of a barbecue. The waitress shrieked, a high-pitched, insect-like screech. The other diners stirred, their grub-like bodies undulating, their mouths opening wider. The flies swarmed towards me, a buzzing black cloud of hunger. I slammed through the diner door, the buzzing pursuing me. I fumbled with the ignition, the truck roaring to life. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The diner shimmered in the heat haze, the flies swirling around it like a hungry vortex. I floored the gas pedal. The image of those grub-like creatures and the waitress's sharp smile burned into my mind. I didn't stop driving until the sun began to set, and even then, I kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a cloud of flies chasing me down the highway. Story 5. The air hung thick and muggy, the kind of dampness that seeps into your bones and makes your clothes stick to you like a second skin. I'd pulled my rig off the main road near Caddo Lake, figuring a night under the stars beat another greasy spoon motel room. Bad call. I just finished a lukewarm beer and a can of Vienna sausages when I heard it, a low, rhythmic chanting, drifting through the cypress trees like something out of a fever dream. Curiosity, or maybe just plain stupidity, got the better of me. I grabbed my flashlight and headed towards the sound. The chanting grew louder, interspersed with a strange, guttural ululation. Through the dense foliage, I glimpsed flickering firelight. Pushing aside a curtain of Spanish moss, I found myself on the edge of a clearing. What I saw there made the Vienna sausages threaten a reappearance. A group of figures, maybe a dozen or so, stood in a circle around a roaring bonfire. They wore crude masks fashioned from animal skulls, deer, possum, even what looked like a longhorn. Their bodies were painted with swirling patterns of ochre and charcoal. The chanting continued, a bizarre, dissonant melody that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. In the center of the circle, bound with ropes made from twisted vines, was, well, it's hard to describe. Picture, if you can, a mangled combination of Bigfoot and something worse. Something canine, with matted fur the color of dried blood and eyes that glowed with a sickly yellow light. This thing thrashed against its restraints, emitting a high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. Then the chanting stopped. A figure, taller than the rest and wearing the skull of a massive grizzly bear, stepped forward. He raised a gnarled, bone-handled knife above his head. The firelight glinted off the blade. I don't think I need to describe what happened next. Suffice it to say, it involved a lot of screaming, mostly from the thing, a sickening crunch, and a whole lot of crimson staining the already muddy ground. I knew I should run, turn around, sprint back to my truck, and put as much distance as possible between myself and this backwoods abattoir. But my feet seemed rooted to the spot, my eyes glued to the horrifying spectacle unfolding before me. The grisly skull figure dipped his hands in the thing's blood and began smearing it on the faces of the other cultists. They moaned and swayed, their chanting starting up again, this time with a renewed fervor. Then, the grisly skull figure turned, his empty eye sockets seeming to lock onto mine. Even through the mask, I felt a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror. He pointed the bloody knife at me and let out a roar that was half human, half animal. The other cultists followed his gaze, their skull masks swiveling in my direction. Okay, now it was time to run. I didn't hesitate. I spun around and bolted through the trees, branches whipping at my face, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I could hear them behind me, their chanting growing louder, closer. The sound of their bare feet pounding the soft earth mingled with the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs. They were gaining. I burst back into the clearing where my truck was parked. Fumbling with the keys, I dropped them. They clattered to the ground, disappearing into the tall grass. Panic clawed at my throat. I scrambled around on my hands and knees, desperately searching for the keys. The chanting was right behind me now. I could feel their hot, fetid breath on my neck. My fingers finally closed around the cold metal of the keys. I scrambled to my feet, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the truck into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and floored it. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cultists were standing at the edge of the clearing, bathed in the eerie glow of the firelight. The grisly skull figure raised his knife in a final, silent salute. I didn't stop driving until I reached the outskirts of Shreveport. I pulled into an all-night gas station, my hands still shaking, my clothes soaked with sweat and something else. Something sticky. Something that smelled faintly metallic. I went into the bathroom and splashed water on my face, trying to wash away the image of that thing and the horrifying ritual I'd witnessed. As I looked at my reflection in the grimy mirror, I noticed something. A small dark smudge on my cheek. I tried to wipe it off, but it wouldn't budge. It felt greasy. I brought my fingers to my nose and sniffed. It smelled like blood. Story 6. The Devil's Backbone. They call it that for a reason. Twisting roads cling to the hills like some petrified serpent, and the darkness down there, it feels different. Heavier. I was hauling a load of prefab sheds to Austin, trying to make good time when I saw it. Down in the ravine, a light flickered. At first, I dismissed it as lightning, but it persisted, growing stronger, taking on a yellowish tinge. Then came the sound. Not a whistle, but a low, guttural moan, building into a metallic shriek that vibrated through the chassis of my Peterbilt. A locomotive, impossibly large, chugged into view, belching out plumes of oily black smoke that stank of sulfur. It was pulling cars, passenger cars, crammed to the brim with things. Pale figures pressed against the windows, their mouths agape in silent screams. Their skin shimmered with an unnatural luminescence, reflecting the sickly yellow glow emanating from the train's headlamp. This wasn't any train I'd ever seen. It was a relic, something out of a daguerreotype, all wrought iron and brass, but massive, distorted, like a child's drawing of a nightmare brought to life. The tracks it rode on were long gone, swallowed by the earth decades ago, yet there it was, barreling down the ravine, defying gravity, defying logic. A wave of cold washed over me. My rig, my reliable old girl, started to shudder. The steering wheel vibrated in my grip, and I felt an inexplicable pull, a magnetic force drawing me towards the edge of the cliff, towards those spectral rails. I slammed on the brakes, the air hissing uselessly. The truck kept rolling slowly, inexorably toward the precipice. Terror seized me. I stomped on the brake pedal again, but it felt like pushing against a wall. I wrestled with the steering wheel trying to veer away, but it was locked, unresponsive. My rig, my livelihood, my life, was being dragged towards the abyss by an unseen force. The phantom train was closer now, the moans of its passengers growing louder, merging into a chorus of unspeakable anguish. I could see their faces more clearly now, gaunt, hollowed out, with eyes that burned like embers. They reached out towards me, their spectral hands clawing at the glass, leaving greasy streaks on the non-existent windows. The stench of decay, thick and cloying, filled the cab. I gagged, the metallic tang of fear coating my tongue. I fumbled for my CB, desperate to reach anyone, but the channel was filled with static, a chaotic symphony of white noise. I slammed my fist on the dashboard, a futile act of defiance against the inevitable. The front tires of my rig bumped over the edge of the cliff. The cab tilted downwards, offering me an unobstructed view of the ghostly train rushing towards me. It was only a few yards away, its headlamp now a blinding, pulsating orb. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the impact. But the impact never came. Instead, I felt a sudden jolt, a violent lurch, and the sensation of falling, then silence. I opened my eyes. My rig was still on the road, parked haphazardly, the front tires just inches from the precipice. The engine was idling, the headlights illuminating the empty road ahead. The phantom train was gone. The sulfurous smell, the wails of agony, the magnetic pull, all vanished. I sat there for a long time, heart hammering against my ribs, the image of the ghostly train seared onto my retinas. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, painting the horizon with streaks of pale orange and purple. The devil's backbone, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, seemed almost peaceful. But the peace was a fragile illusion. I knew what I had seen. I knew what had almost happened. Slowly, cautiously, I put the truck in gear and pulled away from the edge of the cliff. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the spectral train emerge from the shadows, its ghostly passengers reaching for me once more. But there was nothing there. Only the twisting road and the rising sun. I never drove the devil's backbone again. I took a longer route, adding hours to my journey, but it was a small price to pay for peace of mind. Some things are best left undisturbed. Some roads are better left untraveled. And some trains are better left unseen. The memory of that night, the ghostly train, the near-fatal plunge still haunts me. And I suspect it always will. Story 7. The Bitcoin finally hit my crypto wallet. Triple the usual rate for a refrigerated haul from El Paso to Austin. The details were sparse. A drop-off point at a deserted truck stop outside of Ozona. No questions asked. My contact, known only as Charon, was a phantom on the dark web, communicating solely through encrypted messages. Something about the whole deal reeked, but the money was good, damn good. and a man's gotta eat. The refrigerated unit was delivered to my usual depot in El Paso. Plain white, unmarked. The cooling unit hummed with an unsettling intensity, a deep, almost suboral thrum that vibrated in my teeth. Even stranger, a frigid aura emanated from the container, like standing next to a walk-in freezer left open in the desert sun. I chalked it up to a powerful unit, necessary for whatever precious cargo was inside. The drive was uneventful, the vast Texan landscape stretching out before me, an endless canvas of scrub and rock. But the closer I got to Ozona, the more agitated I became. The humming from the reefer unit seemed to grow louder, the cold more intense. A low, guttural whine began to mix with the hum, a sound that set my teeth on edge. It was almost organic. I pulled into the deserted truck stop just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The place was a ghost town. Not a soul in sight. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the unsettling noises from the trailer. I tried to ignore them, focusing on the drop-off instructions Charon had provided. But the sounds were getting louder, more insistent, like something was trying to claw its way out. My palms were sweating. My gut churned. Curiosity, that age-old killer, finally got the better of me. I unlatched the trailer doors, my heart hammering in my chest. A blast of icy air hit me, so cold it felt like needles on my skin. The guttural whines intensified into a cacophony of shrieks and snarls. The interior of the trailer was dimly lit, revealing rows of cages and the things inside them. They weren't animals, not in any sense I understood. Twisted, mutated parodies of life, some vaguely canine, others reptilian, all bearing the grotesque hallmarks of horrific experimentation. One creature, a mass of pulsating flesh with multiple eyes and razor-sharp claws, slammed against its cage, its shriek echoing through the truck stop. Suddenly, the cages began to buckle. One by one, the locks gave way, and the creatures spilled out, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Panic seized me. I slammed the trailer doors shut, but it was too late. They were already loose. I sprinted towards the diner, the only structure at the rest stop, hoping to find a phone, a weapon, anything. But the diner was locked tight. The creatures were close behind, their shrieks and snarls filling the night. I could hear them crashing against the diner's windows, their grotesque forms silhouetted against the dim interior lights. Desperate, I circled the diner, searching for a way in. I spotted a small window around the back, partially obscured by overgrown bushes. It was my only chance. I squeezed through the narrow opening, landing hard on the diner floor. The diner was eerily silent. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and something else, something metallic and sickening. The flickering fluorescent lights cast long, distorted shadows. I grabbed a heavy iron skillet from the counter, my only defense against the horrors outside. Suddenly, the front door burst open and the creatures swarmed in. Their eyes glowed in the dim light, their mutated forms a blur of teeth and claws. The skillet felt flimsy in my grip. I swung wildly, connecting with one of the creatures, a sickening crunch echoing through the diner. But there were too many. They lunged at me, their claws tearing at my flesh. I screamed, a primal cry of terror. The skillet clattered to the floor. I fell back, my vision blurring. The last thing I saw was the grotesque, grinning face of the multi-eyed creature looming over me, its jaws opening wide. Then, darkness. Story 8. The West Texas sun beat down on my rig, baking the cab like an oven. I hauled a load of pecan wood down to Austin, the scent of it thick and sweet inside the trailer. My daddy, a renowned woodcarver, had taught me everything I knew about the trade. He'd also filled my head with old wives' tales and spooky campfire stories, including the legends of the Navajo Skinwalkers. Even as a grown man, I couldn't quite shake the fear those stories instilled. I always felt a particular dread whenever I had to haul loads through this part of the country, always expecting some phantom hitchhiker or apparition to appear by the side of the road. Just as I thought that, a woman appeared. She stood by the shoulder a few miles outside of Odessa, her hand waving weakly. She was dressed in a simple cotton dress, her face shaded by a wide-brimmed hat. A nasty gash marred her forearm, blood seeping through the fabric. My inherent kindness, another thing inherited from my daddy, wouldn't let me leave her stranded. "Hop in, ma'am," I said, pulling over. She climbed into the cab, her movements stiff and awkward. Up close, I could see her skin was an unnatural shade of pale, almost grayish. Her eyes, however, were intensely dark, unsettlingly so. "Thank you, kind sir," she murmured, her voice raspy. I don't know what I would have done. We drove for a while in silence, the only sound the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thump of the tires against the asphalt. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple. It was beautiful, but I couldn't appreciate it. The woman's presence unnerved me. Something felt deeply wrong. "Where are you headed?" I finally asked, trying to break the tense quiet. Her lips stretched into a thin, disturbing smile. "Just a little further down the road," she replied, her voice now taking on a strange, almost guttural quality. I glanced at her hand, which was resting on the dashboard. The skin seemed to be shifting. It rippled, as if something was moving beneath the surface. My stomach lurched. I focused on the road ahead, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. My mind raced, desperately trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination fueled by too many of my daddy's stories. Then she laughed. It was a low, chilling sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. The skin on her face began to peel away, revealing something beneath, something that wasn't human. Fur sprouted, her jaw elongated into a snout, and her eyes glowed with an eerie, predatory light. The woman was gone, replaced by a creature of nightmare, a skinwalker. Terror flooded through me. I slammed my foot on the gas, the truck roaring forward. The creature shrieked, a horrifying sound that echoed inside the cab. It lunged at me, its claws extended, raking across my arm. I cried out, swerving violently. The fight for survival consumed me. I wrestled with the monstrous thing, the stench of decay filling the cab. It was strong, unbelievably strong. We grappled, the truck careening across the highway, narrowly avoiding a collision with an oncoming car. My pecan wood cargo shifted precariously, threatening to topple the entire rig. Remembering my daddy's wood-carving tools, secured in a toolbox behind my seat, I reached back blindly, grasping for anything sharp. My fingers closed around a small but sturdy chisel. With a surge of adrenaline, I plunged it into the creature's side. It howled in pain, recoiling. I used the opportunity to shove it away, throwing it against the passenger side door. The window shattered, and the creature tumbled out onto the highway. I didn't stop. I kept driving, my heart pounding, my mind reeling from the horrific encounter. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it pursuing me, but there was nothing there. Just the empty, desolate highway stretching out behind me. I drove until the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky, finally pulling over at a truck stop, exhausted and shaken. I examined my wounded arm, the deep scratches a stark reminder of the night's terror. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? I'd sound like one of my daddy's crazy tales. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I fought. And I knew that the legends were real. The fear, a cold knot in my gut, remained. The image of the Skinwalker, its burning eyes and grotesque form, seared into my memory. The scent of pecan wood, once a comforting reminder of my daddy, now carried the stench of fear, forever associated with the night I fought a Skinwalker on a lonely Texas highway. From then on, I vowed to never pick up another hitchhiker, especially not on those long, desolate stretches of road through West Texas. The memory of that night, the Skinwalker's chilling transformation, was a burden I would carry forever. Story 9. The stench of rot, thick and cloying, clung to me like a second skin. My flashlight beam, a pathetic finger of light in the suffocating gloom, danced across crude symbols gouged deep into the cabin walls. They twisted and writhed, a silent chorus of malice that seemed to bore into my skull. I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my gut, I was trapped. How had I gotten here? It had started innocently enough. A detour off Highway 59, prompted by a sudden downpour of biblical proportions. The big thicket swallowed the truck whole, its dense foliage pressing in like curious onlookers. My GPS, usually a reliable companion, sputtered and died, leaving me lost in a maze of ancient cypress and tangled vines. Then, through the swirling mist and lashing branches, I saw it. A faint glimmer of light, beckoning me forward like a moth to a flame. A cabin, small, dilapidated, seemingly abandoned. Relief, swift and potent, washed over me. Shelter, just for the night. I didn't know then that the light wasn't a welcoming beacon, but a lure. I nudged the heavy wooden door open. It groaned in protest, a sound that echoed the unease churning within me. The air inside was stagnant and heavy, pregnant with the odor of decay and something else, something indefinable, something wrong. The single room was sparsely furnished, a crumbling cot in the corner, a rickety table overturned near the hearth, where the remnants of a long-dead fire lay like skeletal fingers. It was the symbols carved into the walls that truly unsettled me. Notches and swirls, crudely etched, yet arranged with an unsettling precision. They looked ancient, primal, imbued with a dark intent I couldn't comprehend. And then there were the whispers. Faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, they slithered from the shadows, weaving around me, coiling tighter with every breath I took. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, I told myself. The settling of the old wood. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, taking on a distinctly human quality. Snippets of conversations, fragmented and distorted, filled the air. Pleas for help choked with despair. Whispers of regret tinged with madness. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, desperate to find the source of the voices. But there was nothing there. Just the oppressive shadows and the ever-present, insidious whispers. Then I saw them. Faces, pale, gaunt, their eyes wide with a terrible emptiness, materialized within the wood grain of the walls. They stared at me, their mouths moving silently, their voices adding to the growing chorus of whispers. I understood then. This cabin wasn't just abandoned. It was a prison, a nexus of something dark and ancient, a place where lost souls were drawn and trapped within its decaying walls. The faces were the previous victims, their essence absorbed by the wood, their torment echoing through eternity. I stumbled back, knocking over the table. The crash reverberated through the cabin, momentarily silencing the whispers. I had to get out. I scrambled for the door, my hands fumbling with the latch, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. But the door wouldn't budge. It was as if it had become fused to the frame. The whispers returned, louder than before, mocking my desperation. The faces in the woods seemed to stretch and distort, their features twisting into grotesque parodies of human expression. They were reaching for me, their skeletal fingers clawing at the wood, desperate to pull me into their eternal prison. I pounded on the door, screaming for help, but my cries were swallowed by the suffocating darkness. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of despair that threatened to shatter my sanity. I could feel the cabin's influence seeping into me, a cold, insidious energy that numbed my limbs and clouded my thoughts. Then a hand, skeletal and cold, reached out from the wall, its fingers closing around my wrist. Another hand emerged, then another, grasping at my arms, my legs, my clothes, pulling me towards the wood. The faces pressed closer, their empty eyes boring into mine, their silent screams echoing within my skull. I thrashed and fought, but their grip was too strong. The whispers intensified, swirling around me, consuming me. I felt myself being pulled into the wood, into the endless vortex of despair. The faces were all I could see, their silent screams the last thing I heard as the darkness swallowed me whole. And then there was only silence. Story 10. The dispatch call offered an obscene amount of money for a simple haul from a base outside of El Paso. Discreet cargo, the woman's clipped voice had said, sensitive materials. Sensitive like nuclear warheads. I figured, hell, with that kind of payout, I could retire early. So I took the job. Area 52, the sign read, a smaller, more desolate installation than its famous Nevada cousin. The guards, grim-faced men in black fatigues, didn't ask questions, just pointed me toward a loading dock. They winched a large metal crate, covered in thick canvas, onto my flatbed, chains rattling a tense rhythm against the steel. The weight was unusual, too heavy for its size. The paperwork listed the contents as scientific equipment. Right. Texas unfolded before me, mile after mile of scrub brush and endless sky. Near Amarillo, hunger gnawed at me. I pulled into a rest stop, a pathetic cluster of picnic tables and dusty vending machines. As I ate a lukewarm burrito, an odd group began to congregate at the far end of the parking area. Robed figures, chanting low and rhythmic. Their faces, when I could glimpse them beneath their hoods, were pale and intense. Fanatics, I thought, some desert cult. This is Texas after all. Then a sound from the flatbed. A metallic screech, then a heavy thud. I spun around. The canvas covering the crate was ripped, revealing bars and a hand. Not human. Thin, gray, with long, bony fingers that gripped the broken metal like talons. My breath hitched in my throat. Whatever was inside was getting out. Suddenly, the chanting from the cult intensified. They began to move toward my truck, their robes billowing around them like desert spirits. They carried strange symbols, circles within circles, jagged lines painted on banners. They were chanting something about the arrival, the awakening. The crate buckled again. A high-pitched shriek, like nails on a chalkboard, tore through the air. The robed figures surged forward, their chants becoming frenzied cries. And then it burst free. It wasn't the little gray man of pop culture. This thing was tall, gaunt, with skin like polished obsidian. Its limbs were elongated, almost double-jointed. Its head was large, bulbous, with enormous black eyes that reflected the setting sun like twin pools of oil. The cultists prostrated themselves before it, babbling incoherently. But the creature didn't acknowledge them. It turned its head towards me, those oily eyes locking onto mine. And then it smiled. A wide, unnatural grin that split its face, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Panic seized me. I scrambled back, stumbling over a discarded soda can. The creature moved with startling speed, its long limbs propelling it forward. It reached out, its gray hand brushing against my arm. The touch was like ice, burning cold. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, leaving behind the truck, the cargo, the chanting cultists. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I flagged down a passing pickup truck, babbling about the base, the creature, the cult. The driver, a weathered rancher with a skeptical squint, listened patiently, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. He probably thought I was crazy, high on something. He dropped me off at the nearest town, a dusty little place with a single gas station and a diner that smelled of stale coffee and fried onions. I called the authorities, the military, anyone who would listen. But no one believed me. They dismissed my story as a hallucination, a trucker's tall tale. Area 52, they said, didn't exist. I sat in that diner for hours, watching the news, waiting for reports of something. Anything. But there was nothing. Just local news, weather reports, the usual mundane chatter of everyday life. Days turned into weeks. I tried to forget, to convince myself it was all a bad dream. But the memory of that creature, its oily eyes, its unnatural smile haunted me. The touch of its icy hand still burned on my arm. One night, flipping through channels, I saw it. A local news report about a series of bizarre murders outside of Amarillo. Ritualistic killings, they said, the victims drained of all bodily fluids. The police were baffled. No suspects, no motive. And then, they showed a grainy photograph of the crime scene. In the background, barely visible, was a piece of cloth, a piece of purple robe, the same color worn by the cultists. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. It wasn't over. It was just beginning. The creature was out there, and the cult was helping it. And no one believed me. I looked out the diner window at the dark Texas night stretching out before me, and a chill ran down my spine. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that the carnage I'd witnessed at that rest stop was just a prelude. And I was the only one who knew the truth. But who would believe a trucker's crazy story about a creature from Area 52? Who would believe me now? Story 11. The sun beat down on the cracked asphalt of Highway 820, baking the West Texas landscape into a shimmering mirage. My cargo, crates of pecan pies destined for Dallas, rattled in the back. I was chewing on a toothpick, bored stiff, when I saw him standing by the side of the road, thumb out. He was skinny, dressed in a faded orange jumpsuit that looked like it belonged on a prison work detail. I hesitated, but a twinge of sympathy, and the miles of empty highway ahead swayed me. He climbed in, reeking of ozone and something else, metallic, almost chemical. He gave a tight-lipped smile, revealing teeth that were too pointed, too white. "Thanks for the lift," he said, his voice a strange mix of rasp and whisper. "Name's Ezra." "Daryl," I replied, gripping the wheel a little tighter. "Heading to Fort Worth, Dallas." Ezra just nodded, staring straight ahead. After a few minutes of strained silence, he said, "I'm from out near Groom." He gave a nervous chuckle. "Little further out than Groom, actually." I glanced at him. Groom was known for its giant leaning cross and truck stop oddities. "What, out by the Palo Duro Canyon?" Ezra shook his head. "Further. Place ain't on no maps." He swallowed hard. "Area 52. That's where I was before. I figured he was a runaway from some mental health facility, probably harmless." "Area 52. You mean that place in Nevada?" He gave another one of those unsettling smiles. "Nah, the other, Area 52. The one they don't tell you about. Out past Groom. It's where things are kept." He started talking then about experiments and interdimensional portals and a humming void that had followed him from the facility. He said it consumed everything in its path, twisting reality like putty. I wrote it off as the ramblings of a disturbed mind. But then the static on the CB started getting worse, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. The landscape outside began to warp. The mesquite trees seemed to bend inwards, their branches twisting into unnatural spirals. The sky took on a sickly violet hue. "It's getting closer," Ezra whispered, his eyes wide with a terror that sent a chill down my spine. "The void. It's almost here." The highway ahead shimmered, dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors. The pecan pies in the back rattled furiously. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding on the now fluid asphalt. The world outside became a swirling vortex of impossible geometries, the sky a swirling canvas of neon pinks and greens. The humming intensified, resonating deep within my bones. I felt nauseous, dizzy. Ezra was chanting something now, a low, guttural murmur in a language I'd never heard. The cab of the truck began to distort, the metal buckling like paper. I looked at my hands, horrified to see them flickering, becoming translucent as if I were fading away. "What have you brought here?" I yelled at Ezra, my voice cracking with fear. He stopped chanting, his eyes locking with mine. A look of strange, almost mournful understanding crossed his face. "It wasn't me who brought it," he said, his voice barely a whisper over the deafening hum. "It follows me. It always follows." He pointed towards the swirling void, now just a few yards away. Within its depths, I saw fleeting glimpses of landscapes that defied description. Alien cities made of light, landscapes of impossible colors, creatures that moved in ways no earthly being could. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once. Panic seized me. I had to get out, escape this madness. I fumbled for the door handle, but it was gone, melted into the warping metal of the cab. I pounded on the window, but it was as pliable as rubber, giving way under my fists but offering no escape. The humming reached a crescendo, drowning out all other sounds. Ezra turned towards the void, a serene smile on his face. "It's okay," he said. "It's not painful. Just different." He began to dissolve, his body becoming part of the swirling chaos. The cab of the truck was collapsing around me, the world outside a blinding vortex of color and sound. I screamed, a desperate, wordless cry lost in the cacophony of the void. Then there was nothing but the humming. A vast, all-encompassing hum that filled my being, erased my thoughts, dissolved my identity. I became part of the void, a fragment of the cosmic horror that had swallowed the Texas highway, the truck, the pecan pies, and me. I was no longer Daryl, the pecan pie trucker. I was just a vibration, a note within the humming void, lost somewhere beyond Groom, beyond Texas, beyond reality itself. Story 12. The boredom of hauling frozen chicken parts across Texas had driven me to some dark corners of the internet. That's where I found it, the abandoned asylum app. Claimed to pinpoint forgotten, decaying places, the kind I've always been drawn to. Morbid, I know, but I've always had a fascination with the past, especially the tragic bits. This time, the app led me deep into the piney woods, a place swallowed by shadows and smelling of damp earth and something else, something sickly sweet. The GPS blinked, its signal erratic, as I bumped down a dirt track overgrown with weeds. Then, through the dense foliage, I saw it, the Huntsville State Lunatic Asylum. Or what was left of it. The stone walls were crumbling, choked by vines, and windows gaped like empty sockets. Ignoring a sudden prickle of unease, I parked the rig and grabbed my flashlight. The heavy iron gates creaked open as if welcoming me, The air inside was thick and cold, tasting of mildew and dust. Moonlight filtered through the broken roof, casting long, distorted shadows. The first room I entered was a former dormitory. Rusted bed frames stood in rows, some with tattered mattresses still clinging to the springs. A child's doll lay on the floor, its porcelain face cracked, one eye staring blankly upwards. A giggle, thin and reedy, echoed from the far corner of the room. I swung the beam of my flashlight, but there was nothing there. As I ventured deeper, the whispers started. Faint murmurs, snatches of conversations, pleas for help. I told myself it was the wind whistling through the broken panes, but the hair on my arm stood on end. In what must have been the common room, a moth-eaten armchair sat facing a cold fireplace. A spectral figure materialized in the chair, a woman in a faded floral dress. Her face was obscured by shadow, but I could see her hands, skeletal and gnarled, clutching at the arms of the chair. A low moan escaped her lips. I backed away slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. The next room was worse. It reeked of disinfectant and something metallic. Straps hung from a rusting examination table, stained dark. I could almost hear the screams, the desperate cries for mercy. A figure flickered in the corner, a man in a torn straitjacket, his eyes wide with terror. He lunged at me, his spectral hands grasping but passed right through me. The chill, though, was real, biting deep into my bones. Each room held a new horror. A young girl skipping rope, her laughter turning into a chilling wail. An old man rocking back and forth, muttering about lost love. A group of patients huddled in a circle, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, chanting in a language I didn't understand. They reached out to me, their voices growing louder, more insistent. I found myself in a long corridor, portraits of former superintendents staring down from the walls, their eyes following me. The whispers intensified, merging into a cacophony of voices, each vying for my attention. I felt hands brush against me, cold and clammy. Faces appeared in the periphery, twisted by madness and pain. They were trying to draw me in, to trap me in their eternal torment. I stumbled into what looked like a padded cell. The walls were stained with scratches and smeared with something dark. A figure crouched in the corner, rocking silently. It was a young boy, no older than 10. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. He held up a drawing, a crude depiction of a family, crossed out in thick, black crayon. Then he began to cry, a heart-wrenching sob that echoed through the empty halls. I had to get out. I turned to flee, but the corridor had stretched, the walls seemed to be closing in. The spectral figures multiplied, blocking my path. They reached for me, their voices rising into a deafening shriek. They wanted me to join them, to share their agony, their despair. I pushed through them, their icy touch sending shivers down my spine. I ran blindly, desperately, through the maze of corridors, the screams echoing in my ears. Finally, I burst through the front doors and into the cool night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my rig. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The engine sputtered to life and I floored it, leaving the asylum behind, a dark silhouette against the starlit sky. As I drove, I caught glimpses of movement in the rearview mirror. Pale faces pressed against the glass, their eyes filled with an unbearable sorrow. Then they faded, leaving me alone with the echo of their cries, their laughter, their madness. I've seen a lot of strange things hauling freight across this state, but nothing will ever compare to the Huntsville State Lunatic Asylum. I deleted the app, threw the phone out the window. But the memories, the faces, they remain. Trapped in my mind, whispering, pleading, reminding me of the horrors hidden within the forgotten corners of Texas. And the boy's drawing, that image of the crossed-out family, that's the one that haunts my dreams. Story 13. The preacher's words, raspy and distorted, still echo in my skull. The end is nigh, brother. The messenger has spoken. He shoved a crumpled napkin into my hand, a crude map sketched in what looked like blood. The crossroads. That's where you'll find salvation. How did I end up here in this crumbling chapel, listening to a madman rant about the apocalypse? It started a few hours back, hauling a load of fiberglass insulation down I-20, somewhere between Odessa and Midland. Flat, empty land stretched out on either side, broken only by the occasional pump jack nodding like a skeletal metronome. The Texas sky swallowed the last sliver of sunset, leaving a vast, pitch-black canvas overhead. Then I saw it. Something huge, winged, blotting out the stars. It moved with an impossible grace, silent as a ghost. Its eyes, twin embers burning in the darkness, fixed on my rig for a heart-stopping moment. Then it was gone, vanished into the night. I told myself it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation playing tricks on my mind. But then the CB crackled to life. Static, then a voice, guttural and distorted, speaking in a language that twisted my gut just to hear it. I fumbled for the squelch, but the voice persisted, weaving its way into my brain. It felt like a command, a summons. The strange language seemed to pull me, guiding me off the interstate, down a farm-to-market road I'd never seen before. The voice led me to this place, a deserted rest stop tucked away behind a thicket of mesquite trees. The chapel, more like a dilapidated shack, stood alone in the center, its paint peeling, the single stained glass window depicting a warped, unsettling image of a lamb. Inside, maybe a dozen people huddled on folding chairs, their faces illuminated by flickering candles. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and something else, something acrid, almost metallic. They chanted in unison, a low, rhythmic drone that resonated deep in my chest. At the front stood the preacher, a tall, gaunt figure in a faded black suit. His eyes were wild, his skin stretched taut over his skull. He saw me standing in the doorway and his smile widened, revealing a disturbing lack of teeth. He stopped the chanting with a sharp gesture. He spoke of a winged messenger, a harbinger of the end times. He said the creature had chosen me to spread the word. He showed me the napkin, the blood-drawn map. The crossroads. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. This was crazy. These people were crazy. I had to get out of there. I backed away towards the door, but the preacher moved with surprising speed, blocking my path. He gripped my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. "You can't leave, brother," he hissed. "The messenger has chosen you. You must fulfill your purpose." The others started chanting again, their voices rising, their eyes fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. I felt a surge of panic, a primal fear clawing at my throat. I pushed the preacher away, hard, and he stumbled back, momentarily stunned. I bolted, running through the darkness, the chanting growing fainter behind me. I found my rig, jumped inside, and slammed the door. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tires spitting gravel as I raced back towards the highway. I didn't stop driving until I reached Waco, the rising sun painting the eastern sky in shades of pink and orange. I pulled into a truck stop, my body shaking, my mind reeling. I went into the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, stared at my reflection in the grimy mirror. I looked like hell. I pulled the crumpled napkin out of my pocket. The blood-drawn map was still there. The crossroads. I stared at it for a long moment, then crumpled it again, tighter this time, and threw it in the trash. I got back in my rig, finished my haul, and tried to put it all behind me. But the memory lingers, a cold dread that settles deep in my bones. The image of the winged creature, the preacher's words, the chanting, it's always there, lurking just beneath the surface. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm driving through the vast, empty stretches of Texas, I swear I can hear that voice again, that guttural, distorted voice, whispering on the wind, calling me back to the crossroads. Story 14. The neon glow of the Buc-ee's faded in my rear view. Another 30 miles and I'd hit Junction, grab some shut-eye, then finish my run to El Paso. Hauling pecan brittle ain't glamorous, but it pays the bills. I flipped on my brights, the beams cutting through the thick blackness that swallowed the desolate two-lane. Texas nights can be beautiful, sure, but they can also be damned spooky. Then I saw it. Up ahead, a flicker of orange. At first, I thought it was a bonfire, some late-night revelers out in the middle of nowhere. But as I got closer, the orange resolved itself into 2 kerosene lanterns perched on something. A structure. It looked like a toll booth, hastily constructed from plywood and scrap metal. And in the flickering light, I could make out a figure. Massive, covered in dark, matted hair. I slammed on the brakes, the pecan brittle shifting precariously behind me. My rig groaned to a halt a good distance from the thing. The figure stepped into the light. It was easily 8 feet tall, its shoulders broader than any man I'd ever seen. And hairy. God, it was hairy. It looked like a walking carpet, except this carpet had long, powerful arms ending in hands the size of dinner plates. The creature grunted, a sound that vibrated through my cab. It gestured towards me with one of those enormous hands. I couldn't see its face clearly, just the glint of 2 eyes, reflecting the orange light like a predatory animal. Then, a deep, rumbling voice like rocks grinding together, toll. My heart pounded against my ribs. What? I managed to croak out. Toll, the creature repeated. It took a step closer, and the faint light caught its face. It wasn't an animal's face. It was humanoid, but distorted, grotesque. Its brow was heavy, its nose flat, its mouth wide and filled with yellowed teeth. And beneath the thick, matted hair, I saw patches of something. Something that looked suspiciously like dried blood. I don't have any cash on me, I stammered, my hand instinctively reaching for the CB radio, though I knew it was useless out here. No signal for miles. The creature chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Not money, it growled. Flesh. Blood. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a toll booth. It was a hunting blind. I was prey. I threw the rig into reverse, tires screaming as I fought for traction on the loose gravel. The creature roared, a sound that echoed across the empty plains. It charged towards the truck, moving with surprising agility for its size. I shifted into drive, flooring it. The rig lurched forward, just as the creature reached the cab. I heard a sickening thud, felt something slam against the side of the truck. I didn't look back. I just drove. Drove as fast as I could, the image of that monstrous face seared into my mind. I didn't stop until I reached Junction. I burst into the all-night diner, babbling incoherently about the toll booth, the creature, the demand for flesh and blood. The waitress, a wiry woman with a name tag that read, Darlene, looked at me with a mixture of pity and amusement. Bigfoot, huh? She drawled, pouring me a cup of coffee so strong it could strip paint. We get a lot of those stories round here. I tried to explain, to make her understand the sheer terror I had experienced. But the words wouldn't come. I just sat there, shaking, clutching the hot coffee mug like a lifeline. Darlene patted my hand. "Honey," she said, "there ain't no Bigfoot. Just a lot of lonely highway and overactive imaginations." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But as I looked out the diner window, back towards the dark, empty highway, I saw a flicker of orange on the horizon. And in my mind, I heard that deep, rumbling voice again. "Toll, I never drove that stretch of highway again. I switched routes, took a pay cut. Anything to avoid that place." But even now, years later, the memory of that night still haunts me. The image of that hairy figure, its blood-stained fur, its grotesque face, its demand for flesh and blood. And sometimes, late at night when the wind howls outside, I swear I can hear it. A faint whisper carried on the breeze. Toll, Story 15. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the dense foliage of the big thicket a sickly shade of orange, when I realized I was hopelessly lost. I'd taken a shortcut, a dirt track some fella at the last truck stop swore would shave off a good hour, but it had done nothing but spit me out into a labyrinth of pines and cypress, thicker than anything I'd ever seen. I cursed myself for not sticking to the main roads, especially with a load of novelty toilet plungers shaped like Elvis Presley in the back. Then I saw it, a cabin tucked away between the trees, smoke curling lazily from its chimney. Relief washed over me. A place to ask for directions, maybe even use a phone. I pulled my rig onto the narrow, overgrown track leading to the cabin, Elvis plungers rattling precariously behind me. The place looked deserted. Paint peeled from the warped wooden planks, and the single window was boarded up. Hesitantly, I knocked, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. Figuring whoever lived there might be out back, I tried the door. It creaked open, revealing a musty interior lit by a single kerosene lamp. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed by the thick silence. A voice, thin and reedy, answered from the back. "Come in, traveler. Sanctuary awaits." I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The cabin was a single room, cluttered with strange artifacts, animal skulls, dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and shelves filled with jars containing unidentifiable objects floating in murky liquid. In the center of the room, a man sat cross-legged on the floor, meticulously polishing a large, ornate brass telescope. He was wiry and gaunt, with a long, unkempt beard and eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "Lost, are ya?" he asked, his voice raspy. "The thicket holds many secrets. It guides those who are meant to find it. Just got turned around," I explained, trying to sound casual. Looking for a way back to the main road, the old man chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "The roads are an illusion, traveler. They lead nowhere. True paths lie beyond the veil." He gestured towards the telescope. "This is no ordinary instrument. It sees beyond our world, into the realms beyond. I protect the gateway, you see. I figured I'd stumbled onto some backwoods crazy. Best to humor him and get out of there. The gateway, huh? Sounds interesting. Interesting." The old man's eyes widened. "It is more than interesting. It is the key to everything. I've seen wonders beyond comprehension. Cities of light, landscapes of impossible colors, and horrors that would shatter your sanity." He shivered, then fixed me with an intense stare. "The gateway is opening soon. I can feel it." My gut twisted. This wasn't just some harmless eccentric. This man was genuinely deranged. "Well," I said, edging towards the door, "I appreciate the hospitality, but I gotta get going." He moved surprisingly fast for someone his age, blocking the exit. You cannot leave now. The gateway needs a witness. You will be my witness. I tried to push past him, but he was surprisingly strong. Panic began to claw at my throat. Let me go, old man. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. The gateway chooses its own. You have been chosen. He dragged me towards the telescope, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity. He pointed the brass instrument towards a blank section of wall. Look, he whispered, his voice trembling. Look into the heart of the infinite. I looked. At first, I saw nothing but the rough wooden planks of the wall. Then, slowly, subtly, the wood seemed to ripple, to distort. A faint, sickly violet light began to emanate from the wall, growing stronger, pulsating. The light intensified, becoming a swirling vortex of impossible colors, and a low, guttural chanting began to emanate from it, filling the small cabin. The old man released my arm and started chanting along, his voice rising in a disturbing crescendo. The vortex on the wall expanded, the chanting growing louder, the colors swirling faster and faster. I could feel a strange pressure building in the cabin, a sense of wrongness, like the very fabric of reality was twisting and tearing. Then, from the swirling chaos, a shape began to emerge. It was something huge, with long, spindly limbs and a head that seemed too large for its body. Its skin was a sickly green, and its eyes glowed with a piercing, unnatural light. The creature let out a deafening shriek, a sound that seemed to tear at my eardrums, and lunged towards me. The old man cackled with insane glee. I screamed, a primal scream of pure terror, and scrambled back, desperate to escape. But there was nowhere to go. The cabin was a trap, the old man a lunatic warden, and the creature was something beyond comprehension, something that should not exist in this world. As it reached for me, its massive hand outstretched, I grabbed the nearest thing within reach, one of the Elvis plungers. I swung it wildly, hitting the creature in its glowing eye. The plunger, surprisingly tough, stuck fast. The creature roared in pain and stumbled back. The vortex on the wall pulsed once more, violently, and then vanished. The chanting stopped. The creature, with the Elvis plunger protruding from its eye, shrieked one last time before collapsing into a pile of dust. The old man stared at the dust, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then he turned to me, his face contorted in rage. You interfered. You ruined everything. He lunged at me, but I dodged him easily, grabbed another Elvis plunger, and swung it with all my might. The old man crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I didn't wait around to see if he'd wake up. I ran through the darkening woods, not stopping until I stumbled onto a paved road. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see the cabin, the old man, or the thing that had emerged from the vortex. I just kept running, the image of the Elvis plunger sticking out of the creature's eye seared into my mind. I never went back for my truck. I never even reported it stolen. I just kept driving, taking only the main roads, always keeping a wary eye on the walls and never, ever, taking shortcuts again. And to this day, I keep an Elvis plunger in my cab. Just in case. Story 16. The cypress trees of Caddo Lake clawed at the twilight sky, their gnarled branches twisting like skeletal fingers. I pulled into the rest stop, engine rumbling, and killed the ignition. The quiet settled heavy, broken only by the croaking of unseen frogs. I'd been hauling a load of prefab housing units down to Beaumont, a job I'd taken on a whim after my usual route fell through. Caddo Lake wasn't on any map I usually consulted. That's when I saw it. Perched atop an oil derrick, silhouetted against the bruised purple of the setting sun, was something I'd only ever dismissed as folklore. The Mothman. Its wings, vast and leathery, stretched out like a grotesque parody of an angel. Its red eyes, like burning coals, fixed on me, and a wave of nausea rolled over me. I wasn't scared, not at first. I was fascinated. It was beautiful, in a terrifying, otherworldly way. Then the vision started. Not dreams, not exactly. More like waking nightmares, flashes of horrifying clarity that would seize me without warning. I'd be driving, perfectly alert, and suddenly I'd see it, Caddo Lake, swollen and raging, swallowing the little towns that dotted its shores. Uncertain, Karnak, Jefferson, all gone beneath the murky water. Screaming faces, clawing hands reaching for a salvation that wouldn't come. The visions came more frequently, each one more vivid than the last. I tried to shake them off, to tell myself it was just stress, bad barbecue, anything but the truth. But I couldn't escape the chilling certainty that they were real, that the Mothman hadn't just shown me a glimpse of the future, it had cursed me with it. I tried to warn people. The waitress at the diner in Uncertain, the gas station attendant in Karnak, even the sheriff in Jefferson. I told them all about the rising water, about the Mothman's prophecy. They listened with polite disinterest, their smiles strained, their eyes full of pity. Crazy trucker, they must have thought. Another one baked by the Texas sun. But the visions continued, growing in intensity. I started seeing myself in them, struggling against the churning current, dragged down by the weight of my own fear. The terror of drowning, of being consumed by the lake, became a constant companion. I stopped sleeping, haunted by the imagined screams of the dying. My sanity, always a bit precarious, was beginning to fray. Then came the whispers. Not audible whispers, but something deeper, something that resonated within the very marrow of my bones. They spoke of the lake's hunger, its ancient, insatiable thirst. They told me it was my fault, that the Mothman had chosen me as its messenger, its harbinger of doom. I began to believe them. I drove back to Caddo Lake. It was a clear, starlit night, the water still and black as oil. The oil derricks stood like silent sentinels, their skeletal frames reaching for the sky. The air was thick with the smell of decay, the sweet, cloying scent of impending death. I knew what I had to do. I had to appease the lake, to satiate its hunger. The whispers had made that much clear. They hadn't told me how, but I knew. I knew with a chilling, instinctive certainty. I walked to the edge of the water, the mud sucking at my boots. The whispers grew louder, urging me forward, promising relief from the torment. I took another step, the water cold against my ankles. Then I saw them. Reflected in the dark surface of the lake, hundreds of glowing eyes stared back at me. Not the eyes of fish or frogs or any creature I recognized. These eyes were ancient, malevolent, filled with a hunger that mirrored my own. The lake itself seemed to breathe, to pulse with a life of its own. I realized then that the flood wasn't coming. The lake wasn't going to rise and swallow the towns. It was going to open up, to swallow everything. The Mothman's prophecy wasn't about water. It was about something far older, far more terrifying. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening roar inside my head. The eyes in the lake drew closer, and I knew, with a despair that chilled me to the bone, that I was too late. I had failed. I had tried to warn them, but they hadn't listened. And now, we were all going to pay the price. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble, and a low, guttural groan echoed through the night. The lake began to boil. Story 17. The cabin reeked of mildew and forgotten things. Rain lashed against the tin roof, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the big thicket. My hands, slick with sweat despite the chill, fumbled with the latch on the ancient laptop I'd found on a dusty table. It flickered to life, illuminating the cramped interior with a sickly blue light. Then I saw it. A live feed. Me, sitting right there, hunched over the keyboard, reflected in the grainy image. The angle was from somewhere outside, just above the single grimy window. A chat window scrolled beside the feed, lines of text glowing an unsettling green. They were talking about me, betting on how long I'd last, suggesting things, sickening, depraved things. I slammed the laptop shut, the image of their words burning into my mind. I wasn't just sheltering from a storm. I was the storm's eye. I was the main event. Panic seized me, a cold hand squeezing my lungs. I scrambled to my feet, throwing the door open, ready to face the downpour, the woods, anything but this claustrophobic nightmare. But the woods were no sanctuary. Masked figures, their forms obscured by the deluge and the encroaching darkness, stood motionless amongst the trees. Silent sentinels. The chat window flashed in my memory. They were waiting for their show to begin. Back inside, the laptop beckoned with its infernal glow. I opened it again, drawn back by a horrifying compulsion. The chat was a frenzy of activity now, spurred on by my brief escape attempt. A new message appeared, stark white against the green backdrop. Dance, piggy, dance. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't random. This was orchestrated. They were controlling this, directing it from the comfort of their anonymous digital perches. My gaze drifted to a shelf in the corner. A dusty, leather-bound book lay there, its title barely visible in the dim light. The Book of Revelations. A bizarre, inexplicable detail in this macabre tableau. I reached for it, a desperate need to touch something real, something unconnected to the digital horror unfolding before me. As I pulled the book down, a small, folded piece of paper slipped from between its pages. I unfolded it, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It was a photograph. Me, younger, smiling, standing beside a woman I vaguely recognized. Beneath the photo, a single handwritten word, remember. A jolt, electric and painful, shot through my mind. Memories, long buried, clawed their way to the surface. The woman in the photo, Sarah. We'd met hitchhiking across the state, young and reckless, chasing some elusive dream. We'd stayed in a cabin just like this one. The chat window pulsed with a new command. Tell us a story, Piggy. Tell us about Sarah. Ice filled my veins. They knew. They knew what I had done. What I had tried so desperately to forget. That night years ago, the storm, the fight, the accidental push. Sarah's lifeless body in the mud. I had buried her out back, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. I had run, driven away, leaving the horror behind, convinced I could outrun the guilt. But I had carried it with me, a festering wound in my soul. Now they knew, and they were going to make me pay. Another message. Show us where you buried her, Piggy. Show us the prize. A primal scream tore through me, a mixture of terror and despair. They were outside waiting. They wanted a show. And they were going to get one. But not the one they expected. I grabbed the heavy book, its pages filled with cryptic prophecies and apocalyptic visions. It felt strangely comforting in my trembling hands. I walked to the window, the masked figure still visible through the driving rain. I raised the book, holding it aloft like a shield, a testament to the darkness that resided not just in the woods but within me. The chat window exploded with questions, demands, threats. I ignored them. I closed my eyes, whispering Sarah's name, a prayer and a curse. Then, with all my remaining strength, I threw myself through the glass, into the waiting embrace of the storm and the masked figures. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me completely was the chat window, flickering with a single final message. Game over. Story 18. The fluorescent lights of Dogman's diner buzzed, casting a sickly yellow glow over the chipped formica tables. The aroma of burnt coffee and stale grease hung heavy in the air. I was halfway through a chicken fried steak the size of my head when it happened. A guttural snarl, unlike anything I'd ever heard, ripped through the quiet chatter. I looked up to see a hulking figure, easily 7 feet tall, covered in matted dark fur, standing over a man at the counter. Its face, elongated and canine, was twisted in a savage grin, revealing rows of yellowed teeth. It happened so fast. 1 minute the man was arguing with the waitress about the price of his pie. The next he was on the floor, the creature's teeth sunk into his throat. The screams died quickly. The other patrons, a mix of weary travelers and late-night locals, froze, their faces contorted in a mixture of terror and disbelief. The creature, its muzzle smeared with blood, looked up, its eyes glowing with a predatory intelligence. Then, with a terrifying fluidity, it bounded through the plate glass window, disappearing into the dense East Texas pines. The silence that followed was broken only by the frantic sobs of the waitress. I sat there, steak forgotten, my mind struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. I'd seen some strange things hauling freight across this vast state, but nothing like this. This was something out of a nightmare. Later, after the police had arrived, after the endless questions and the shaken statements, I found myself unable to shake the image of the creature. The way it moved, the raw power in its eyes. It wasn't just an animal. It was something more, something malevolent. I became obsessed. I started spending my off-duty hours at the local library, poring over books on Texas folklore, cryptozoology, anything that might offer an explanation. I learned about legends of bipedal canine creatures, stories whispered around campfires and passed down through generations of rural Texans. Stories that I'd always dismissed as campfire tales now held a terrifying resonance. My research led me to a small, forgotten book tucked away in the library's archives. Its pages, yellowed and brittle, spoke of a creature called the Rougarou, a shape-shifting beast said to roam the backwoods of Louisiana and East Texas. The book described rituals, ancient and disturbing, meant to appease or control the creature. I found myself drawn to the piney woods, the place where the creature had vanished. I'd spend hours driving the backroads, searching for any sign of its presence. My rig became a mobile research unit, filled with maps, books, and a growing collection of strange trinkets, animal bones, oddly shaped rocks, anything that felt connected. My obsession was consuming me, pushing me further and further away from the life I once knew. One sweltering afternoon, deep in the heart of the big thicket, I found it. A clearing, hidden amongst the towering pines, littered with the remains of small animals. The air was thick with a metallic scent that made my stomach churn. In the center of the clearing, etched into the trunk of a massive oak, was a symbol I recognized from the old book. A crude drawing of a canine head, encircled by strange, angular markings. This was its territory. I set up camp nearby, a small tent and a flickering lantern my only companions. Night fell, bringing with it the incessant chirping of cicadas and the distant hoot of an owl. I sat by the fire, my shotgun across my lap, my nerves taut as piano wire. Hours passed. The fire began to die down, casting long, dancing shadows amongst the trees. Then I heard it, a low growl emanating from the darkness beyond the firelight. My heart hammered against my ribs. I grabbed the shotgun, my hands slick with sweat. The growling grew louder, closer. I could hear the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, as something large moved through the undergrowth. Suddenly, two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Then another pair, and another, until the clearing was surrounded by luminous points, each one burning with a malevolent intensity. I raised the shotgun, my finger tightening on the trigger. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was the creature, larger and more menacing than I remembered. Its eyes, burning with an unholy light, fixed on me. It took a step forward, then another, its movements slow and deliberate. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was the end. This time I was the prey. Then, from behind the creature, another figure stepped into the clearing. A woman dressed in tattered clothes, her face hidden beneath a hood. She raised her hand and the creature stopped, its head lowered in submission. She chanted something in a low, guttural language, her voice echoing through the trees. The glowing eyes surrounding the clearing began to fade, one by one, until only the creature and the woman remained. The woman turned to me, her hood falling back to reveal a face that was both ancient and strangely beautiful. She spoke, her voice raspy and low, "He is mine. You should not have come here." Then, with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, she plunged a bone dagger into the creature's chest. The creature let out a mournful howl, its body convulsing before collapsing to the ground. The woman turned back to me, her eyes burning with an intensity that made me shrink back in fear. "Leave this place," she hissed, "and never return. I didn't need to be told twice." I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my camp and everything in it. I ran through the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest, the image of the woman and the dying creature seared into my mind. I never went back to the piney woods. I quit trucking, sold my rig, and moved to a small town far from the East Texas pines. I try not to think about what I saw that night, but sometimes in the quiet hours, I hear a distant howl, and the chilling certainty returns, the knowledge that some things are best left undisturbed, some places best left unexplored. Story 19. The setting sun painted the Davis Mountains in hues of bruised plum and sickly yellow. I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere outside of Fort Davis, a shortcut suggested by a gas station attendant with a lazy eye and a tooth missing. Now, my 18-wheeler, nicknamed Betsy, was wedged between two jagged boulders on a path barely wide enough for a goat. Frustration gnawed at me. My cargo, industrial-grade fertilizer bound for a ranch near Terlingua, was time-sensitive, and every lost minute chipped away at my already thin profit margin. Just as I was about to give up and try backing Betsy out, a tremor shook the ground. A shadow, impossibly tall and broad, fell over the truck. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Stepping out, I squinted into the fading light. Towering over me was a creature ripped straight from folklore, a Bigfoot, its coat the color of dried mud, its eyes small and intelligent. Fear choked the air from my lungs. Then the unexpected happened. Instead of the roar I'd braced for, the creature spoke, its voice a low rumble, "You are lost, trucker." I could only nod, dumbstruck. "I can help you," it continued, its gaze unnervingly intense. "But a favor I require in return." Hope mingled with terror. What kind of favor?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The Bigfoot gestured with a massive, hairy hand towards a clearing. Resting in the center was a burlap sack, about the size of a laundry basket. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, a rhythmic throb that seemed to resonate with the very ground beneath it. "Take this," the creature rumbled to the whispering pines. "It is a sacred place, known only to us. Leave it untouched at the base of the largest pine. Do not look inside. Do this, and you will find your way out of these mountains," a horrifying task. An ethical dilemma slammed into me. What was in that sack? something alive, something dangerous. But the alternative, staying lost in these mountains, alone with this thing, wasn't an option. I'll do it, I managed, my voice trembling. The creature nodded, a single, jerky movement. With surprising gentleness, it lifted the sack and placed it in the back of Betsy. The sack was surprisingly light, but the pulsating grew stronger, a sickening thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the metal of the truck bed. Following the Bigfoot's directions, I navigated through a series of winding, barely perceptible trails. The pulsating sack in the back of Betsy filled the cab with its unnerving rhythm. The urge to look inside, to understand what I was carrying, became a gnawing compulsion. I clamped my jaw shut, fighting the urge. Hours passed, the landscape slowly morphing into something alien and unsettling. Twisted trees clawed at the darkening sky. Strange, bioluminescent fungi glowed with an ethereal light. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something faintly metallic. Finally, the trees thinned, revealing a clearing bathed in an eerie, otherworldly glow. Towering pines, their trunks thicker than any I'd ever seen, dominated the landscape. At the center stood one, colossal and ancient, its branches reaching towards the heavens like gnarled fingers. The whispering pines. The pulsing of the sack intensified, the throbbing now a frantic drumbeat against my sanity. I parked Betsy at the base of the largest pine, jumped out, and wrestled the sack out of the truck bed. The closer I got to the pine, the stronger the pulsating became, now accompanied by a faint whispering, a chorus of unintelligible voices. I placed the sack at the base of the tree, my hands trembling. The whispering intensified, the voices now urgent, pleading. My fingers itched to open the sack, to understand the source of this unsettling sound. But the Bigfoot's warning echoed in my mind. Do not look inside. Turning away, I stumbled back to Betsy, the whispering growing fainter with each step. As I started the engine, a bone-chilling howl ripped through the silence, echoing off the ancient pines. The ground trembled again, more violently this time. I slammed Betsy into gear and sped away, not daring to look back. The howl faded behind me, replaced by the normal sounds of the diesel engine. But the image of the pulsating sack, the whispering voices, the towering pines bathed in unearthly light, remained seared into my memory. I found my way back to the main road, eventually delivering my fertilizer, days late and shaken to my core. I never told anyone what happened in the Davis Mountains. Who would believe me? But the memory lingers, a chilling reminder of the horrifying bargain I struck with a creature of myth, and the terrible secret I now carry. The ethical dilemma of not knowing what I transported haunts me. Was it something monstrous? Something sacred? Something that should have never been disturbed? The whispers still echo in my dreams, a constant reminder of the price of safe passage and the horrifying truth I chose not to see. Story 20. The wind carried the scent of cedar and something else, something acrid like burnt hair. I'd pulled off I-35 near Lampasas, ignoring the hand-painted sign warning of private property and cursed land. I was hauling a load of prefab sheds to Waco, and sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. The old woman at the gas station had warned me about the Caddo, about the Bushman. Ancient spirit, she'd croaked, her eyes like milky marbles, protects this land. Don't disturb him, I'd chuckled, attributing her warnings to small-town superstition and too much Lone Star. I'd seen enough weirdness on the Texas highways to dismiss a ghost story. I parked Betsy, my Peterbilt, near a grove of gnarled live oaks. The ground was littered with strangely smooth, fist-sized stones. I noticed a circle of these stones arranged around a withered tree, adorned with faded strips of cloth. A child's worn-out leather moccasin lay half-buried in the dirt. It felt wrong, like stepping into a church wearing a bikini. I should have left. Instead, I built a small fire, the flames licking at the dry branches. I ate my lukewarm chili and cracked open a warm beer, the metallic tang familiar and comforting. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the periphery. A tall, gaunt figure silhouetted against the flickering firelight. It was almost human but elongated, its limbs too long, its head too small. Its skin seemed to shimmer, like heat rising off asphalt. I blinked and it vanished. Just a trick of the light, I reasoned. The beer, the exhaustion, but the unease remained. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves, whispering something I couldn't understand. A language older than words. That's when the hallucinations began. Twisted faces appeared in the dancing flames, mouths agape in silent screams. The stones around the tree pulsed with a faint, inner light. The moccasin twitched. I stumbled back towards Betsy, fumbling for my keys. As I climbed into the cab, a single, smooth stone, identical to those in the circle, lay on the driver's seat. It was warm to the touch. I flung it out the window, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The drive to Waco became a descent into madness. The landscape outside warped and shifted. The familiar Texas scrubland morphed into a grotesque caricature of itself. Twisted, skeletal trees clawed at the sky. The fields became oceans of blood. Inside the cab, the temperature plummeted. My breath frosted in the air. The smell of burnt hair intensified, choking me. Then the whispers started. Not from outside, but inside the cab, emanating from the stone I'd thrown away. It was back, sitting on the dash, glowing with a sickly green light. It whispered of broken promises, desecrated ground, and ancient vengeance. It spoke my name. I tried to focus on the road, but the whispers burrowed into my mind, twisting my thoughts, turning them into a terrifying kaleidoscope of fear and regret. I saw my own reflection in the side mirror, but the face staring back wasn't mine. It was the face of the bushman, elongated, skeletal, its eyes burning with an unholy green fire. I slammed on the brakes, Betsy screeching to a halt on the shoulder. I grabbed the stone, intending to hurl it as far away as possible, but it was stuck fast, fused to the dash. Its heat burned through my gloves, searing my flesh. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices, all chanting in that ancient guttural language. The cab began to shake violently. The steering wheel twisted and bucked in my hands. And then I saw it. A woven reed basket, about the size of a basketball, materialized in the passenger seat. It was intricately crafted, its surface adorned with symbols I instinctively knew were ancient Caddo glyphs. The whispers grew louder, urging me to open it, to look inside. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to refuse. But an irresistible, terrifying curiosity overwhelmed me. My trembling hands reached for the lid. As I lifted it, the whispering ceased. The shaking stopped. A wave of icy air washed over me. And inside the basket, nestled amongst dried herbs and feathers, was a human skull. Small, delicate. A child's skull. Its empty sockets stared up at me, accusingly. The green light emanating from the stone intensified, blinding me. And the whispers began again, louder than ever, promising an eternity of torment. Promising that the bushman's curse would never leave me. Story 21. The reek of decay clung to me, thick and cloying like spoiled meat left in the desert sun. Around me, twisted metal shrieked against twisted metal. A symphony of destruction played out under the sickly yellow glare of sodium vapor lamps. My rig, a once proud Kenworth, was now a crumpled mess, its cab a mangled cage. Through the shattered windshield, I could see the source of the carnage. Them. Their skin, a jaundiced, peeling canvas stretched over two sharp bones. Their eyes, vacant black pits reflecting the hell they'd unleashed. They moved with an unsettling grace, a jerky, marionette-like fluidity that belied the advanced state of decomposition their bodies displayed. One, a woman in what had once been a crisp waitress uniform, now stained and tattered, reached out to me, a string of putrid flesh dangling from her fingertips. Her smile was a grotesque parody of human expression, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Madness pulsed from her, a tangible wave of insanity that threatened to engulf me. How had it come to this? Just hours ago, I was cruising down I-10, hauling a refrigerated container from Area 52 to a depot outside of El Paso. A routine milk run, or so I thought. The dispatch order had been vague, classified cargo, double the usual pay. Nothing out of the ordinary for a guy like me, a freelancer who took whatever jobs came his way. I didn't ask questions, just drove. But this load was different. A low hum emanated from the container, a vibration that resonated deep within my bones. I dismissed it as faulty refrigeration, the Texas heat playing tricks on my mind. I should have known better. At a dusty truck stop outside of Sonora, I'd stopped for a bite and a much-needed shower. The hum intensified as I walked away from the rig, a gnawing unease settling in my gut. Returning, refreshed and armed with a lukewarm cup of coffee and a stale kalash, I saw it. Claw marks. Deep gouges raked across the reinforced steel of the container doors. A sickly sweet odor, like overripe fruit mixed with formaldehyde, seeped out from the cracks. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my complacency. I fumbled for my tire iron, the only weapon I had, my hands slick with sweat. The hum stopped. A beat of silence, pregnant with dread. Then, a shriek, high-pitched and inhuman, ripped through the still night air. The container doors burst open, revealing them. Pale, emaciated figures spilled out, their movements jerky and unnatural. Their eyes, those black, bottomless pits, fixed on me, burning with an unholy light. They weren't human. Not entirely. Something else, something twisted and wrong. They moved with terrifying speed, their touch a conduit for madness. The first trucker they reached, a burly man with a handlebar mustache and a Stetson, collapsed, screaming, clutching his head as if trying to hold his sanity together. His body began to decay, flesh melting from bone in a sickening display of accelerated decomposition. He rose again, one of them, his eyes now vacant black pools, a grotesque grin splitting his face. Panic seized the other truckers, their sleepy stupor shattered. They scattered, some reaching for their rigs, others fleeing into the desert night. But they were too slow. The creatures, the things that had once been human, were upon them, their touch a death sentence. The truck stop became a charnel house. Screams, the crunch of bone, the sickening squelch of decaying flesh filled the air. I saw a woman, her face contorted in terror, try to escape in her Peterbilt. One of the creatures, a gaunt figure in a tattered trucker cap, leapt onto the hood, its clawed hands tearing through the metal as if it were paper. It reached through the shattered windshield, its touch turning the woman's scream into a gurgle as her body rapidly began to rot. The truck, driverless, careened into another rig, sparking the inferno that now raged around me. I'd managed to fight my way through the chaos, using the tire iron to fend off the creatures, their decaying flesh offering little resistance to the blows. I reached my rig, praying the engine would start. It sputtered to life, the diesel roaring defiance against the screams of the damned. I rammed through the wreckage, the twisted metal tearing at the sides of my cab, desperate to escape the nightmare unfolding around me. But one of them, the waitress, clung to the side of my rig, her skeletal fingers digging into the metal. Her decaying face was inches from mine, her vacant eyes boring into me, the stench of her putrefaction filling my lungs. Her touch grazed my arm, a searing cold that sent a jolt of madness through me. I could feel my sanity fraying, the whispers of insanity creeping into the edges of my mind. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I slammed on the brakes. The waitress, caught off guard, lost her grip, tumbling onto the highway. I saw her in my side mirror, her body already further along in its gruesome decay, crawling towards me, her eyes burning with malevolent intent. I hit the gas, leaving her, and the hell she'd unleashed behind me. But the images, the sounds, the stench, they're still with me now, etched into my mind. I don't know where I'm going or what I'll do. All I know is that I can't stop driving. The cargo of souls I unwittingly carried has been unleashed, and I'm the only one who knows the horror they bring. God help us all. Story 22. The ad on the tour site was simple, discreet delivery. High pay. No questions asked. My bank account was emptier than a politician's promises, so I didn't ask many. The contact, a jumble of letters and numbers I couldn't pronounce, gave me a location in El Paso, a drop-off point somewhere outside of Waco, and a sum that made my head spin. The cargo, a single, padlocked wooden crate. No peeking, they stressed. I hauled it out of that dusty warehouse in my beat-up Peterbilt, the crate smelling faintly of cedar and something else, something acrid, like burnt plastic. I tried not to think about it. Money talks, especially when you're broke enough to consider selling your own kidneys. The weirdness started just outside of Fort Stockton. First, it was the mirages. Not the usual shimmering heat haze, but full-blown apparitions. A woman in a white dress waving me down, a pack of dogs with glowing eyes. I blinked and they vanished. Then, my GPS went haywire, directing me to non-existent roads. I'd be driving along Interstate 10, and the damn thing would tell me to take a left turn into a field of prickly pear. By the time I hit junction, things were getting seriously freaky. The dashboard lights started flickering like a disco ball. The AC blasted Arctic air 1 minute and furnace heat the next, and my CB radio crackled with whispers I couldn't quite decipher. They sounded like a chorus of cicadas, but with a distinctly human undertone. I pulled over at a gas station, desperate for coffee and a semblance of sanity. The cashier, a woman with a name tag that read Darlene and eyes that looked like she hadn't slept in a week, just stared at the crate in my trailer. "You hauling livestock?" she finally asked, her voice raspy. "Just some antiques," I lied, suddenly feeling the need to protect whatever the hell was in that crate. Darlene didn't look convinced. "Be careful out there," she said, handing me my coffee. "Things ain't always what they seem on these Texas roads." She wasn't wrong. As I drove, the whispers on the CB grew louder, more insistent. I saw fleeting shadows in the periphery, felt cold spots in the cab despite the sweltering Texas heat. My mind started playing tricks on me, conjuring visions of the crate bursting open, revealing something unnatural. I almost turned back. Almost. But the thought of that money kept me going, a twisted incentive in this increasingly surreal nightmare. The drop-off point was a deserted farmhouse outside of Waco. The paint was peeling, the porch swing creaked mournfully in the breeze, and the windows were boarded up. The place looked like it hadn't seen a living soul in decades. A figure emerged from the shadows of the porch. Tall and thin, wearing a dark suit that seemed incongruous with the dilapidated surroundings. He didn't offer a greeting, just pointed a long, bony finger at the crate. I backed the truck up to the crumbling barn, the whispers from the CB now a deafening chorus. As I opened the trailer doors, a wave of that acrid, burnt plastic smell hit me, stronger this time, almost overpowering. I could swear I heard something shifting inside the crate. The man in the suit produced a bolt cutter and snapped the padlock. He didn't offer to help me unload the crate, just stood there, watching, his face expressionless. Against my better judgment, against every fiber of my being screaming at me to run, I pried the crate open. Inside, nestled amongst layers of straw and burlap, were glass jars. Lots of them. And in those jars, well, let's just say they weren't pickled okra. They were filled with parts. Human parts. Preserved in some kind of murky fluid, floating like grotesque specimens in a macabre science experiment. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, my stomach heaving. The man in the suit smiled, a slow, chilling spread of his thin lips. "Excellent," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "The elder ones will be pleased, elder ones." What in the blue blazes was going on here? Suddenly, more figures emerged from the shadows of the farmhouse. They were dressed like the first man, tall and gaunt, their faces pale and drawn. They moved with an unnatural grace, their eyes fixed on the crate, their smiles mirroring the first man's chilling expression. One of them carried a large, ornate knife, its blade gleaming in the fading sunlight. I realized with a sickening clarity that I hadn't just delivered a cargo. I delivered ingredients. Ingredients for something truly horrifying. Something I couldn't even begin to comprehend. They began unloading the jars, their movements precise and ritualistic. The acrid smell intensified, making my eyes water. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there and watch this grotesque spectacle unfold. But I was frozen, paralyzed by the horror of what I had unwittingly become a part of. As the last jar was removed from the crate, the man in the suit turned to me, his smile widening. "Thank you for your service," he said. "You have played a vital role in the great work." Then they moved towards the barn, carrying their gruesome cargo, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the twilight. The last thing I saw, before I finally found my legs and ran, was the glint of the knife in the setting sun and the chilling smiles of those who waited within the shadows. Story 23. The thump was solid, sickening. A deer, maybe. Out here in the Davis Mountains, anything was possible. I cursed, figuring on a busted grill at the very least. Pulling my rig to the side of the narrow road, I grabbed my flashlight. It wasn't a deer. It was canine. Huge, easily the size of a St. Bernard, but with a strangely elongated snout and thick, matted fur the color of dried mud. It lay sprawled in the middle of the road, limbs at unnatural angles. Cautiously, I approached. The thing didn't move. Getting closer, I saw a glint of something metallic caught in the fur on its chest. A silver chain broken. A tag hung from it, engraved with a single word, Cain. As I reached out to touch the tag, the creature stirred. Its eyes snapped open, glowing an eerie amber in the beam of my flashlight. Not dog eyes. Not even wolf eyes. These were intelligent. Malevolent. A low growl rumbled in its chest, deep and vibrating. Suddenly it lunged. I stumbled back, barely avoiding the snapping jaws. It wasn't a dog. It was something else. Something bipedal, now standing on its hind legs, towering over me. Its forelimbs were hands. Clawed, powerful hands. Terror choked me. I turned and ran, scrambling back to my truck. The creature roared, a sound that ripped through the stillness of the night. I fumbled with the keys, the metallic click echoing loudly in the sudden silence. The engine sputtered to life and I floored it, leaving the monstrous thing behind. But the silence didn't last. A howl, mournful and chilling, echoed from the darkness behind me. It was following me. I pushed the accelerator to the floor, the old diesel engine screaming in protest. The road ahead stretched endlessly, illuminated only by my headlights. Every shadow, every flicker of movement at the edge of the road sent a jolt of fear through me. Miles blurred into a terrifying, heart-pounding chase. The howls continued, growing closer. I glanced in my side mirror and saw it, a dark shape loping through the scrub brush alongside the road, keeping pace with my truck. Its eyes glowed like embers in the darkness. Suddenly, the road curved sharply. The creature couldn't keep up. For a moment, I thought I'd lost it. Relief washed over me, brief and fragile. Then I saw it, standing in the middle of the road ahead, bathed in the glare of my headlights. Kane, waiting. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The truck swerved, narrowly missing the creature. It lunged, its claws raking across the hood, leaving deep gouges in the metal. I swerved again, the momentum throwing me against the door. Kane was gone. Vanished. I kept driving, heart pounding, convinced it was just a matter of time before it reappeared. Hours crawled by. The landscape shifted from mountain terrain to rolling hills dotted with scrub oak and mesquite. The tension remained, a tight knot in my stomach. Every rustle of leaves, every distant howl, sent a shiver down my spine. I hadn't seen Kane, but I felt its presence, a shadow clinging to the edges of my awareness. Dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. The world seemed a little less menacing in the daylight. I pulled over at a small truck stop, hoping for a strong cup of coffee and a moment to collect myself. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and frying bacon. A handful of truckers sat at the counter, nursing their mugs and engaging in quiet conversation. I ordered a coffee and sat at a table by the window, trying to calm my racing heart. As I sipped my coffee, a news report flickered on the TV mounted in the corner. A local news anchor reported on a series of strange animal attacks in the Davis Mountains. Livestock mutilated, campers missing. The descriptions of the attacker, vague as they were, sent a chill down my spine. Large, canine-like, incredibly strong. One of the truckers at the counter glanced over at the TV. "Crazy stuff," he mumbled. "They're saying it's some kind of wild dog, but I ain't never heard of no dog like that." I nodded, trying to appear nonchalant, but my hands trembled. I knew what it was. Kane. As I left the truck stop, the sun glinted off something in the parking lot. It was a silver chain, broken and lying in the dust. Attached to it was a tag, engraved with a single word, Kane. The chilling realization hit me. I hadn't escaped. Kane was still out there. And it wasn't just following me. It was hunting me. Story 24. The chanting started soft, a low thrumming that vibrated up through the cracked asphalt and into the soles of my boots. I'd been dozing in the cab of my rig, parked at the far end of the deserted rest stop, a place called Traveler's Oasis. The sign proclaimed with peeling paint. The oasis part seemed like a cruel joke, nothing but scraggly mesquite and dust devils for miles. I'd hauled a load of fertilizer from El Paso, and the ammonia scent still clung to my clothes, a faint, sharp tang that warred with the growing smell of wood smoke. That's when I saw them. Across the expanse of the rest stop, near the overgrown picnic area, a group was gathered. Robed and hooded, they moved with an unsettling synchronicity around a flickering bonfire. I squinted, thinking it was some kind of biker gang, but something felt off. The robes weren't leather or denim, but a heavy, dark material that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Curiosity, or maybe just plain stupidity, got the better of me. I climbed down from the cab, stretching my stiff legs. The chanting grew louder, a guttural, rhythmic drone that seemed to burrow into my skull. I moved closer, keeping to the shadows of the parked trucks, my gut churning with a growing unease. That's when I saw what they were chanting around. An altar. Made of rough-hewn stone, it was stained dark, almost black. And on it I stopped dead, breath catching in my throat. On it lay a figure, bound and gagged. Moonlight glinted off something held aloft by one of the robed figures. A blade. Long, curved, wickedly sharp. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figure with the blade raised it high. A strangled cry cut short. A dark stain bloomed on the altar, spreading like a grotesque flower. The robed figures fell silent. Then they turned as one towards the shadows where I stood hidden. My blood ran cold. They knew I was there. I'd seen too much. I bolted. Back to my rig, scrambling into the cab, fumbling with the keys, ignition roaring to life. The truck bucked and shuddered as I slammed it into reverse, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, I saw the robed figures moving, no longer slow and ceremonial, but fast, impossibly fast, converging on my truck like predatory insects. I floored it, the engine screaming in protest as I navigated the rest stop exit, narrowly avoiding a rusted-out pickup truck that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The highway stretched ahead, a ribbon of asphalt leading away from the nightmare I'd just witnessed. But the feeling of dread remained, clinging to me like the ammonia smell of my cargo. I kept driving, heart still hammering, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. Nothing, just the empty highway. But the chanting still echoed in my ears, the guttural drone a constant reminder of what I'd seen. I stopped at the next town, a dusty little place with a single gas station and a diner that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 50s. I went inside, ordered black coffee, and tried to steady my nerves. The waitress, a woman with kind eyes and a faded name tag that read Darlene, gave me a concerned look. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Han," she said. I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell someone about the robed figures, the chanting, the altar, the blade. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain what I'd seen? Who would believe me? I paid for my coffee, climbed back into my rig, and continued driving. I didn't stop again until I reached Austin, delivering my load at a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. I signed the paperwork, got back in my truck, and drove. I just kept driving. Days later, I'm still haunted by the memory. I see those robed figures in every shadow, hear the chanting in every distant sound. I haven't slept properly since. I avoid rest stops, preferring to park in brightly lit truck stops, surrounded by other drivers. The memory remains vivid. I see the flicker of the firelight on their robes, the gleam of the blade, the dark stain spreading across the altar. I can still smell the wood smoke, the faint tang of ammonia, the coppery tang of something else. I keep thinking about the figure on the altar. Bound, gagged, helpless. I keep thinking, what if I hadn't woken up? What if I hadn't seen them? What if I had been the next offering? I don't think I'll ever stop looking over my shoulder. I don't think I'll ever truly rest again. Because I know, deep down, that somewhere out there in the vastness of Texas, under the endless, star-studded sky, the chanting continues. Story 25. The dispatch order said livestock, but the crate reeked of something else entirely. Something vaguely floral, mixed with the cloying sweetness of overripe peaches. Alfred, the depot manager, just shrugged. "Exotic breed," he'd said, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his vacant eyes. "Rich folks and their hobbies, right?" He'd slipped me an extra $50 for the inconvenience. $50 didn't buy peace of mind in desolate East Texas. I was halfway to Lufkin, cruising through the piney woods on Highway 69 when it happened. A massive loblolly pine lay sprawled across the road, effectively blocking my path. My rig, a beautiful Peterbilt 379, wouldn't squeeze through the narrow gap on the shoulder. I swore under my breath. This was exactly what I needed at 2:00 a.m. I climbed down from the cab, the thick, humid air clinging to me like a wet blanket. As I approached the fallen tree, something felt off. The break looked too clean, too deliberate. There were splintered gouges in the bark, deep and ragged, like something had ripped it apart with bare hands. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl, resonating from the thick undergrowth. A growl that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Whatever it was big. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the woods. Towering, hulking, covered in dark, matted fur. Bigfoot. No doubt about it. It stood there for a moment, its eyes, two glowing embers in the pre-dawn gloom, fixed on me. Then it roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. It wasn't a roar of anger exactly. More like the frustrated bellow of a homeowner whose prize rose bushes had been trampled. My brain screamed run, but where? My truck was trapped. The nearest town was miles away. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, or more accurately, a smelly crate and a very large, hairy rock. I backed away slowly, hands raised in a gesture of appeasement. "Easy there, fella," I muttered, trying to project an air of calm I certainly didn't feel. Didn't mean any harm. Just passing through, the Bigfoot didn't seem impressed. It advanced, taking long, loping strides that covered an alarming amount of ground. I scrambled back, adrenaline surging through me. I remembered the tire iron behind my seat. A meager weapon against a creature this size, but better than nothing. I sprinted back to the cab, yanked open the door and grabbed the tire iron. The Bigfoot was almost upon me. I swung the tire iron, hitting it square in the chest. The metal clanged against something surprisingly solid, and the creature staggered back with a surprised grunt. It seemed more annoyed than injured. It swatted at me like a man brushing away a pesky fly. I ducked, narrowly avoiding a hand the size of a dinner plate. I scrambled into the cab, slammed the door and locked it. The Bigfoot slammed against the side of the truck, rocking it violently. I pressed my foot on the gas pedal, hoping to scare it away. The engine roared, but the truck remained stuck. The fallen tree held firm. The creature circled the truck, peering in through the windows. I could feel its hot breath on the glass. It grabbed the door handle and yanked, but the lock held. Then, it did something completely unexpected. It started to dismantle the roadblock. It pulled at the branches, ripped them apart, tossed them aside with surprising ease. I watched in stunned silence as the Bigfoot cleared a path. Was it helping me? When the path was clear, it stepped back, gestured towards the road with a sweep of its massive arm and let out a low grunt. It was as if it were saying, "All right, get going. And don't let me catch you on my property again." My heart still pounding like a drum solo, I put the truck in gear and slowly drove past the now disassembled roadblock. As I passed the Bigfoot, it stood there, arms crossed, watching me. I could almost imagine a disappointed sigh escaping its hairy lips. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just drove, putting as much distance between myself and that encounter as possible. Later, As I pulled into a truck stop near Nacogdoches, I noticed a strange, picafloral scent clinging to my tires. And for some reason, I suddenly had a craving for a peach cobbler. A really, really strong craving. Story 26. The cicadas buzzed a frantic symphony, their chorus rising and falling like the breath of some colossal beast hidden in the East Texas pines. The air hung thick and humid, clinging to me like a damp shroud as I pulled my rig into the deserted campground. Shady Pines, the faded wooden sign proclaimed, a name that felt strangely ironic given the oppressive heat radiating from the cracked asphalt. I needed a few hours of shut-eye before my delivery to Beaumont, and this place, despite its desolate aura, seemed as good a spot as any. A single bare bulb flickered above the registration booth, casting an anemic yellow circle onto the peeling paint. Nobody was around. The whole place felt wrong. A deep, gnawing disquiet settled in my gut, the kind that makes your skin crawl and the hairs on the back of your neck prickle. I chalked it up to exhaustion and pulled into a vacant spot, the gravel crunching beneath my tires like brittle bones. As twilight deepened, the woods surrounding the campground seemed to press in, their silence punctuated only by the relentless cicadas and the occasional, unsettling rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. I tried to ignore the growing sense of unease, brewing myself a cup of coffee on the rig's small burner. The bitter brew did little to soothe my frayed nerves. It started subtly. A flicker of movement at the edge of the trees, a whisper on the wind that carried no words, just a chilling sense of presence. I dismissed it, telling myself it was just the wind playing tricks on my tired mind. But then the whispers grew louder, coalescing into a low, guttural murmur that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath my feet. Shapes began to emerge from the darkness. Pale, gaunt figures, their limbs unnaturally long and thin, their movements jerky and unsettling. They wore what looked like tattered hospital gowns, their faces obscured by shadow and the encroaching darkness. They didn't walk, they glided, their bare feet making no sound on the gravel. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. This wasn't exhaustion. This was something far more sinister. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices, each one vying for my attention, each one laced with a chilling undercurrent of madness. They spoke of escape, of pain, of the horrors they had endured within the walls of some unseen institution, lost somewhere deep in the woods. I retreated inside the cab, locking the doors, the metallic click echoing in the sudden silence. But the silence was short-lived. The figures pressed against the truck, their bony fingers scrabbling at the metal, their whispers turning to screams, a horrifying chorus of anguish and despair. I fumbled for my phone, the screen illuminating my trembling hands. No signal. Of course. This forsaken place was a black hole, swallowed by the vast, indifferent expanse of the Texas wilderness. Trapped. The figures outside began to mimic me, their voices taking on a grotesque parody of my own panicked breaths, my muttered prayers. They pressed their faces against the windows, their features finally visible in the dim light. Hollow eyes stared back at me, vacant black pools reflecting the flickering bulb above. Their lips, stretched into grotesque smiles, revealed rows of yellowed, broken teeth. One figure, taller than the rest, its gown stained with something dark and viscous, reached out a long, skeletal finger and traced a symbol on the dusty window. It looked vaguely familiar, a spiral within a spiral, a symbol I'd seen once in a dusty book on forgotten folklore, a symbol of madness, of a place between worlds, a place where the veil between sanity and insanity was thin. My own sanity began to fray. The whispers, the faces, the symbol, it was too much. I curled up on the bunk, hands clamped over my ears, trying to block out the sounds, the sights, the sheer terror that threatened to consume me. Then a change. The whispers stopped. The scratching ceased. The figures outside retreated, melting back into the darkness, leaving only an oppressive silence and the lingering stench of decay. Relief, brief and fragile, washed over me. But the silence was a prelude. A new sound emerged, a low, rhythmic thudding, growing steadily louder. It seemed to be coming from behind the truck. I cautiously peered through the back window. The tall figure stood there, illuminated by the taillights. It held a large, crudely fashioned axe, its blade gleaming in the crimson light. The figure raised the axe high above its head, its grotesque smile widening, revealing those broken, yellowed teeth. The thudding stopped. The last thing I saw, before the glass shattered and the darkness consumed me, was the symbol etched on the axe head. The spiral within a spiral. The symbol of the place between worlds. The place I now inhabited. Story 27. The sun beat down on my cab, baking the vinyl seats. I wiped a bead of sweat from my brow, already regretting taking this last-minute haul down to El Paso. A flicker of movement by the side of the road caught my eye. A guy hitchhiking, thumb out, a dusty backpack at his feet. He looked harmless enough, clean-cut, even a little preppy with those wire-rimmed glasses. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. "Thanks, friend," he said, climbing into the passenger seat. "Name's Oscar." His smile was easy, disarming. We made small talk for a while. Oscar was surprisingly knowledgeable about trucking, which put me at ease. He mentioned heading out west to visit his grandmother. Somewhere around Del Rio, the conversation took a strange turn. Oscar started asking about my routes, the kind of cargo I hauled, how often I drove at night. The questions felt pointed. A prickle of unease began to work its way up my spine. Then he asked, "Ever play any games on the road, keep yourself entertained?" Before I could answer, he pulled out a worn deck of cards. "Pick a card," he said, holding the deck towards me. I hesitantly drew a card, the Queen of Spades. Oscar's smile widened. "Interesting choice," he murmured. "The game has begun," he explained the rules. Each card represented a challenge. I had to complete the challenge to draw another card and continue the game. Refusal or failure meant, well, he didn't spell it out, but the glint in his eyes spoke volumes. The first challenge was simple enough. Deliver a package to a specific address in a small town off the main highway. I grumbled, but Oscar's suddenly icy demeanor kept me compliant. The package, a plain brown box, felt oddly heavy. I dropped it off at the designated house, a dilapidated shack with boarded-up windows, and hightailed it out of there. The next few challenges were progressively stranger. I had to leave a cryptic message scrawled on a bathroom stall at a desolate gas station, swap my spare tire with one on a seemingly abandoned pickup truck, photograph a specific tombstone in a forgotten cemetery. Each task filled me with a growing dread, the feeling of being watched, manipulated. Oscar's demeanor fluctuated between charming and chillingly cold. He'd hum along to the country tunes on my playlist 1 minute, then stare out the window with an unnerving intensity the next. I tried to rationalize it all. He was playing a prank, maybe some kind of bizarre initiation into some trucker fraternity. But the increasingly bizarre nature of the challenges, the emptiness in Oscar's eyes when he thought I wasn't looking, chipped away at my composure. The Queen of Clubs led me to a deserted rest stop outside of Marfa. Oscar instructed me to wait inside the restroom. I felt a knot of anxiety tighten in my gut. The air inside the restroom was thick with the smell of bleach and something faintly metallic. Graffiti covered the walls, some of it unsettlingly cryptic. As I waited, a low, rhythmic chanting began to filter through the walls. It sounded like voices, many voices, whispering in unison. The chanting grew louder, closer. My heart hammered in my chest. I gripped the sink, the porcelain cold against my sweaty palms. Then silence. Just as I thought it was over, the bathroom door creaked open. Standing there, silhouetted against the fading light, were three figures in long, dark robes. Their faces were hidden by deep hoods, but I could feel their eyes on me. The chanting started again, this time louder, more insistent. The figures advanced. Panic seized me. I scrambled back, pushing past the robed figures and bursting out of the restroom into the cool night air. The chanting stopped abruptly. I ran towards my truck, Oscar watching from the passenger seat, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He held up the deck of cards. "Looks like you forfeited that round," he said. "But don't worry, we still have a few cards left to play." I knew then, with sickening certainty, that this wasn't just a game. Oscar was orchestrating something far more sinister, using me as a pawn in his twisted design. And I was trapped. The final card I drew was the Ace of Spades. "The end game," Oscar whispered, his voice laced with a chilling excitement. He directed me down a dirt road, miles into the desolate landscape, to a crumbling, abandoned farmhouse. The house stood silhouetted against the rising moon, its windows like empty eyes staring out into the darkness. "Go inside," Oscar instructed, a glint of steel flashing in his hand. He wasn't holding the deck of cards anymore. He was holding a hunting knife. Something snapped inside me. Fear gave way to a desperate surge of adrenaline. I grabbed the tire iron from behind my seat and swung it with all my might. Oscar cried out, the knife clattering to the floor. I scrambled out of the truck and ran, not towards the farmhouse, but into the vast, empty darkness of the Texas plains. I heard Oscar shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned, until the farmhouse was just a distant silhouette against the horizon. I don't know how long I ran or how far. I eventually stumbled upon a highway and flagged down a passing trucker. I never looked back, never spoke of Oscar or his twisted game. But the memory of that night, of the chanting, the robed figures, the chilling smile on Oscar's face remains etched in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary world. Story 28. The preacher's words echoed, hollow and meaningless, as the townsfolk screamed. Flames danced around me, not burning but embracing. This power, this terrifying glory, it was mine. The container was open, its unholy cargo unleashed. Jefferson, Texas would never be the same. How did I, Dale Big Rig Bronson, become the harbinger of this apocalypse? It started innocently enough. A double-fee delivery to Jefferson, some rich eccentric's plaything needing careful transport. A sealed, unmarked container, its contents unknown. The dispatcher at Lone Star Logistics swore it was nothing unusual, just another rich man's quirk. I should have listened to my gut. I've seen enough weirdness on these Texas highways to last 10 lifetimes, but the money was good. Too good. The first sign something was off came just outside of Waco. A voice, not static but clear, whispered over my CB, a chillingly intimate sound in the vast emptiness of I-35. It spoke my name. Just my name. No message, no request, just Dale. Goosebumps prickled my arms. I checked the channels, but all were quiet. Then the container began to sing. Not a melody, but a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the rig's floorboards. It made my teeth ache, and a strange pressure build behind my eyes. I pulled over at a deserted Buc-ee's, desperate for some semblance of normalcy. I circled the container, looking for any sign of a breach, any explanation for the unnerving thrum. Nothing. Just smooth, featureless metal, gleaming under the harsh Texas sun. Back on the road, the whispers returned, this time accompanied by a tangible shift in the air inside the cab. The temperature dropped, a bone-chilling coldness that had nothing to do with the AC. Objects began to shift. My keychain swung wildly from the ignition. A half-eaten bag of chips tumbled from the dash, and my lucky armadillo bobblehead, normally a stoic observer of my journeys, vibrated violently, its tiny ceramic eyes seemingly fixated on the container behind me. By the time I hit the outskirts of Jefferson, the humming had become a constant pulse, the whispers a chorus of voices, and the cold and icy grip on my soul. The landscape itself seemed to warp around me, the familiar piney woods twisting into grotesque shapes, the shadows stretching long and unnatural. Jefferson was a picture postcard town, the kind tourists flocked to for a taste of authentic Texas. Antique shops lined the main street, their windows filled with dusty relics of a bygone era. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul. The delivery address led me to a dilapidated church on the edge of town. The paint was peeling, the windows boarded, and an oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. As I backed the rig up to the crumbling steps, the whispers reached a crescendo, merging into a single voice that screamed inside my head. "Release us." The doors of the church swung open, revealing not the expected congregation, but a solitary figure standing in the dim light. He was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. His face was pale and gaunt, his eyes burning with an unnerving intensity. "You have brought it," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "You have done well, vessel." I didn't like the sound of that. He gestured towards the container. "Open it." A strange compulsion washed over me, a need to obey to fulfill some dark purpose. My hands trembled as I reached for the latch. Inside my head, the voice roared, a symphony of pain and rage and hunger. The moment the container doors swung open, I knew I had made a mistake, a terrible, irreversible mistake. A wave of energy slammed into me, throwing me back against the rig. The air crackled with an unseen power, and a sickeningly sweet aroma filled the air. From within the container, a form began to coalesce, a swirling mass of shadows and light, solidifying into something inhuman. It was then that the screaming began. Not mine, but the townsfolk, drawn to the church by some unseen force, their faces contorted in horror as the entity emerged, its form shifting and changing, a kaleidoscope of terror. I watched, helpless as the creature, the demon, stretched out its appendages and engulfed the preacher, the first of its victims. Then, it turned its attention to the crowd, a grotesque smile spreading across its ever-shifting face. The flames are getting higher now. I can feel the power coursing through my veins, the demon's power. It's not painful. It's exhilarating. And I know with a chilling certainty that Jefferson is just the beginning. Story 29. The Devil's Backbone. They ought to rename this stretch of highway the Devil's Wishbone, because it's where your luck runs out and leaves you wishing you'd stayed home. My rig, a beauty of a Peterbilt I'd named Lily Blue, was swamped in a gully thanks to a flash flood that came out of nowhere. Muddy water swirled around Lily's axles, and I knew I wasn't going anywhere until the creek decided to cooperate. Down the road a piece, a neon sign buzzed weakly, a single word, "Eats." My stomach growled its agreement. The place looked ancient, paint peeling off the clapboard siding like sunburnt skin. I squelched through the mud to the door, the smell of frying onions pulling me in. Inside, the diner was dim and smelled of stale coffee and something faintly metallic I couldn't quite place. 4 patrons sat at a booth in the back, their faces obscured by shadows. The waitress, a woman with hair the color of faded straw and eyes that seemed too big for her face, shuffled over. "Just you tonight, hon," she rasped. "Looks like it," I said, taking a seat at the counter. The chrome was tarnished, and a sticky residue clung to the surface. "Burger specials on tonight," she said, not bothering with a menu. "Comes with fries and a slice of apple pie." "Sounds good," I replied, though a flicker of unease began to dance in my gut. The quiet was unnatural. No jukebox, no chatter from the cook, just the low hum of the neon sign outside and the rhythmic clinking from the back booth. I tried to get a better look at the other patrons, but the shadows clung to them like a shroud. The clinking sound continued, a rhythmic, metallic tap-tap-tap. It reminded me of bones knocking together. My burger arrived. It looked off. The patty was unusually dark, almost black, and the bun was glistening with grease. I prodded it with my fork, and the meat yielded with a strange squish. "Something wrong, hon?" the waitress asked, her voice a little too sharp. "No, just hungry," I mumbled, forcing a smile. I took a bite. The texture was wrong. Spongy. And the taste, it was unlike anything I'd ever tasted before. Gamey, almost sweet with a coppery aftertaste. My stomach churned. I swallowed hard. The clinking from the back booth stopped. The 4 figures slowly turned towards me. In the dim light, I could see their faces. Their eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and their mouths were smeared with something dark and viscous. One of them, a man with stringy gray hair and a missing ear, smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. "Enjoying your meal?" he asked, his voice a wet rasp. My stomach lurched. I pushed the plate away. I think I'm done," I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. The waitress chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "You haven't finished your pie, hon," she said, sliding a slice towards me. The apple filling glistened unnaturally, almost wet. "I'm not hungry anymore," I said, trying to stand up. The 4 figures in the booth rose as one. They moved with a disconcerting fluidity, their limbs loose and jerky. They were close enough now that I could smell them, the metallic scent I'd noticed earlier, now stronger, overpowering. It smelled like blood. "Where are you going, hon?" the waitress asked, her smile widening, revealing teeth that were just as sharp as the man's. "We haven't even gotten to dessert yet." I stumbled back, knocking my chair over. The metallic clinking started again, closer now, coming from their pockets. I saw then what they were holding. Bones. Human bones. Cleaned, polished, and used as some sort of grotesque percussion instruments. Panic seized me. I lunged for the door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The man with the missing ear grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. His fingers dug into my flesh, sharp as claws. "Don't be rude," he hissed. "We were just about to tell you about our special ingredient." They surrounded me, their faces inches from mine. Their breath reeked of the same coppery, metallic smell as the burger. The waitress stepped forward, holding a cleaver that glinted in the dim light. "You see, hon," she whispered, her voice dripping with a chilling sweetness, "we're a little short-staffed around here. And we always appreciate volunteers." Then a dilemma hit me. I knew I was going to die. But before me, on a small table near the register, sat a phone. If I could somehow reach it, perhaps I could call for help, warn someone about this horrific diner, about the fate that awaited any unsuspecting traveler who stumbled upon this den of madness. But how? Could I sacrifice my last few moments of life trying to reach the phone, knowing the attempt might fail and only prolong my suffering? Or should I resign myself to my fate and preserve the little dignity I had left? The waitress raised the cleaver, its blade catching the dim light. The metallic clinking of the bones intensified, a morbid symphony heralding my end. I closed my eyes. The choice, in the end, was made for me. Story 30. The chain-link fence shimmered under the sickly green glow of the facility's floodlights. Barbed wire spiraled along the top, a cruel crown atop the kingdom of secrets within. My rig, the trusty Betsy, lay jackknifed across the access road, a mangled testament to my panicked escape. But there was nowhere to escape to. The Mothman. It was here, perched on a rusted water tower, its silhouette an omen of doom against the unnatural sky. Its red eyes, twin embers burning holes in the night, were fixed on me. It had started innocently enough, a few days earlier on a haul through the big thicket. Pine trees crowded the narrow two-lane, their needles whispering secrets in the breeze. I was humming along to Willie Nelson, lost in my own world when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a bird, a big one, circling high above. Then it swooped lower and the setting sun caught its wings, revealing an impossible span, wider than my trailer. It was humanoid, but with features both avian and insectile, its eyes glowing an unnerving red. The Mothman. I'd heard the stories, campfire tales whispered by other drivers about a creature that appeared before disaster. I'd always scoffed, put it down to too much cheap coffee and loneliness of the open road. But now, seeing it with my own eyes, my blood ran cold. That night, the first message crackled over my CB. A distorted, inhuman voice, layered with static, whispered a single word, Cato. I dismissed it as a prank, some bored local messing with truckers. But the next night, another message. Piney, then that Atlanta, disjointed words, locations scattered across East Texas, seemingly meaningless. But something about the voice, the chilling emptiness behind the static, kept me awake, kept me listening. The messages continued, each one accompanied by another sighting of the Mothman, always in my peripheral vision, a fleeting shadow in the rearview mirror, a dark shape against the rising moon. The creature was toying with me, leading me on some twisted scavenger hunt. And I, like a fool, was playing along. The final message came 2 nights ago. Seek, and that's when I realized it. Caddo, Piney, Atlanta. They weren't random locations. They were all towns close to reported UFO sightings, whispers of a secret government facility hidden deep within the East Texas woods. I was heading to Houston with a load of pecans when I made the detour. Something compelled me, a morbid curiosity I couldn't ignore. I drove for hours, guided by the Mothman's subtle cues, a shadow flitting across the road, an oddly placed roadkill, a flicker of red eyes in the distant trees. Finally, I stumbled upon it. A chain-link fence topped with razor wire, stretching as far as I could see in the moonlight. A sign, barely visible, warned against trespassing on government property. This was it. This was the place the Mothman had been leading me to. As I cautiously approached the gate, a beam of light swept across the darkness, blinding me. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker, demanding I identify myself. Panic clawed at my throat. I tried to explain, to tell them about the Mothman, about the messages, but the words wouldn't come. Suddenly, the Mothman swooped down, its vast wings creating a gust of wind that rocked Betsy. The loudspeaker screamed with static, the floodlights flickered, and the gate swung open. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, Betsy roaring to life, tires spitting gravel as I burst through the gate. Inside, the facility was a hive of activity. Men in white lab coats scurried about, their faces pale with fear. Strange machinery hummed and whirred, emitting an eerie, otherworldly light. And in the center of it all, a large, cylindrical object covered in a pulsating, bioluminescent slime. It was alien, undeniably so. This was no weather balloon, no experimental aircraft. This was something else. I knew I had to get out, to tell someone what I'd seen. But as I turned Betsy around, another spotlight caught me. This one was different, brighter, emanating from a sleek, black helicopter that descended from the sky with unnerving silence. It hovered above me, a predator circling its prey. I floored it, racing back towards the gate, but it was too late. Something slammed into the side of Betsy, flipping her onto her side, trapping me inside. The helicopter landed and figures emerged, clad in black tactical gear, their faces obscured by visors. They moved with a chilling efficiency, surrounding my wrecked truck. And as they dragged me out, I saw it again. The Mothman, perched on the water tower, its red eyes burning into my soul. It had led me here, not to warn me, but to deliver me. To what, I don't know. But I have a feeling I'm about to find out. Story 31. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping snow into a frenzy that swallowed the Big Bend landscape whole. My rig, a beat-up Peterbilt I'd christened the Armadillo, was no match for this blizzard. I needed shelter and fast. Spotting a dim light flickering through the swirling white, I wrestled the Armadillo down a barely discernible track, praying it wasn't a mirage. The light led me to a dilapidated cabin, nestled amongst a cluster of gnarled junipers. Smoke curled from its crooked chimney, a beacon of warmth against the biting cold. Cautiously, I approached, the crunching snow the only sound besides the wind's mournful cry. The door, hanging precariously by one hinge, creaked open at my touch. The cabin's interior was dimly lit by a guttering kerosene lamp. Dust motes danced in the flickering light, illuminating rough-hewn furniture and animal pelts draped over the walls. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to shift and writhe. The air hung thick with the scent of pine and something else, something acrid and metallic, like ozone after a lightning strike. Suddenly, a high-pitched, chittering sound echoed from the back room. It sent a shiver down my spine, unlike any sound I'd ever heard. Gripping a tire iron I kept under my seat, I crept towards the sound, my boots silent on the bare wooden floor. The back room was small and cluttered, filled with strange, broken machinery and jars filled with murky liquids. In the center of the room, nestled amongst the debris, was a large, metallic pod, its surface riddled with strange symbols. It was cracked open, revealing a nest of tangled wires and something else. It was then that I saw them. 3 of them, huddled around the pod, their backs to me. They were humanoid in shape, but grotesquely twisted. Their skin was a sickly, translucent gray, stretched tight over elongated limbs and distended torsos. Bony protrusions jutted out from their backs, like the skeletal wings of unborn bats. As I watched, frozen in horror, one of them turned its head. Its face was a nightmare, a flattened skull with enormous black eyes that seemed to absorb the light. Its mouth was a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. It let out another chittering shriek, and the other 2 turned, their black eyes fixing on me. I didn't hesitate. I swung the tire iron, connecting with a sickening crunch against the nearest creature's head. It staggered back but didn't fall. Instead, it let out a guttural roar, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The other 2 lunged at me, their clawed hands outstretched. Adrenaline surged through me. I dropped the tire iron and bolted, scrambling back through the main room and out into the blinding snow. The creature's shrieks followed me, their pursuit relentless. The snow hampered my progress, but the icy wind at my back spurred me onward. I could hear the creatures chittering and snarling growing closer, their footfalls surprisingly light on the thick snow. I stumbled through the snow-covered woods, my lungs burning, my heart pounding a frantic tattoo against my ribs. The landscape was a blur of white, the only points of reference the dark, twisted shapes of the junipers. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away. Suddenly, I tripped, plunging face first into the snow. I scrambled to my feet, my breath catching in my throat. As I turned, I saw them. They were closing in, their silhouettes stark against the swirling snow. Their black eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger. Trapped, I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything to defend myself. My eyes landed on a large, jagged rock half buried in the snow. I lunged for it, hefting its weight in my hands. As the creatures closed in, I swung the rock with all my might, connecting with the lead creature's head. It let out a high-pitched squeal, collapsing into the snow. The other two hesitated, their black eyes flickering with something that looked almost like fear. I didn't give them a chance to recover. I charged forward, swinging the rock like a madman, roaring with a primal fury I didn't know I possessed. The remaining creatures shrieked and scattered, disappearing into the swirling snow. I stood there, panting, my chest heaving, the rock still clutched in my numb hands. The silence that followed was broken only by the howling wind. The snow continued to fall, slowly burying the fallen creature and erasing any trace of the horrific encounter. I knew I had to get out of there, away from that cursed cabin and the secrets it held. But as I turned and stumbled back towards the faint outline of the road, I couldn't shake the chilling certainty that I wasn't alone, that the creatures were still out there, watching me from the shadows, waiting for their next chance. And I knew, with a dread that settled deep in my bones, that I would never forget the chilling cries of the Big Bend cryptids. Story 32. The Caddo cypress trees, draped in Spanish moss, looked like grieving widows as I pulled into the rest stop. It was well past midnight, and the only illumination came from my rig's headlights and a sliver of moon hanging low in the sky. The air was thick with the smell of stagnant water and something else, something faintly sweet and metallic. I needed a break. My back ached from hours of hauling furniture from Dallas to Shreveport, and my eyelids felt heavy enough to close concrete shutters. This rest stop, nestled between the highway and the murky edge of Caddo Lake, was deserted. Not a single car, not even another truck. Just the rustling of unseen things in the swamp, and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore. I grabbed a can of lukewarm soda from the cooler in my cab and stepped out, stretching my cramped muscles. As I walked towards the picnic tables, I noticed a flickering light at the far end of the rest area, down by the water's edge. Curious, I started walking toward it. As I got closer, I saw it wasn't a lantern or a campfire, but a multitude of small, flickering flames arranged in a circle. And within that circle, figures. They were robed, their faces obscured by cowls, moving rhythmically around the flames. They chanted in a language I didn't recognize, a low, guttural drone that vibrated in my chest. It sounded like the lake itself was whispering secrets. A shiver ran down my spine. This was no ordinary rest stop gathering. Hidden behind a thick cypress trunk, I watched as the chanting intensified. The flames in the circle grew higher, casting grotesque, dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. Then I saw it. In the center of the circle, the robed figures had placed something, a large earthenware jug. From its mouth, a thin stream of black, viscous liquid began to pour, slowly oozing onto the ground. The metallic scent I'd noticed earlier grew stronger, almost overpowering. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and the ground beneath my feet began to tremble. The black liquid spreading from the jug pulsed with an unnatural light, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. I felt a pull, a sickening lure drawing me towards the circle. I tried to step back, to turn and run, but my legs felt like lead. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. I was trapped, rooted to the spot, an unwilling spectator to whatever unholy act was unfolding before me. From the center of the lake, something began to rise. A dark shape, at first indistinct against the murky water, but slowly gaining form, growing larger with each passing second. The robed figures stopped chanting. Their cowls turned towards the rising shape as if in reverence. The shape broke the surface of the water with a sickening, sucking sound. It was enormous, a writhing mass of tentacles and glistening, black flesh. Two eyes, huge and luminous, fixed on me, burning with a cold, predatory intelligence. Terror, pure and raw, flooded through me. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was the intended recipient of their ritual. The robed figures stepped aside, creating a path from the lake to me. The creature, dripping with lake muck and that black, oily substance, slithered towards me, its tentacles reaching, grasping. I tried to fight, to break free from the invisible force holding me captive, but it was no use. The creature loomed over me, its bulk blocking out the moon, its eyes boring into my soul. One of its tentacles wrapped around my leg, cold and slimy, tightening its grip. I could feel its texture, like wet, rotting leather, against my skin. The stench was overwhelming, a mixture of decaying fish and that cloying, sweet metallic smell, which I now recognized as the smell of blood, my blood. The tentacle constricted, lifting me off the ground. I screamed, a sound choked by fear as the creature pulled me towards its gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Another tentacle wrapped around my waist, then another around my chest, crushing the air from my lungs. I could feel its cold, slimy skin against my face, its breath, hot and fetid, washing over me. The world spun, a dizzying vortex of black tentacles and burning eyes. The last thing I saw, before everything went dark, was the triumphant, silent laughter in the eyes of the robed figures as I was pulled into the waiting darkness of the creature's embrace. Story 33. The setting sun painted the Davis Mountains in hues of bruised purple and bloody orange, a fitting backdrop for the unease gnawing at my gut. I gripped the worn leather of the steering wheel, the lowing of the cattle in the trailer a constant, anxious drone behind me. My cargo, prize-winning Herefords destined for a ranch near Fort Davis. My name is Dale, and I've hauled livestock across this state for 20 years, seen plenty of weird stuff, but nothing like this. It started with a sound, a deep, ululating howl that resonated through the canyons, a sound no coyote could ever produce. It was followed by another, closer this time, sending a shiver crawling up my spine. I glanced in the side mirror, half expecting to see some lost hiker, but the desolate landscape remained empty. Then, in the briefest flash, I saw it. Standing on two legs, silhouetted against the fiery sky, a massive canine shape, easily 7 feet tall. Its head, a wolf-like monstrosity, swiveled in my direction, and the howls intensified, taking on an almost mocking tone. My foot slammed on the gas pedal. Betsy, my trusty Peterbilt, roared to life, gears grinding as I navigated the treacherous curves. The howls pursued me, echoing off the canyon walls, a symphony of dread. I risked another glance in the mirror. It was gaining on me. Long, powerful strides ate up the distance, its fur the color of dried blood in the dying light. Suddenly, a glint of metal caught my eye. Lying in the middle of the road ahead, a discarded hubcap gleaming like a silver coin. I swerved to avoid it, the trailer fishtailing dangerously. The sudden maneuver bought me a few precious seconds, but the dogman, unfazed, continued its pursuit. The next hour blurred into a terrifying dance of acceleration and near misses. The howls never ceased, a constant reminder of the predator on my heels. I tried to reason with myself, blaming it on exhaustion, the tricks of the desert light, but the image burned in my mind. Those intelligent, malevolent eyes locked onto me with primal hunger. As I rounded a tight bend, I saw a flicker of light up ahead. A gas station, a beacon of civilization in the encroaching darkness. Hope surged through me. If I could just reach it, I could call for help, warn others. But as I drew closer, my stomach dropped. The station was deserted. The pumps were old and rusted, cobwebs clinging to the handles. The windows were dark, reflecting the ominous glow of the headlights. Then I saw it. Scrawled across the grimy glass in what looked like dried blood, a single word, mine. Panic squeezed my chest. I floored it, leaving the desolate station behind. But as I looked in the mirror, the dogman was gone. Relief flooded through me, quickly replaced by a deeper, more primal fear. Where had it gone? A few miles down the road, the answer became horrifyingly clear. The road was blocked. Not by a fallen tree, not by rocks, but by a pile of bones. Animal bones, human bones, bleached white by the sun, stacked haphazardly, a grotesque barricade. And perched atop this macabre throne, the dogman. It didn't howl this time. It just stared, its eyes gleaming with a terrifying triumph. My brakes screamed in protest, the tires spitting gravel as I struggled to stop. But it was too late. I was trapped. In my glove compartment, nestled amongst maps and beef jerky wrappers, was a unique item, a hand-carved wooden flute, a gift from a Navajo elder years ago. He told me it possessed a power, a way to communicate with the spirits of the land. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, I grabbed the flute and brought it to my lips. I closed my eyes and played a simple, mournful melody, a plea for mercy, a prayer to whatever ancient forces ruled these mountains. The dogman tilted its head, a flicker of something akin to curiosity in its eyes. The howls ceased. The silence was deafening. Then it rose to its full, terrifying height, its shadow stretching long and menacing in the headlights. It took a step towards the truck. My fingers trembled on the flute. I played on, pouring all my fear, all my hope into the music. The dogman stopped. It sniffed the air, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Then it turned and loped away, disappearing into the darkness, its haunting howls fading into the night. I sat there, paralyzed, the wooden flute clutched in my hand, the image of the dogman burned into my memory. I knew I would never look at the Davis Mountains the same way again. The prize-winning Herefords were never delivered. The next morning, authorities found Betsy abandoned, its cargo undisturbed, the driver nowhere in sight. The official report listed me as missing, presumed dead. But I know what I saw. I know what hunted me. And I know with chilling certainty that the dogman is still out there, waiting in the shadows. Waiting for its next victim. Story 34. The listing on that hush-hush forum promised a hefty sum, enough to put a down payment on that little spread I'd been eyeing outside of Fredericksburg. All I had to do was haul a single crate from Austin to Marfa. No questions asked. My gut churned a bit, but the thought of finally owning my own land squashed the apprehension. The pickup point was a dingy warehouse on the outskirts of Austin. The guy I met, skinny with eyes that darted around like trapped flies, just grunted and pointed to a wooden crate, bound in thick steel bands. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. He handed me a wad of cash, told me to deliver it to a specific address in Marfa, and vanished back into the warehouse's shadows. I hit the road, the setting sun painting the Texas sky in shades of bruised plum and fading gold. About an hour outside of Austin, a faint tapping started coming from the crate. I dismissed it at first, figuring it was just shifting cargo. But the tapping grew more insistent, evolving into a rhythmic thumping, almost like a heartbeat, only faster, much faster. By the time I reached San Angelo, the thumping had become accompanied by a low, guttural whimpering, a sound that sent a chill snaking down my spine. I pulled over at a deserted gas station, bathed in the eerie glow of sodium vapor lamps. I shone my flashlight on the crate. The wood seemed to vibrate with each whimper. I pressed my ear against the cold metal bands. A raspy, clicking noise like dry leaves skittering across pavement came from within. Curiosity warred with a primal fear that whispered I should just leave the crate and run. Curiosity, unfortunately, won. I grabbed my crowbar from the truck's toolbox and pried open the crate. The smell that hit me was indescribable, a mixture of copper and decay and something sickeningly sweet. Inside, nestled amongst layers of what looked like shredded rubber, was a form huddled in the darkness. My flashlight beam found it. It was not human. Skin the color of wet asphalt stretched taut over elongated limbs. Its head was large and bulbous, with huge black eyes that reflected the flashlight beam like polished obsidian. Those eyes were filled with an intelligence that was both terrifying and pleading. The thing let out a high-pitched shriek, a sound that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. It lunged, its surprisingly strong hands grasping at the edges of the crate. One of its fingers, long and tipped with a razor-sharp claw, snagged my shirt, tearing the fabric. Panic clawed its way up my throat, choking off any semblance of rational thought. I slammed the crate shut and scrambled back into my truck, heart hammering like a trapped bird. The rest of the drive to Marfa was a blur of terror. The creature thrashed and shrieked inside the crate, its cries echoing the growing fear in my own heart. The desolate Texas landscape, usually a source of comfort, now felt menacing, as though the very rocks and cacti were watching me, silent witnesses to my unfolding nightmare. I arrived in Marfa just as dawn was breaking, the pale light offering little solace. The delivery address was a remote ranch house, miles from town. The house was dark, silent. I dragged the crate to the front porch, my muscles screaming in protest. As I turned to leave, the front door creaked open. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. Tall and thin, clad in what looked like a lab coat, its face obscured by the shadows within the house. It beckoned me inside. Against every fiber of my being, I obeyed. The interior of the house was dimly lit, cluttered with strange equipment and books. The figure led me to a large, metal table in the center of the room. It gestured for me to open the crate. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the crowbar. The creature inside was silent now, its large eyes fixed on the figure in the doorway. The figure approached the table, its face finally visible in the dim light. It was a woman, her features sharp and angular, her eyes gleaming with a cold, clinical curiosity. She reached into the crate and touched the creature's face, her fingers tracing the contours of its bulbous head. The creature didn't react. The woman smiled, a chilling, predatory smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "Excellent," she said, her voice smooth and devoid of any warmth. "It's exactly what we were looking for." Then her gaze shifted to me. "Thank you for your services," she said, her smile widening. "You've been most helpful." I backed away, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. Something about her tone, the look in her eyes, told me that my involvement in this nightmare was far from over. As I stumbled out of the house and back into the cold, desert morning, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The money I'd received felt like blood money, a down payment on a lifetime of regret. The vast Texas sky, once a symbol of freedom, now felt like a cage and I, its newest prisoner. Story 35. The pine needles cushioned my boots as I hiked deeper into Sam Houston National Forest. A welcome break from the monotony of hauling freight. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, cleared my head. I'd pulled over for a nap, but the lure of the woods was too strong. Now, an hour later, I was swallowed whole by the green canopy. I found a game trail and followed it, sunlight dappling the forest floor. Something caught my eye, a series of strange symbols carved deep into a loblolly pine. They looked old, weathered smooth by time and the elements. Triangles within circles, bisected by lines. Unlike anything I'd seen before. A bit further on, I found another tree, similarly marked. This time, there were enormous footprints beneath it. Prints too large for any bear, too wide for a mountain lion. A chill skittered down my spine. Bigfoot stories were common around these parts, campfire fodder for bored teenagers. I always considered them tall tales. Now I wasn't so sure. The light began to fade, and an unfamiliar anxiety gnawed at me. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps, but the trail seemed to shift and twist, leading me deeper into the woods. The forest, once inviting, felt hostile watching. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out. Then I heard it. A low, guttural growl, echoing from the dense undergrowth. I picked up my pace, my heart thumping a frantic tattoo against my ribs. I was lost. Deeply, terrifyingly lost. And something was out there with me. I pushed through a thicket of palmetto and stumbled into a small clearing. Moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating a bizarre sight. A crude shelter constructed of branches and leaves. In the center, a fire pit filled with charred bones. The air reeked of something putrid, a mixture of decay and burnt hair. The growl resonated again, closer this time. I sprinted, dodging trees, my lungs burning. I had to get out of the woods. Had to get back to my rig. The thought of the metal and glass of my truck offered a sliver of comfort in this nightmare. I scrambled up a steep embankment and found myself on a ridge overlooking a narrow ravine. The moon offered just enough light to see the bottom. And there it was, a hulking silhouette, moving with surprising agility through the undergrowth. It was enormous, covered in dark hair. Its eyes glowed red in the moonlight. A wave of pure terror washed over me. It was real. Bigfoot was real. And it was hunting me. I slid down the other side of the ridge, adrenaline coursing through me. I didn't stop running. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches whipped across my face, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. The growls continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always pursuing. The chase went on for what felt like hours. I stumbled, fell, and picked myself up again, driven by pure, unadulterated fear. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground. Its heavy footfalls shook the ground. I burst through a final line of trees and into another clearing. And froze. Standing in the center, bathed in moonlight, was a circle of stones. Within the circle, dozens of those same strange symbols I'd seen carved into the trees earlier. They were painted on the stones in what looked like blood. The growling stopped. I slowly turned around. The creature stood at the edge of the trees, just beyond the circle. It didn't growl. It didn't move. It just watched me, its eyes burning holes in my soul. It seemed to be waiting. I looked down at the symbols on the stones. A terrible understanding began to dawn on me. This wasn't just a hunt. This was a ritual, and I was the sacrifice. The creature took a step towards the circle. Then another. It entered the circle, and the stones began to glow with an eerie, pulsing light. The symbols seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. The air grew thick, charged with an unseen energy. I felt a strange pressure building in my ears, a buzzing in my head. The Bigfoot raised its massive arms, its clawed hands outstretched towards the sky. A low, guttural chant began to emanate from its throat, resonating with the pulsing light from the stones. The ground beneath my feet trembled. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was the end. This was where I died. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The chanting intensified, the ground shook harder. And then, just as I braced for the final blow, everything went silent. I opened my eyes. The Bigfoot was gone. The stones were dark. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I was alone. I stumbled out of the circle, disoriented and terrified. I didn't know how I'd escaped, but I knew I had to get out of those woods. I ran until I collapsed, exhausted and trembling at the edge of the highway. My rig was a blessed sight. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. I never hiked again. I never spoke of what happened that night. But I still see those symbols in my dreams. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the road, I hear a low, guttural growl in the distance. A reminder of the night I almost became a sacrifice in Bigfoot's territory. Story 36. The heat shimmered off the asphalt ahead, blurring the already monotonous landscape of scrub brush and mesquite trees. I'd been hauling a load of ceramic tiles from San Antonio to El Paso, a route I knew like the back of my hand, but tonight felt different. A heaviness hung in the air, a stillness that felt pregnant with something unseen. Just outside of Marfa, a flicker of white caught my eye. A woman stood by the side of the road, her thumb outstretched. She wore a long, white dress that seemed to glow in the twilight. I hesitated, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. This stretch of Highway 6 was notorious for its desolation, and picking up hitchhikers, especially at night, was never a smart idea. But something about the woman's vulnerability, the way her dark hair framed her pale face, made me pull over. She climbed in, her movements graceful, almost ethereal. She smelled of dust and something faintly floral, like dried lavender. "Thank you kindly," she murmured, her voice soft as a sigh. Headed towards Fort Davis, I nodded, trying to place her accent. It wasn't quite Texan, but something older, something I couldn't put my finger on. "No problem, ma'am." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hum of Betsy's engine. I glanced at her occasionally, trying to make conversation, but something in her expression stopped me. Her eyes, a startling shade of emerald green, seemed to stare right through me, focused on something beyond the windshield. Finally, she spoke. "Do you know about the disappearances?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I frowned. "Disappearances. Along this road," she said, her gaze fixed on the passing landscape. "Young women, mostly. Gone without a trace." I shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. "Heard a few stories, I guess." "Urban legends, most likely." A faint smile played on her lips. "Not legends," she corrected. "I vanished too, you know. A long time ago." A chill snaked down my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Look, ma'am," I started, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what kind of game you're playing." She turned to me then, her emerald eyes burning into mine. "No game," she said, her voice suddenly sharp. "It happened in 1957. I was on my way to meet my fiancée in Valentine. A blue pickup truck, a man with slicked back hair and a silver ring shaped like a serpent. Her voice trailed off, the smile replaced by an expression of profound sadness. "He promised me the world," she whispered, and then nothing. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The air inside the cab suddenly felt thick, oppressive. I wanted to pull over, to kick her out, but I found myself inexplicably compelled to listen. "He buried me," she continued, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Just off the highway, near a stand of twisted junipers. He weighed my body down with stones from the dry creek bed." She pointed towards a desolate patch of land, barely visible in the growing darkness. "There," she said, her voice barely audible. "That's where he left me." I slowed Betsy down, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked at the spot she indicated. It was nothing remarkable, just a cluster of gnarled, windswept trees, indistinguishable from 100 other spots along this lonely stretch of highway. But as I looked closer, I noticed something. A small pile of rocks, almost hidden beneath the shadows of the junipers, glinted faintly in the moonlight. My breath hitched in my throat. This couldn't be real. It had to be a coincidence. A morbid joke. I glanced back at the woman, but the passenger seat was empty. She was gone, vanished into thin air. I slammed on the brakes, Betsy screeching in protest. I jumped out of the cab, my legs shaky, my mind reeling. I stumbled towards the cluster of junipers, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I reached the pile of rocks, I noticed something white protruding from beneath them. A fragment of fabric, stained with what looked like dried blood. I backed away slowly, a wave of nausea washing over me. I knew then, with a chilling certainty, that the woman's story was true. I had just been given a terrifying secret, a burden I would carry for the rest of my days. The next morning, I called the sheriff's department in Marfa. I told them about the woman, about the rocks, about the fragment of fabric. They listened patiently, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and pity. They promised to investigate, but I knew, deep down, that they wouldn't find anything. The desert keeps its secrets well. I continued my journey to El Paso, the image of the woman in white, her emerald eyes burning with an ancient sorrow, forever etched in my mind. I haven't picked up a hitchhiker since. The Texas highways still call to me, but now I drive with a haunted conscience, forever listening for the whispers of the vanished, forever seeing their faces in the rearview mirror. Story 37. The load was weird. Antiques, they said. Destination: some rich eccentric's private museum out past Palestine, Texas. The dispatcher swore up and down it was legit, but the bill of lading was vague, and the crate itself was wrapped in thick, black canvas, secured with more padlocks than Fort Knox. Something about the whole setup made my gut clench. But hey, a job's a job, and this one paid enough to make me ignore that little voice whispering about turning back. East Texas at night is like driving through a bowl of black ink. The two-lane blacktop wound through thick piney woods, the headlights barely cutting through the oppressive darkness. It was the kind of night that swallowed sound, leaving only the hum of my tires and the occasional screech of an unseen owl. Then I heard it. A low, guttural howl, unlike anything I'd ever heard. It started distant, then grew closer, echoing through the trees like a mournful ghost. I glanced in my mirrors, half expecting to see a pack of coyotes, but there was nothing. Just the endless black wall of trees. Minutes later, I saw it. A flash of movement in the periphery, something large and dark lurching through the underbrush. I slowed down, straining to see through the thick foliage. Then, under a sliver of moon peeking through the clouds, I got a clear view. It was standing upright, easily 7 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed red, burning through the darkness like twin embers. A dog-like head sat atop a powerfully built humanoid body. The dogman. Every hair on my body stood on end. I floored it, the engine roaring as my 18-wheeler surged forward. The howl intensified, closer now, and a sickening realization washed over me. It was chasing me. I hit the gas, weaving through the narrow road, the heavy crate in the back shifting precariously. The dogman kept pace, its long strides eating up the ground with terrifying speed. I glanced in my mirror again, catching another glimpse of its glowing red eyes, and a chilling thought crossed my mind. What if this thing was faster than me? Then came the ethical dilemma I never expected. Up ahead, the road forked. One way led to Palestine, populated with a chance to raise the alarm, maybe even lose this monstrosity in the traffic. The other was a smaller, desolate road leading to a tiny, forgotten town nestled deep in the big thicket. Only a handful of families lived there, folks I'd delivered supplies to over the years. Good people. My gut twisted. Sacrifice them to save myself. Or risk leading this thing to a populated area, potentially putting hundreds at risk. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white, and made the split-second decision that felt like an eternity. I took the desolate road. The truck bounced and swayed as I flew down the uneven asphalt, the dogman's howls growing closer, a chilling symphony of pursuit. I caught fleeting glimpses of it in my mirrors, gaining on me, its massive form silhouetted against the headlights of my rig. I knew this road. There was a sharp bend coming up, a hairpin turn that trucks normally took slow. It was my only shot. I held my breath, braced myself, and yanked the wheel hard. The truck screeched, tires protesting, the trailer threatening to jackknife. I wrestled with the controls, fighting to keep it upright as I careened around the bend. For a moment, I thought I'd lost it. The howls faded, replaced by the panicked thumping of my own heart. I slowed down, peering into my mirrors, scanning the darkness. Nothing. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the long hours and the strange cargo had gotten to me. Then, in the rearview mirror, I saw it. The dogman stood in the middle of the road, silhouetted against the faint glow of the moon. It hadn't made the turn. It just stopped. Its red eyes locked onto mine, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. But it didn't move. And then I saw why. It was looking past me, at the town just beyond the bend. The lights of a few houses twinkled in the distance, promising easy prey. It had stopped chasing me because it had found something better. I didn't hesitate. I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, leaving the dogman and the doomed town behind. The howls resumed, filled with rage and frustration, echoing in my ears long after they faded into the distance. I never looked back. I drove until the sun rose, until the East Texas pines gave way to the sprawling suburbs of Dallas. I abandoned the truck, the cryptic cargo still inside, and walked away. I never told anyone what I saw. The memory still haunts me, the image of those red eyes burning through the darkness, a constant reminder of the horrific choice I made. A choice I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. Story 38. The sun beat down on the Del Rio flea market, baking the asphalt and turning the air thick. I was hauling a load of avocados to Dallas and figured I'd kill some time browsing before hitting the road again. That's where I saw it, a vintage Cobra CB radio, gleaming chrome and bakelite, sitting on a dusty blanket. The old fella selling it swore it was powerful enough to reach the angels. I chuckled, paid him $20, and figured it would be a fun distraction. Back in my Peterbilt, I wired the Cobra up. Static crackled as I flipped it on, a chorus of distant trucker chatter filling the cab. Then, a voice, clear and chilling, cut through the noise. Mile marker 147 on Route 277, watch for the curve. I was close to that marker. A chill danced down my spine. I dismissed it as a prank, some local yokel messing with truckers. But then it happened again, a few miles down the road. A different voice, raspy and distorted, whispered through the speaker. They took my eyes first on the bridge outside Sonora. I glanced at the map. Sonora was my next stop. I felt a knot forming in my gut. This wasn't some joke. The messages continued, growing more frequent, more specific. Whispers of accidents, of disappearances, all detailing gruesome ends on the very roads I was traveling. The voices identified themselves as other truckers, their spectral dispatches painting horrific scenes of twisted metal and shattered glass. One voice, choked with static, warned, "Don't pick up hitchhikers, especially near Junction. They'll steal your skin." I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, fleeting shadows darting between the mesquite trees lining the highway. Every passing vehicle seemed to hide a menacing presence. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. This wasn't just a haunted radio. It felt like a curse, a personalized roadmap to my own demise. I pulled over at a truck stop outside Ozuna, desperate for a break. I considered smashing the radio, throwing it into the Pecos River, anything to silence the chilling broadcasts. But a morbid curiosity kept me from doing it. I had to know, who were these voices? And why were they targeting me? Back on the road, the messages intensified, weaving themselves into a chilling narrative. They spoke of a group, a cult operating in the shadows, preying on truckers. They called themselves the Road Reapers. They harvested organs, they performed bizarre rituals, using the highways as their hunting grounds. One voice, a woman's, pleaded. They marked their victims with a brand, a spiral, look for it. I noticed a small, spiraled brand on the back of the CB radio, almost hidden beneath the chrome. It was the same symbol I'd seen crudely spray-painted on an abandoned gas station outside Brackettville, a place one of the voices had warned me about. This wasn't random. This was planned. They knew I had the radio. They were leading me somewhere. The final message came as I was approaching a remote stretch of highway near Marathon, surrounded by nothing but desert and the looming Chizos Mountains. A voice, deep and guttural, declared, "The final harvest at the crossroads, we await you." Fear gripped me, cold and paralyzing. The crossroads. I knew exactly where it was. A desolate intersection miles ahead, marked by a single, withered oak tree. I had to get off this road. I had to turn back. But a strange compulsion came over me, a force pulling me towards the crossroads. My hands seemed to move independently, guiding the truck forward. The radio emitted a low hum, a hypnotic drone that filled the cab. At the crossroads, under a sickly moon, I saw them. Robed figures, their faces hidden by hoods, gathered around a flickering bonfire. In the center, a figure lay bound on the ground, a spiral branded on its chest. It was another trucker. The robed figures turned towards me, their silence more terrifying than any scream. I saw the glint of metal in their hands. Wood-carving tools, one of the voices had mentioned. They weren't just road reapers. They were artisans of death, carving their gruesome masterpieces onto the bodies of their victims. Then I realized something. I knew those tools. I recognized them. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Years ago, I'd abandoned my wood-carving career, disgusted with the violence it inspired in me. I'd sold my tools, my designs, to a strange collector at a roadside auction. A collector who'd promised to keep them locked away, hidden from the world. He'd lied. He'd given them to these people, the Road Reapers. And now they were waiting for me. Not to kill me, but to welcome me. To initiate me. To bring me home. One of the figures, taller than the others, stepped forward. He lowered his hood, revealing a face I knew, a face I saw every morning in the mirror. My own. A doppelganger, created from some dark ritual, using my discarded tools, my own twisted art turned against me. He smiled, a grotesque parody of my own expression. "Welcome, brother," he said, his voice my own, yet twisted with something dark and inhuman. "The harvest begins." I screamed, a primal sound born of pure terror as the robed figures closed in, their wood-carving tools raised. The radio hummed, a chilling lullaby to my final moments. I was trapped, not by a haunted device but by my own past, my own darkness come back to claim me. Story 39. The turquoise jewelry clinked on my wrist as I shifted gears. My grandma always said it brought good luck. Said the stones whispered secrets of the desert. Tonight I wish they'd stayed quiet. I was hauling a load of ceramic tiles to Phoenix, a less than thrilling cargo, but it paid the bills. My rig, a beat-up Kenworth I'd nicknamed Betsy, rumbled through the vast emptiness of the Navajo Nation. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the mesas in shades of violet and blood orange. I spotted her thumb jutting out by the side of the highway, a splash of vibrant color in the gathering dusk. My mama raised me to be courteous, so I slowed Betsy down. The woman was breathtaking, long, black hair, high cheekbones, a smile that could melt glaciers. She wore a traditional woven shawl, its intricate patterns shifting in the twilight. "Phoenix?" she asked, her voice melodic, a gentle chime in the desert stillness. "Sure am," I replied, opening the passenger door. She slid in, a scent of sage and something else, something wilder, clinging to her. We drove in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds Betsy's engine and the wind whispering through the canyons. Then it started. Small things at first. The clinking of my turquoise bracelets intensified, the stones vibrating against my skin. The woman's smile seemed wider, sharper. Her eyes, which had been warm and brown, now gleamed with an unnerving golden light. I glanced at her hand resting on the seat between us, and the fingernails seemed longer, thicker, almost like claws. My stomach lurched. Grandma's stories about skinwalkers, creatures that could shift their shape, flooded my mind. Stories I'd always dismissed as folklore. I tried to keep my gaze fixed on the highway, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. The air in the cab grew heavy, charged with a strange, musky odor. The woman's breathing grew deeper, more guttural. A low growl rumbled in her throat, barely audible over Betsy's engine. I snuck another look. Her face was changing. The smooth skin was now coarse, covered with a fine, dark fur. Her nose elongated into a snout, her teeth sharpened into fangs. The shawl slipped from her shoulders, revealing arms that were no longer human, but powerfully muscled, covered in the same dark fur. Claws, long and wickedly curved, scraped against the vinyl seat. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to do something, anything. My grandma, bless her soul, had also taught me a few things about dealing with the supernatural. Silver was supposed to repel them. I wore a heavy silver belt buckle, a gift from my father. I fumbled with it, my fingers clumsy with fear. The creature, no longer the beautiful woman I'd picked up, let out a chilling shriek, a sound that was both human and animal, filled with rage and hunger. It lunged at me, its claws outstretched, its eyes burning with predatory intent. I managed to unbuckle my belt and thrust the heavy silver buckle towards it. The creature recoiled, hissing, its fur bristling. It snarled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The stench intensified, a sickening blend of decay and something intensely primal. "Get back," I yelled, my voice cracking. I knew I couldn't fight it off for long. I had to think. Grandma's stories, there was something else. Something about their connection to the land. If I could break that connection, desperate, I swerved Betsy off the highway, bouncing over the rough desert terrain. The creature roared in frustration, its claws tearing at the dashboard. I aimed for a cluster of jagged rocks, a place where the earth seemed raw and exposed. A place where the ancient power of the desert felt strongest. I slammed on the brakes, sending the creature hurtling forward. It hit the dashboard hard, momentarily stunned. I flung open the door and leaped out, scrambling away from the truck. The creature recovered quickly, its eyes locked on me, filled with a terrifying hunger. It lunged from the cab, but as soon as its feet touched the ground outside the truck, it let out a piercing scream of agony. Its form flickered, shifting rapidly between human and animal, the fur receding, the snout retracting, the claws shrinking back into fingernails. It clawed at the ground, digging its fingers into the dirt as if trying to anchor itself. But it was too late. The earth itself seemed to reject it, the raw power of the desert tearing at its unnatural form. With a final, agonizing shriek, the creature dissolved into a cloud of dust, swirling upwards into the night sky, leaving behind only the faint smell of sage and decay. I stood there, trembling, watching the dust settle, the silence of the desert broken only by the pounding of my heart. The turquoise on my wrist felt cool against my skin, the whispers gone silent. I climbed back into Betsy, the vinyl still warm from where the creature had sat. I didn't pick up any more hitchhikers that night, or any night after that. Story 40. The sun dipped low, painting the Texas sky in shades of bruised plum and sickly yellow. My gut grumbled, reminding me I'd skipped dinner, so I pulled into a rest stop outside of Waco. It was a bare-bones place, just concrete, cracked asphalt, and a flimsy wooden fence separating it from the dense woods beyond. The restroom reeked of stale cigarettes and something faintly sour. As I washed my hands, I noticed strange symbols scrawled on the wall in what looked like dried mud. They were crude, like a child's drawings, but there was something unsettling about their chaotic arrangement. Back outside, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Through the trees, I saw figures cloaked in white, gathered in a circle. Curiosity, or maybe stupidity, pushed me closer. I crept through the undergrowth, the scent of pine needles and damp earth thick in the air. The figures were chanting in a language I didn't recognize, their voices low and guttural. In the center of the circle, a small fire burned, illuminating a bizarre object, a porcelain doll, its face cracked and smeared with what looked like blood. One of the figures raised a gnarled hand, holding a rusty, ornate key. He plunged the key into the doll's chest. A wave of heat radiated outwards, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the woods. The chanting intensified and the fire flared, casting grotesque shadows that danced among the trees. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I turned to flee, but a root snagged my boot, sending me sprawling. The chanting stopped. The figures turned towards me, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. I scrambled to my feet and ran, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I didn't stop running until I reached my rig. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and slammed the door shut behind me. As I pulled back onto the highway, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The rest stop was gone. Vanished. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Swamp gas, A prank, sleep deprivation, but the whispering started soon after. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, then growing louder, more insistent. They spoke in that same strange tongue, a cacophony of guttural sounds that seemed to burrow into my brain. The whispers followed me for days. They filled the cab of my rig, drowning out the drone of the engine and the music on my phone. They told me things, horrible things, things I couldn't understand but felt deep in my bones. They told me I was unclean, that I had defiled something sacred. They told me I would pay. The porcelain doll started appearing. At first, I'd glimpse it in my peripheral vision, perched on the dashboard, tucked into the passenger seat. Then, I'd find it in my sleeper berth, its cracked face staring up at me, its painted eyes seeming to follow my every move. I tried everything to get rid of it. I threw it out the window, buried it in the dirt, even tried to smash it with a hammer. But it always reappeared, pristine and unsettling, back in the cab with me. The shadowy figures began to appear too, lurking at the edges of my vision. I'd see them in the reflections of shop windows, in the rearview mirror, always just out of reach, their white cloaks fluttering in an unseen breeze. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. I drove, driven by a desperate need to outrun the whispers, the doll, the figures. But they were always there, closing in. One night, I pulled into a truck stop, desperate for a shower and a few hours of rest. As I stood beneath the hot spray, I thought I heard the chanting again, faint but unmistakable. I spun around, but the shower stall was empty. Then I saw it. The doll, perched on the edge of the sink, its cracked face grinning at me. The whispers intensified, a chorus of voices screaming inside my head. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the doll and hurled it against the tiled wall. It shattered, porcelain fragments scattering across the floor. For a moment there was silence. Blessed, blissful silence. Then the whispers returned, louder than ever, filled with a rage I'd never imagined. The bathroom lights flickered and died. The temperature plummeted, and a stench of decay filled the air. I stumbled out of the shower, grabbing my clothes. As I fumbled with my shirt, I saw them. The figures standing in the doorway, their faces finally visible. They weren't human. Their skin was pale and stretched taut over their bones. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural, malevolent light. And in their hands they held rusty, ornate keys. I screamed, a primal, desperate sound, and lunged past them, out into the night. I didn't look back. I just ran, driven by pure, unadulterated terror. I'm still running. I know they're still out there, somewhere waiting. And I know they'll find me. They always do. Story 41. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping the pine branches against my rig. This deluge had come out of nowhere, transforming the logging trail into a slick, muddy mess. I knew I couldn't risk going any further. Spotting a dilapidated cabin swallowed by the thicket, I pulled Betsy, my '78 Peterbilt, as close as I could and killed the engine. This part of the big thicket was known for being peculiar. Folks whispered stories about strange lights and even stranger sounds emanating from its depths. I usually dismissed them as old wives' tales, but tonight, with the storm raging and the darkness pressing in, those stories felt a little too real. The cabin door, barely hanging on its hinges, offered little resistance. The stench inside hit me like a wall, a putrid mix of mildew, decay, and something else, something sickeningly sweet. Moonlight filtering through the boarded-up windows illuminated the squalor, overturned furniture, shattered glass, and dust thick enough to choke a horse. I found a kerosene lamp on a rickety table and managed to get it lit. The flickering flame revealed stacks of journals bound in cracked leather. Curiosity overriding my better judgment, I pulled one from the pile. The handwriting inside was spidery and frantic. The writer, a man named Dr. Elias Jones, detailed his obsessive research into genetic manipulation. He wrote of splicing human and animal DNA, creating abominations. He described them as his masterpiece, beings that would transcend the limitations of both man and beast. Further entries chronicled his descent into madness. His subjects, initially docile, became increasingly volatile as the animal DNA asserted itself. Jones documented their transformations, the lengthening limbs, the sharpening teeth, the unnatural strength. He wrote of their escape, their retreat into the thicket, and his growing fear that he'd unleashed something he could no longer control. My blood ran cold. These weren't just campfire tales. This was real. The sweet, nauseating smell suddenly made horrifying sense. It was the scent of metamorphosis, of flesh warping and reforming, of something not quite human, not quite animal, becoming something else entirely. One entry, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, made my heart stop. They need new genetic material, Jones had written, to perfect themselves, to evolve. A guttural screech from outside sliced through the night. Then another, closer this time. I scrambled to barricade the door, shoving the heavy oak table against it. The flimsy lock wouldn't hold them for long. Another shriek, even closer, accompanied by the splintering of wood. They were coming. I frantically searched for a weapon, finding nothing but a rusty saw blade. Gripping it tightly, I backed away from the door, my eyes fixed on the widening cracks in the wood. Suddenly, the door exploded inward, showering me with splinters. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the stormy night sky. They were humanoid in shape, but twisted and distorted. One had the thick, powerful legs of a boar, another the long, sinewy arms of an ape. The third, the largest of the trio, possessed the antlers of a stag, its points sharp and menacing. Their eyes, glowing with an unnatural luminescence, fixed on me with a predatory hunger. The stag creature stepped forward, its antlers scraping against the low ceiling. I lunged, swinging the saw blade wildly. It connected with the ape creature's arm, drawing a shriek of pain and a spray of sap. I stared in disbelief. The wound wasn't bleeding. Instead, a viscous, amber fluid oozed from the gash, quickly sealing it shut. The boar creature charged, knocking me off my feet. I landed hard, the saw blade clattering across the floor. The creatures closed in, their movements unnervingly fluid, their eyes burning with a cold, calculating intelligence. They weren't just animals. They were something more, something terrifyingly intelligent. As the stag creature lowered its head, its antlers aimed at my chest, I noticed something odd about the cabin walls. They were covered in strange symbols, carved into the wood. They were similar to the diagrams in Jones's journals, genetic sequences, helixes intertwined with images of animal and human forms. Jones hadn't just been experimenting on these creatures. He'd been trying to merge with them, to become one with his creations. And he had succeeded. The stag creature's antlers pierced my skin, not with the sharp pain I expected, but with a strange, tingling sensation. The amber fluid from the ape creature's wound dripped onto my face, burning like acid. I felt a searing pain as my bones began to shift, my muscles contorting, my skin itching and stretching. The world around me blurred, the creatures' faces morphing into something familiar. Something like my own, but twisted and grotesque. My vision narrowed, the cabin dissolving into a swirling vortex of colors and shapes. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was my own hand, sprouting thick, coarse fur, the fingernails lengthening and hardening into claws. The sweet, nauseating scent filled my nostrils, no longer repulsive but comforting. I was becoming one of them. I was becoming perfect. Story 42. The thing, whatever it was, had me pinned. Claws, more like talons really, dug into my shoulders. Its breath, hot and smelling of dust and something else, something ancient and foul, ghosted across my face. Above me, the Southern Cross wheeled in the pitch-black darkness, indifferent to my plight. I knew, with a dreadful certainty, that this was it. The Bushman had me. How did I get here? A week ago, I was hauling a load of frozen shrimp from Darwin to Adelaide, whistling along to Hank Williams Jr., and thinking about how good a cold beer would taste at the next roadhouse. Then that detour sign appeared, promising a shorter route through the heart of the outback. Shorter, yeah, but also deserted. I should have listened to the old-timer at the last fuel stop. He'd warned me about taking the back roads, muttering about the Bushmen and cursed ground. I'd laughed it off, figuring he'd spent too long under the desert sun. Now I wasn't laughing. The first sign something was wrong was the silence. The usual hum of the tires on the gravel vanished, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt like a heavy blanket draped over the land. Then the hallucination started. Flickering shapes in the periphery, twisted trees that seemed to reach out with gnarled skeletal branches. I'd pulled over, splashed water on my face, figuring I was dehydrated. That's when I saw it. Half buried in the red dirt, a small wooden carving, intricately adorned with symbols I didn't recognize. It looked old, powerful. I should have left it alone. But curiosity, that damn itch, got the better of me. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. It felt warm, almost alive. That's when the whispers began. Faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, they grew louder, coalescing into a chorus of voices, chanting in a language I'd never heard but somehow understood. They spoke of anger, of vengeance, of a sacred place defiled. I dropped the carving as if it had burned me, scrambling back into my rig. Slamming the door, I floored it, desperate to escape the whispering, the oppressive silence, the growing sense of dread that clung to me like a second skin. But the Bushman doesn't let go that easily. The hallucinations intensified. Giant gonas with glowing eyes, spectral dingoes with jaws that dripped with venom, aboriginal warriors with spears raised, their faces painted with ochre and ash. They appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye, always just out of reach, always watching. The desert itself seemed to be alive, the red earth undulating, the spinifex grass whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I drove for hours, the sun beating down mercilessly, the landscape a blurry kaleidoscope of red and brown. My water ran out. My throat was parched. My head throbbed. I was losing it, coming apart at the seams. Then the truck died. Just quit. No sputter, no cough, just silence. Dead as a doornail in the middle of nowhere. I was trapped. The whispers were louder now, filling my ears, burrowing into my brain. I could feel the Bushman's presence closing in, a suffocating weight pressing down on me. I tried to run, stumbling through the sand, the spectral figures always just a few steps behind. Then I tripped, falling heavily to the ground. And that's where he found me. He wasn't what I expected. No towering figure wreathed in flame, no grotesque monster. He looked human. Almost. Tall and lean, with skin the color of burnt umber and eyes that burned with an unnatural fire. He wore a simple loincloth, his body adorned with scars and intricate tribal markings. He didn't speak, but I could hear his voice in my head, cold and ancient, filled with a rage that spanned centuries. He raised a hand, long skeletal fingers reaching out to touch my face. I screamed, a raw animal sound born of pure terror. Then darkness. I woke up hours later, the sun low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I was alone. The truck was gone. The carving was gone. The whispers were gone. Only the echoes of the bushman's rage remained, imprinted on my soul like a brand. I stumbled towards the setting sun, not knowing where I was going, not caring. All I knew was that I had to get away from this cursed place, away from the bushman's watchful gaze. I walked for days, driven by fear and a desperate thirst. Finally, I stumbled upon a small town, a dusty speck on the edge of civilization. I told them my story, but they just shook their heads, their eyes filled with pity. They knew. They'd all heard the stories. The bushmen, the cursed land. They gave me water, food, a place to sleep. But they couldn't give me back what I'd lost. My sanity, my peace of mind. I'm back in Texas now, hauling loads across the familiar highways. But I'm not the same. I see things. I hear things. The whispers haven't completely faded. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can still feel the weight of the bushman's gaze, a chilling reminder of the day I crossed paths with the vengeful spirit of the outback. Story 43. The pine trees of East Texas closed in around me, swallowing the last sliver of twilight. Jefferson, my destination, was still a good 2 hours away, and a thick fog was rolling in, clinging to the highway like a shroud. My cargo. Nothing glamorous. Industrial-sized rolls of plastic sheeting. Enough to cover a football field twice over. A flash of movement in my peripheral vision made me glance towards the tree line. For a split second, I thought I saw something large and dark moving on 2 legs, something unnaturally tall. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, the fog playing games with my tired eyes. But then I heard it. A howl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees, a sound that vibrated in my chest. It wasn't a coyote or a wolf. It was something else entirely. Something bigger. Something wrong. Minutes later, 2 points of light appeared in the woods, moving parallel to my truck. They glowed with an unnerving intensity, like embers burning in the dark. The howl came again, closer this time, followed by the snapping of branches under something heavy. My heart quickened. I pressed down on the accelerator, urging my rig to pick up speed. The 2 glowing eyes kept pace with me, easily matching my increased speed. I could make out a dark shape now, loping along the edge of the trees, its movements fluid and powerful. It was tall, impossibly tall, easily 7 or 8 feet and built like a linebacker. But what chilled me to the bone was the shape of its head. It was canine, no doubt about it, but far too large for any wolf or dog I'd ever seen. This was it then. The dogman. The legend whispered about in hushed tones at truck stops and greasy spoons across the state. A creature I'd always dismissed as folklore. Until now. Suddenly, a massive form lunged out of the woods, landing directly in front of my truck. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming in protest as the rig swerved violently. The creature, illuminated by my headlights, stood its ground. It was a horrifying blend of man and beast, covered in thick, dark fur. Its eyes burned like twin coals, and its teeth, bared in a menacing snarl, were long and sharp. It pounded on the hood of my truck with a force that rocked the entire cab. The sound was like a hammer against sheet metal. Fear clawed at my throat. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat, my only weapon against this nightmare. The dogman continued its assault, raking its claws down the side of the truck, leaving deep gouges in the metal. I could hear the plastic sheeting tearing inside the trailer, the sound amplified by the enclosed space. An idea flashed through my mind. Crazy, maybe suicidal, but it was the only thing I could think of. I shifted the truck into reverse, slamming my foot on the gas. The rig lurched backward, knocking the dogman off balance. It stumbled, momentarily stunned. I saw my chance. I shifted back into drive and floored it, aiming directly at the creature. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. The impact sent a jolt through the entire truck. I heard a sickening crunch, followed by a chilling yelp. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I drove for what felt like hours, my heart pounding in my chest, the image of the creature burned into my mind. I didn't slow down until I reached the outskirts of Jefferson, the lights of the town a welcome sight. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold onto the steering wheel. The attendant, a young woman with wide, curious eyes, approached my truck. "You all right, sir?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I looked at her, then at my truck, the deep gouges in the metal, the shredded plastic sheeting spilling from the torn trailer. The smell of blood, thick and metallic, hung heavy in the air. I opened my mouth to speak, to tell her about the creature, about the nightmare I'd just lived through. But then I stopped. Who would believe me? I'd sound like a raving lunatic. "Just a rough night," I mumbled, forcing a weak smile. I paid for my gas and drove on, leaving the gas station attendant staring after me, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and fear. I made my delivery, then drove on out of East Texas, out of the dogman's territory. I never spoke about what happened that night, but I never forgot it either. The memory of those glowing eyes, the chilling howls, the sheer terror of facing that monstrous creature would stay with me forever. And every time I pass through East Texas, I take the long way around, avoiding the dense forests, the shadowy places where the dogman roams. Because I know, deep down, that it's still out there, waiting in the darkness. Story 44. The spare tire I wrestled onto the rim felt less like rubber and more like a premonition. Flat out here, miles from anything resembling civilization, surrounded by nothing but scrub brush and the oppressive Texas sun. This was a bad omen. I could feel it in my gut, like a lukewarm lone star sloshing around. The jack groaned as I lowered the truck. Sweat plastered my shirt to my back. That's when I saw him, sitting beneath the skeletal shade of a mesquite tree, ancient and gnarled, like something out of a twisted fairy tale. He looked like he'd been carved from the wood itself, all wrinkles and weathered leather. "Tire trouble," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "You could say that," I grunted, wiping my forehead with a grimy hand. He chuckled, a dry, brittle sound. "Happens all the time round these parts. Sacred ground, you see." I rolled my eyes. "Sacred ground? Sure. Probably sacred to fire ants and rattlesnakes." "Right. Well, appreciate you stopping." He rose, surprisingly nimble for someone who looked a century old. He shuffled towards me, extending a hand that resembled a bundle of twisted roots. "Name's Elias. Folks call me the Bushman." I shook his hand. His grip was surprisingly strong, unsettlingly so. "Jake," I mumbled, already regretting stopping. Elias hobbled around my truck, muttering to himself in a language I didn't recognize. He pointed a bony finger at the blown tire. "This here land don't take kindly to trespassers." I bristled. "Trespassing? This is a public road." His eyes, like chips of obsidian, fixed on me. "Not to them what was here before. This tree," he patted the ancient mesquite, she remembers. He started chanting, low and rhythmic, and a shiver crawled down my spine. I just wanted to get out of there. "Look," I said, "I appreciate the concern, but I gotta get going. I hopped back in the cab. Elias's voice, suddenly sharp, cut through the still air. You defile sacred ground, you pay the price. The tree's vengeance will be swift. I laughed, a nervous, shaky sound. I put the truck in gear and sped off, leaving the bushman and his crazy talk in the dust. That night, I pulled into a roadside motel. The itchy patch on my arm I'd noticed earlier had gotten bigger, red and angry. I dismissed it as a mosquito bite, or maybe poison ivy. The next day, the itch intensified. The patch was spreading, hardening. The skin felt woody. Panic gnawed at the edges of my mind. I tried to ignore it, chalked it up to stress, dehydration, anything but the creeping dread that Elias's curse was real. Over the next few days, the transformation accelerated. The hardened patch spread across my arm, down my chest, across my back. The skin turned a mottled green-brown, rough like bark. Thorns, sharp and painful, sprouted from my flesh. I couldn't hide it anymore. I looked like I was turning into a goddamn tree. I tried doctors, dermatologists, infectious disease specialists. They ran tests, poked and prodded, scratched their heads. They muttered about unknown fungal infections, environmental toxins, even psychosomatic disorders. Nobody had any answers. The vine started next. Thick, green tendrils snaking out from the bark-like skin, wrapping around my limbs, constricting my movements. The pain was constant, a dull ache that intensified with each passing hour. I couldn't drive anymore. I couldn't even walk properly. I was trapped in my motel room, a prisoner in my own transforming body. One morning, I woke up and couldn't move my legs. They were rooted to the floor, thick roots burrowing into the carpet, into the concrete below. The vines had tightened around my torso, pinning my arms to my sides. The final transformation was the most horrifying. My head, the last vestige of my human form, began to change. My skin hardened, my hair turned into leaves, my eyes became not holes in the wood. I could still think, still feel, trapped within this wooden prison. I was a living tree, a grotesque monument to the bushman's curse. The motel manager eventually broke into my room. He screamed, of course, at the sight of the thing I had become. He called the authorities. They chopped me down eventually. A team of arborists, baffled by the sudden appearance of this strange, thorny tree growing inside a motel room. They hauled me away, section by section, my consciousness fading with each agonizing cut. I ended up in a city park, planted alongside other, normal trees. They probably thought I was some kind of exotic species, a curious attraction for families on weekend picnics. And so here I stand, a twisted, gnarled mockery of nature, forever rooted to this spot. A silent, living testament to the bushman's curse. And sometimes on quiet nights when the wind rustles through my leaves, I swear I can hear the faint, dry chuckle of old Elias echoing through the branches. Story 45. The flickering fluorescent lights of the West Texas hospital buzzed like trapped wasps. I should have known better than to take this shortcut. My dispatcher said it'd shave an hour off my run, but the place looked like something out of a ghost story, boarded up and silent except for the wind whistling through cracked windows. I needed to use the restroom, though, and my bladder wasn't going to negotiate. The inside smelled of dust and decay. Paint peeled from the walls like sunburnt skin, revealing water stains and the ghosts of handprints. The elevator, surprisingly, looked functional. Stupidly, I stepped inside. The doors shuttered closed, the lights flickered once, twice, then died. The elevator lurched, not up but down. Fast. My stomach leaped into my throat. I slammed the emergency button, but it was dead. The elevator plunged, accelerating beyond what should have been possible. The digital display above the door, briefly illuminated by a flash of lightning outside, showed a number -1. -1. What kind of hospital had a sub-basement, much less a -1? Then came -2, followed by -3. With each descending floor, the temperature dropped. A sulfurous smell began to permeate the small metal box, stinging my nostrils. The elevator shuddered again, stopping at -4. The doors creaked open. I looked out into a dimly lit corridor, pulsating with a sickly green light. Figures shuffled along the walls, their skin flayed and peeling, their faces contorted in silent screams. Some were strapped to crude operating tables, their bodies opened, their organs glistening in the unnatural light. A figure in a blood-soaked surgical gown stood over one, its face obscured by a grotesque, beaked mask. It held a bone saw. The doors began to close. I wanted to scream, but terror had choked me silent. The elevator continued its descent, stopping at -5. This floor was worse. Naked bodies writhed in cages, suspended from the ceiling. Their flesh was covered in festering sores. A chorus of whispers, too numerous to count, filled the air, speaking of unimaginable sins and eternal torment. -6. The elevator doors opened onto what looked like an abattoir. Hooks hung from the ceiling, dripping with dark, viscous fluid. Below them, dismembered bodies lay in heaps. Creatures, vaguely humanoid but with elongated limbs and heads like insects, scuttled amongst the remains, feeding. -7. A lake of fire. Screams echoed from the inferno. Faces, contorted in agony, bobbed on the surface, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The heat radiating from the abyss was intense, scorching my face. A wave of despair washed over me, a profound understanding that this was the final destination, not just for the souls trapped here, but for me as well. I prayed. I prayed for forgiveness for sins I couldn't even remember. I prayed for my family. I prayed for the sweet release of death. -8. The elevator slowed, then stopped. The doors opened. This floor was different. It was a simple room, sparsely furnished. A single wooden table sat in the center, illuminated by a flickering candle. Seated at the table was a man. He was dressed in a plain brown suit, his face unremarkable. He looked up at me, a gentle smile on his lips. "Welcome," he said, his voice soft and soothing. "I've been expecting you." I stared at him, speechless. He gestured towards the empty chair across from him. "Please sit." My legs moved involuntarily, carrying me towards the table. As I sat, he placed a document in front of me. It was a contract, the fine print swirling and shifting before my eyes. "Just sign here," he said, pointing to a line at the bottom. "It's a simple agreement. A small exchange." What kind of exchange? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "Yo, nothing much," he said, his smile widening. "Just your soul for a few more years on Earth. You'll be rich, successful. Anything you desire will be yours. A small price to pay, wouldn't you agree?" The horrors of the previous floors flashed through my mind. The screams, the fire, the creatures. My hand trembled as I reached for the pen he offered. "But what happens after those years?" I asked, a sliver of defiance remaining. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Does it really matter? You'll have everything you ever wanted. Think of the good you could do with that time, the lives you could touch." He leaned closer, his eyes boring into mine. "Besides," he whispered, "you're already here. Do you really think there's any other way out?" He was right. I was trapped. The elevator, the hospital, this place, it was all a charade, a gateway to something far worse. The pen felt heavy in my hand. I looked down at the contract, the swirling letters blurring into a meaningless jumble. I closed my eyes. What was a soul, anyway, compared to eternity in hell? I signed. Story 46. Sun beat down on my neck as I clambered over the loose rocks at the edge of Palo Duro Canyon. Figured I'd stretch my legs, find some cool shade, maybe a lizard to throw rocks at. I was already regretting the detour. My cargo of pre-packaged tamales wasn't going to deliver itself to Amarillo, and the prospect of another lukewarm cup of gas station coffee was looking more appealing by the second. Then I saw it. Tucked beneath a rocky overhang, almost hidden by twisted juniper, a cave mouth stared back at me. Not just any cave, mind you. The rock around the entrance was covered in some kind of faded paint, symbols I couldn't place, something spirally and strange, like a toddler's interpretation of barbed wire. Now, I'm not one for exploring creepy caverns, but curiosity, that nasty little devil, got the better of me. Inside, the air was thick and cold, smelling like wet dog and something else. Something metallic and sharp, like blood mixed with pennies. Sunlight barely penetrated, but I could make out massive paw prints in the damp earth. Not bare prints. Bigger, longer, too many toes. Further in, the cave opened into a wider chamber. And that's where I saw them. Bones. Lots of them. Scattered, gnawed, some still with bits of hide clinging to them. Deer, rabbit, even what looked like a coyote skull, all cracked and splintered. I told myself it was probably a mountain lion den, a big one. But something in my gut disagreed. This felt different. As twilight bled into the canyon, a low growl echoed from deeper within the cave. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Mountain lions don't growl. Not like that. This was deep, guttural, full of predatory promise. I backed away slowly, my hand searching for the small flashlight clipped to my belt. Found it. Clicked it on. The weak beam of light danced across the cave walls, revealing more of those strange symbols. Some looked fresh, recently painted. I gulped. I wasn't alone. Suddenly, the growling intensified, closer now, mixed with a clicking sound like claws on stone. Panic flared in my chest, hot and tight. I turned and bolted, scrambling back through the narrow entrance, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. But it was too late. A huge, dark shape filled the cave mouth, blocking the last of the fading light. Its eyes, two burning embers, fixed on me. I could smell its breath, rank and hot, a mix of carrion and something else, something uniquely canine. It was big, easily 7 feet tall on its hind legs, covered in thick, dark fur. Its head was a wolf's, but larger, more angular, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. The dogman. I'd heard whispers on the CB, campfire stories about a creature roaming the Texas wilderness, a beast that walked on 2 legs, preying on livestock and the occasional lost hiker. I'd always dismissed them as tall tales, the ramblings of lonely truckers with too much time on their hands. Now I was face to face with the legend, trapped in its den. It took a step towards me, the clicking sound of its claws echoing in the confined space. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The flashlight slipped from my sweaty hand, clattering on the cave floor. The weak beam of light now pointed towards the ceiling, illuminating more of those damn spiral symbols. And then I saw it. Above the dogman's head, painted in what looked like fresh blood, was a single chilling image. A crude drawing of a semi-truck, its trailer marked with the same logo as my own. This wasn't random. This wasn't just a hungry predator. This was a trap. The dogman let out a deafening roar, a sound that vibrated through my bones. It lunged. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. I thought of my wife, of the tamales still warm in their insulated containers, of the lukewarm coffee I wouldn't be drinking after all. Then something unexpected happened. The roar stopped. The clicking claws faded. I opened my eyes. The dogman was gone. In its place, standing just inside the cave mouth, was a figure cloaked in shadows. It was tall and thin, almost skeletal, its face hidden by a crudely made dog mask. It held something in its hand. My flashlight. It clicked it off. Darkness enveloped me. A voice, distorted by the mask, whispered close to my ear. "You defile sacred ground. You pay the toll." Then something cold and sharp pressed against my throat. It wasn't claws. It was metal. A knife. My own pocket knife, the one I used to cut open boxes of tamales. The irony wasn't lost on me, even as the world faded to black. Story 47. The girl's thumb stuck out from the darkness, a small white flag of surrender against the oppressive Texas night. I hesitated. Picking up hitchhikers wasn't exactly company policy, but something about her vulnerability, the way her thin frame seemed swallowed by the vastness around her, made me pull over. She slid into the passenger seat, a waft of something floral, almost sickly sweet, filling the cab. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper. "The old Blackwood cabin," she said, pointing down a dirt track barely visible in my headlights. "It's just down there, Blackwood Cabin." The name pricked a forgotten memory, a half-heard whisper of local legend, something about disappearances. I dismissed it. Small-town folklore. The track was rough, rattling my rig, each pothole a small earthquake in the quiet night. We reached a clearing, a dilapidated structure hunched in the darkness. It looked less like a home, more like a tomb. "This is it," the girl murmured, her voice now even fainter. I looked over. The seat beside me was empty. Vanished. A cold knot formed in my gut. The sweet floral scent remained, now cloying, suffocating. A flicker of light inside the cabin drew me forward. The front door hung open, beckoning. Against every ounce of common sense screaming inside me, I stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. Dust motes danced in the lone shaft of moonlight slicing through a boarded-up window. On a rickety table lay a scattering of photographs, their edges curling. I picked one up. A young man, smiling unaware. The next photo showed the same man, his eyes wide with terror, tied to a chair in this very room. A journal lay beside the photos, its leather cover worn smooth. I flipped it open. The spidery handwriting chronicled in chilling detail a series of abductions and murders, each victim lured to this isolated cabin, their final moments meticulously documented. The last entry made my blood run cold. It described a trucker, tricked by a phantom hitchhiker, arriving at the Blackwood cabin. A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around. Empty. But the air felt heavier, charged with a malevolent presence. I understood. The hitchhiker. The photos. The journal. I was the latest victim in a gruesome ritual, and the killer, now a spectral entity, was still here. Panic surged. I had to get out. I stumbled towards the door, but it slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silent cabin. I threw my weight against it, the wood groaning, but it wouldn't budge. A chilling whisper slithered through the room, a voice disembodied, yet somehow intimate. "You're not going anywhere." The temperature plummeted. I spun around, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, searching for the source of the voice. A faint, phosphorescent glow began to emanate from the corner of the room, coalescing into a human form, translucent, shimmering. The face was indistinct, yet the malice radiating from it was palpable. The ghostly figure glided towards me, its spectral hand outstretched. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I scrambled for a weapon, anything. My hand closed around a rusty poker leaning against the fireplace. It offered little comfort. The ghostly figure was upon me. The air grew icy, the floral scent intensified, now tinged with something metallic, the smell of blood. I swung the poker, a desperate, futile gesture. It passed right through the spectral form. The ghost laughed, a hollow, chilling sound that seemed to vibrate the very walls of the cabin. "You can't hurt me," the ghostly voice whispered closer now, right beside my ear. "I'm already dead." The spectral hand reached out, its icy fingers brushing against my arm. A searing cold spread through my body, paralyzing me with fear. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. Then silence. I cautiously opened my eyes. The ghost was gone. The cabin was silent, empty, except for the lingering floral scent, now faint, fading. The door remained locked. Trapped. I sank to the floor, my strength drained, my mind racing. What now? Was this a reprieve? Or merely a prelude to something even more terrifying? A new sound broke the silence. A soft scratching, coming from beneath the floorboards. It grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that seemed to resonate from the earth itself. The floorboards beneath me began to vibrate. I looked down. A single board, directly beneath my feet, began to splinter. A dark, viscous fluid oozed from the widening crack, spreading across the floor like a malignant growth. The growling intensified. The board splintered further, revealing a gaping hole, a black abyss staring back at me. Something moved within the darkness, something vast, something hungry. The last entry in the journal flashed through my mind. It wasn't just the cabin, it was the land itself, tainted, corrupted. The killer hadn't died, he'd become something else, something more primal. A clawed hand, larger than any human hand, erupted from the hole, its flesh a mottled green, its nails like obsidian daggers. The guttural growl turned into a blood-curdling shriek. The earth beneath me gave way. Story 48. The sun dipped below the West Texas horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and sickly orange. I was hauling a load of antique furniture bound for Santa Fe, a change from my usual cargo of electronics. The setting sun glinted off a strange, obsidian-black statuette of a coyote perched on the dashboard, a gift from a grateful shop owner back in Austin. Just as the last sliver of sun vanished, a figure emerged from the deepening gloom. Tall and thin, clad in a worn denim jacket, he looked harmless enough. He raised a thumb, and against my better judgment, I pulled over. Heading west, he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across asphalt. "Santa Fe," I replied, already regretting my decision. He climbed into the cab, a faint, musty odor clinging to him. The obsidian coyote seemed to vibrate slightly. I chalked it up to the rumble of the truck. We drove in silence for a while, the only sounds the hum of the tires and the distant drone of a cicada choir. The hitchhiker offered no information about himself, and I didn't press. He just sat there, gazing out the window, his gaze fixed on the rapidly darkening landscape. As darkness deepened, the obsidian coyote on the dash began to glow faintly, its eyes two pinpricks of malevolent green light. The furniture in the trailer began to creak and groan, a sound that resonated deep in my bones. The hitchhiker turned his head, and for the first time, I saw his eyes, glowing the same unnerving green as the statuette. Panic swelled in my chest. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The hitchhiker smiled, a slow, predatory grin that revealed teeth too sharp, too long for any human. "They're calling to you," he whispered, his voice no longer raspy but smooth, almost hypnotic. "The spirits of the ancients." My vision blurred. The highway ahead seemed to twist and writhe, the landscape around me transforming into a surreal, nightmarish tableau. Giant, skeletal figures danced in the fields beside the road, their bony fingers reaching out, beckoning me to join their macabre revelry. The air in the cab grew thick and heavy, the faint, musty odor intensifying into the overpowering stench of decay. The obsidian coyote pulsed with an eerie green light, its eyes boring into mine. The hitchhiker's face shifted and changed, the skin stretching and contorting, the bones beneath rearranging themselves with sickening crunches. Fur sprouted, a snout elongated, and claws extended from his fingertips. In a matter of seconds, the man was gone, replaced by a hulking, canine creature with eyes of burning emerald fire. The Skinwalker. Terror lent me a burst of adrenaline. I slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt. The Skinwalker lunged, its claws raking across my arm, drawing blood. I screamed, a primal sound born of pure, unadulterated fear. The statuette on the dash pulsed with intense light, bathing the cab in an otherworldly green glow. I grabbed it, clutching it like a lifeline. As my fingers wrapped around the smooth, cold obsidian, a surge of power coursed through me. The hallucinations dissipated. The skeletal figures vanished. The stench of decay faded. The Skinwalker snarled, its eyes narrowed in rage. It lunged again, but this time I was ready. I raised the statuette, and with a guttural yell, I brought it down on the creature's head. The obsidian coyote shattered, sending shards of black glass flying. The Skinwalker shrieked, a sound of pure, animalistic fury, and then dissolved into a cloud of dust that swirled around the cab before vanishing entirely. I sat there, trembling, my heart pounding in my chest, the broken remnants of the statuette clutched in my hand. The furniture in the trailer was silent now, the creaking and groaning gone. The highway stretched ahead, bathed in the cold, indifferent light of the moon. I started the truck and drove on, the image of the Skinwalker's burning green eyes seared into my memory. I didn't stop again until I reached Santa Fe, and I never picked up another hitchhiker. The experience left me shaken, forever wary of the shadows and the things that lurk within them. The memory of the Skinwalker and the power of the obsidian coyote stayed with me, a constant reminder of the darkness that exists just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Story 49. The static on the CB crackled, a lonely companion in the vast emptiness of the big thicket. Then, a voice, thin and reedy, cut through the white noise, pleading for help, mentioning a cabin near the Cypress Creek tributary. My curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of duty, tugged at me. I veered off the main route, bumping along a dirt track barely wide enough for my rig. The cabin, when I found it, was a skeletal husk against the darkening sky, paint peeled like sunburnt skin. A single, bare bulb illuminated the interior, casting long, distorted shadows. Dust motes danced in the sickly yellow light, creating an illusion of movement. An old desktop computer sat on a rickety table, its screen glowing an unsettling shade of azure. It was connected to the internet, somehow, a lifeline to the dark web pulsating in this forgotten place. A single document was open, filled with cryptic symbols and disturbing imagery. The text detailed a bizarre ritual, something about harnessing the energies of the thicket, invoking an ancient power. A warning scrolled across the bottom of the screen: "The Guardian awaits." Do not venture beyond the firelight. A chill colder than the East Texas night snaked down my spine. This wasn't some backwoods prank. This was something else. I felt a desperate urge to leave, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this cursed place. But something held me back, a morbid fascination, a need to understand. Outside, the thicket pressed close, a wall of shadows and whispering leaves. Through the grimy window, I saw a circle of stones, a makeshift fire pit in the center. The air grew thick, heavy with an unnatural stillness. The computer suddenly flickered, the screen displaying a new message. It knows you are here. Fear, raw and visceral, gripped me. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair. The sudden noise shattered the unnerving quiet. From the depths of the thicket, a low, guttural hum resonated, growing in intensity, vibrating through the floorboards and into my very bones. I had to get out. I lunged for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The wood felt strangely cold beneath my hand, as if the very cabin was holding me captive. I threw my weight against it, but it remained stubbornly sealed. Panic clawed at my throat, choking me. The humming intensified, morphing into a rhythmic chanting, coming from multiple sources. I spun around, peering through the dusty window. Silhouettes moved within the trees, their forms distorted and elongated in the flickering firelight emanating from the stone circle. They seemed to glide rather than walk, their movements unsettlingly fluid. I slammed my fist against the window, the glass cracking under the force of the blow. The chanting stopped abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence. The silhouettes outside froze, their attention focused on the cabin. The computer screen flickered again, displaying a single word, join. A wave of nausea washed over me. I understood then. The ritual wasn't about harnessing the thicket's power. It was about feeding it. The door creaked open. I didn't touch it. It swung inward, revealing not the darkness of the thicket, but a swirling vortex of emerald light. It pulsed and throbbed, beckoning me forward. The chanting resumed, louder now, almost deafening. The figures outside began to move again, converging on the cabin. I could see them more clearly now in the pulsating green light, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes hollow sockets filled with an unnatural luminescence. They reached the doorway, their spectral forms shimmering in the emerald glow. They were not human. Their limbs were too long, too thin, their fingers tipped with razor-sharp claws. Their mouths were stretched into grotesque, rictus grins, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. They reached for me, their icy fingers brushing against my skin. The emerald light intensified, blinding me. I could feel myself being pulled forward, drawn into the vortex. The chanting reached a fever pitch, drowning out all other sounds. Then darkness. I awoke to the blinding light of the morning sun streaming through the cabin window. The computer was off, the screen blank. The door was closed and locked. The thicket outside was silent, the trees still and serene. Had it all been a dream? A nightmare induced by the strange document on the computer. I stumbled outside, blinking in the sunlight. The stone circle was there, just as I'd seen it. A faint smell of burnt wood lingered in the air. And in the center of the circle, etched into the earth, was a single cryptic symbol, the same symbol that had been at the top of the document on the computer. I ran. I ran until the cabin was lost from sight, until the thicket was nothing but a distant memory. I never looked back. I never told anyone what I saw. But even now, years later, I can still hear the chanting in my dreams. I can still feel the icy touch of those spectral figures. And I know with a chilling certainty that the guardian still waits in the big thicket, hungry for its next offering. Story 50. The sun dipped below the mesas, painting the Arizona sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange. I gripped the wheel of my rig, the livestock in the trailer shifting restlessly. I was already pushing my luck, trying to make Flagstaff before curfew. Then I saw him, a figure by the roadside, thumb outstretched. He looked Navajo, weathered and worn, a faded turquoise bolo tie clasped at his throat. Against my better judgment, a pang of sympathy, maybe guilt for trespassing on their land, made me pull over. He climbed in, smelling of dust and sage. "Thank you, brother," he said, his voice gravelly. "Just need a lift to Kayenta." "No problem," I replied, trying to sound casual, though I felt a prickle of unease. There was something off about his eyes, dark and intense, like they held secrets I didn't want to know. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rumble of the truck and the lowing of the cattle. The landscape grew increasingly desolate, the shadows lengthening and twisting into grotesque shapes. As darkness fully descended, the hitchhiker spoke. "You know about Skinwalkers, right?" he asked, a strange smile playing on his lips. My stomach lurched. "Just stories," I mumbled, though I knew better. Growing up in Texas, I'd heard whispers of these Navajo witches, shapeshifters who preyed on the unsuspecting. His smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. "Not stories," he hissed, his voice suddenly guttural. The bolo tie around his neck seemed to writhe, the turquoise glinting unnaturally. "This is real." He lunged at me, his hands morphing into claws, his face contorting into something animalistic. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision with a towering rock formation. The truck careened off the highway, bouncing violently across the uneven terrain. The hitchhiker, no longer human, snarled, a monstrous hybrid of wolf and man. His eyes burned with malevolent glee. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the truck roaring back onto the highway. The Skinwalker clung to the side of the rig, its claws tearing at the metal, the livestock bellowing in terror. I glanced in the side mirror and saw it shifting again, becoming a massive raven, its feathers as black as the encroaching night. It slammed against the trailer, the impact jarring the entire truck. My mind raced. I knew the legends. Sacred ground. That was the only thing that could protect me. The nearest place was Canyon de Chelly, hours away. I had to make it before dawn. The raven transformed mid-flight, becoming a mountain lion, its powerful body launching itself onto the roof of the cab. I could hear it scraping and clawing above me, trying to break through. Fear, raw and primal, consumed me. I pushed the truck to its limits, the speedometer needle creeping dangerously high. The landscape became a blur, a nightmarish tapestry of rock and shadow. I glimpsed the mountain lion in my rearview mirror, its eyes glowing ominously. It leaped onto the trailer again, ripping at the canvas covering. I heard the panicked cries of the animals within, their fear mirroring my own. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white. My arms ached, my eyes burned, but I couldn't stop. I saw a sign, Canyon de Chelly, 50 miles. Hope surged through me, a fragile flicker in the overwhelming darkness. The Skinwalker, back in its human form, appeared in the passenger seat beside me, its face a mask of pure hatred. It reached for me, its clawed hand inches from my throat. I swerved again, the truck fishtailing dangerously. The Skinwalker vanished, reappearing on the hood, its laughter a chilling echo in the desert night. I focused on the road, on the dwindling miles. 30 miles. 20. The sky began to lighten, a faint blush of pink on the horizon. 10 miles. The Skinwalker's attacks grew more frantic, more desperate. I could feel its power waning as dawn approached. Finally, I saw it, the entrance to Canyon de Chelly. I drove through the gates, the sacred ground a palpable presence. The Skinwalker shrieked, a sound of pure rage and frustration as it vanished from the hood. I pulled over, the truck shuddering to a stop. I sat there, trembling, the rising sun casting long shadows across the canyon walls. The livestock, miraculously unharmed, shifted nervously in the trailer. I was alive. I had made it. The silence of the canyon was broken only by the gentle murmur of the wind and the distant cries of a hawk circling overhead. I took a deep breath, the clean desert air filling my lungs. I knew I would never forget this night, the night I outran a skinwalker, the night I stared into the face of pure evil and lived to tell the tale. Story 51. The wind howled a mournful tune through the towering pines, bending their branches low as if in supplication to some unseen power. My rig, buffeted by the sudden squall, felt like a toy in the grip of a giant. The downpour had started with surprising ferocity, transforming the forest road into a muddy torrent. Whispering Pines Campground, advertised on a weathered sign half swallowed by kudzu, seemed like the only sanctuary. Pulling into the deserted campground, I felt a prickle of unease. It was eerily silent, save for the relentless drumming of the rain on my cab's roof. The pines, thick and oppressive, choked out any other sound, creating an unnatural hush. A dilapidated wooden sign, hanging askew at the entrance, creaked rhythmically in the wind, a mournful counterpoint to the storm's fury. The campground itself was little more than a muddy clearing, encircled by a ring of ancient, gnarled trees. Empty fire pits, choked with weeds, dotted the area, whispering stories of forgotten gatherings. I killed the engine, the sudden silence amplifying the unsettling stillness of the woods. It was the kind of quiet that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As the storm raged outside, I flipped on the interior lights, casting a warm glow within the cab. I grabbed my thermos and poured myself some coffee, hoping the caffeine would chase away the creeping dread. That's when I heard it. A faint whisper carried on the wind. I strained my ears, at first dismissing it as the rustling of leaves, but the whispers persisted, growing louder, more distinct. They weren't the gentle murmurings of the wind. They sounded like voices, multiple voices, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. A shiver ran down my spine. I peered out into the storm-swept darkness, trying to locate the source of the unsettling sounds. Shadowy figures flickered at the periphery of my vision, fleeting glimpses of movement among the trees. I blinked, trying to focus, but they vanished as quickly as they appeared. Suddenly, the whispers coalesced into a single, chilling word. It sounded like, "Join us." My heart pounded in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the rain-slicked trees. The whispers intensified, swirling around the cab like a malevolent vortex. I fumbled for the ignition, my hand trembling. The truck wouldn't start. I tried again, pumping the gas pedal, but the engine remained stubbornly silent. Panic clawed at my throat. I was trapped. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, morphing into a guttural chant. The shadowy figures emerged from the trees, their forms becoming more defined in the flickering light. They were dressed in tattered robes, their faces obscured by shadows, but their eyes glowed with an unnatural, eerie light. I slammed the lock on the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The figures surrounded the truck, their chanting rising to a fever pitch. They began to pound on the cab, their skeletal fingers leaving bloody streaks on the glass. I cowered in my seat, paralyzed by terror as they pressed closer, their eyes burning into mine. Then I saw it. In the center of the clearing, bathed in the eerie glow of the chanting figures, stood a crude stone altar, stained dark with what looked like dried blood. I realized then, with a sickening certainty, the true nature of Whispering Pines. This wasn't just a campground. It was a sacred ground, a place of dark rituals, and I was about to become their next sacrifice. Just as the figures began to pry open the door, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the campground with a blinding flash. In that fleeting moment, I saw a gap in the circle of robed figures, a small path leading away from the altar, deeper into the woods. It was my only chance. Throwing open the door, I scrambled out of the cab and into the storm. The figures turned towards me, their chanting turning into shrieks of rage. I ran blindly through the downpour, the mud sucking at my boots, the branches tearing at my clothes. The figures pursued me, their spectral forms gliding through the trees with unnerving speed. I stumbled through the undergrowth, the whispers and shrieks echoing in my ears. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, a labyrinth of shadows and twisted trees. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from that cursed place. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst through the trees and onto a paved road. A single headlight appeared in the distance, growing larger as a vehicle approached. I waved frantically, my voice hoarse from screaming. The vehicle slowed and a weary-eyed driver peered out at me, his face etched with concern. I collapsed onto the passenger seat, shivering and soaked to the bone. As we drove away, I glanced back at the dark woods, the whispers fading into the distance. I knew I would never forget the horrors of Whispering Pines, the chilling realization that some places hold secrets best left undisturbed. The driver asked me what happened, but words failed me. How could I explain the unspeakable terror I had witnessed, the feeling of being hunted by something ancient and malevolent? Some things are better left unspoken, buried deep within the recesses of the mind, lest they unleash the darkness they hold within. Story 52. The Bitcoin hit my crypto wallet with a satisfying ching. Triple the usual rate for a cross-country haul. The details were sparse. Pick up a sealed crate in El Paso, deliver it to some abandoned airstrip outside Roswell. No questions asked. The dark web was full of shady propositions, but this one, despite the secrecy, felt different. Less overtly nefarious, more intriguing. My curiosity and the hefty payout won. The warehouse was tucked away in the industrial sprawl, reeking of burnt oil and desperation. The crate itself was unremarkable, plywood and steel banding, but it pulsed with a low hum, a vibration that tickled the soles of my boots. As I sealed the trailer doors, the air around me grew distinctly colder, a sudden chill that seeped into my bones despite the Texas sun beating down. The first hallucination hit me just outside of Van Horn. A flicker in my peripheral vision, a tall, spindly figure silhouetted against the setting sun. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me shaking my head, blaming the cheap coffee. But the hallucinations continued, growing more vivid. Faces in the chrome of my grill, whispering my name. Twisted, skeletal figures dancing in the rear view. The humming from the crate intensified, the temperature in the cab plummeting. Then came the black subs. I first noticed them near Carlsbad. Two of them, sleek and ominous, keeping pace with me, just outside my blind spot. They'd vanish when I looked directly at them, only to reappear moments later, flanking me like silent, watchful predators. Paranoia gnawed at me. I tried to rationalize it. Government spooks, maybe. Competitors. But the creeping dread in my gut told me this was something else. Something far stranger. I pulled over at a desolate gas station, heart hammering against my ribs. I needed to see what was in that crate. I had to know. With trembling hands, I pried open the back of the trailer. The humming was deafening now, a deep, resonating pulse that vibrated through the steel floor. Frost coated the inside of the trailer, the air thick with a metallic tang. I shone my flashlight into the crate. Wrapped in thick, translucent plastic was a humanoid form. It was emaciated, almost skeletal, with skin stretched taut over its bone structure. Its eyes were closed, but I could sense them beneath the thin membrane of skin, pulsing with an unnatural light. Thin, wiry tubes snaked from its body, connected to blinking monitors embedded in the crate's lining. It looked like a science experiment gone horribly wrong. As I stared, its eyes snapped open. They were not human eyes. Large, black, and insect-like, they fixed on me with a chilling intelligence. A wave of pure terror washed over me. I slammed the trailer door shut and fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the ignition. I drove through the night, fueled by adrenaline and fear. The SUVs remained, their presence a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. The hallucinations intensified, merging with reality. The spindly figures were now inside the cab with me, their skeletal fingers reaching for me, their whispers turning into guttural snarls. The landscape itself seemed to warp and twist, the familiar desert highway transforming into a nightmarish panorama of jagged rocks and decaying vegetation. The final hallucination, or perhaps it was no longer a hallucination, came just outside of Roswell. The sky above the airstrip pulsed with a sickly green light. The SUVs surrounded me, their headlights cutting through the darkness. The doors opened, disgorging figures not unlike the ones from my visions. Tall, thin, their faces obscured by shadows. I knew then, this wasn't a delivery. It was a retrieval. The creature in the crate wasn't being transported. It was being brought home. The humming from the crate reached a fever pitch. The trailer doors burst open, revealing the creature. It was no longer restrained. It floated above the crate, the tubes and monitors dangling uselessly from its body. Its black eyes burned with an otherworldly light. It raised a skeletal hand, pointing towards the sky, towards the pulsing green light. The figures from the SUVs converged on the trailer, their movements jerky and unnatural. They reached for the creature, their hands touching its skin, their bodies absorbing the green light. They were transforming, becoming something else. I didn't wait to see what they became. I threw the truck into reverse, tires screaming against the asphalt, and fled. I left the creature, the SUVs, the figures and the pulsing green light behind, swallowed by the vast emptiness of the New Mexico desert. I never looked back. I abandoned the truck, my livelihood, everything. I don't know what happened at that airstrip. I don't want to know. All I know is that I carried something from the darkest corners of the universe, and I barely escaped with my life. The Bitcoin remains untouched in my crypto wallet, a chilling reminder of the price of curiosity. And the humming sometimes, late at night when the wind is still, I think I can still hear it. Story 53. The peeling paint of the asylum walls seemed to mock me, flaking off like sunburnt skin. Urban exploration, I told myself, good for the soul. My soul felt distinctly less good dangling precariously in a rust-eaten elevator cage, the cable groaning like a dying animal. It wasn't supposed to go down this far. The basement levels weren't on any blueprint I could find online, but the rumors, those were juicy. Whispers of experimental treatments, of patients lost and forgotten. Lost and forgotten, just like me, it seemed. The temperature dropped as I descended, a damp, clinging cold that seeped into my bones. Then the screaming began. Not one voice, but a chorus, a cacophony of wails and gibbering laughter that echoed around the confining metal box. I pressed the up button repeatedly. The plastic cracked beneath my thumb, but the elevator continued its inexorable descent. Finally, with a shudder that rattled my teeth, it stopped. The doors creaked open, revealing not the concrete basement I'd anticipated, but a vast, cavernous space lit by an unnervingly green glow. The air was thick with the stench of decay and something else. Something metallic and sickly sweet. It wasn't hell, but it had a decent marketing campaign going. Jagged rock formations jutted out from the floor, bathed in the sickly emerald light. Twisted metal structures, remnants of some long-forgotten purpose, reached towards the impossibly high ceiling like skeletal fingers. And then there were the residents. Former patients, I guessed, though patient seemed a woefully inadequate term for these things. Their skin was translucent, stretched taut over bone, revealing the pulsing network of veins beneath. Their eyes glowed with that same unearthly green light, and their movements were jerky, unnatural. One of them, a tall, gaunt figure with a tattered hospital gown hanging from its frame, shuffled towards me, a rusty scalpel clutched in its bony hand. "They promised us cake," it rasped, its voice a dry, rustling whisper. "Chocolate cake." "Where is the cake?" Another, smaller and more wiry, darted forward, its limbs contorting at impossible angles. "Bingo!" it shrieked, brandishing what looked suspiciously like a human femur. "Bingo time!" I stumbled back into the elevator, jamming the close button repeatedly. Nothing. The doors remained stubbornly open, framing the nightmarish scene before me like some grotesque art exhibit. A woman with matted hair and a vacant smile approached, holding out a tray of what looked like, well, I'd rather not say. "Jell-O," she crooned, her voice surprisingly melodic. "Green Jell-O." "Your favorite." "I hate Jell-O," I muttered, pressing myself against the back wall of the elevator. Her smile widened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "You'll learn to love it," she hissed. The others were closing in now, a grotesque parade of the damned. A man with a lobotomy scar across his forehead offered me a rusty spoon. A woman with empty eye sockets hummed a tuneless lullaby. And still, the chorus of screams and laughter echoed around the cavern, a symphony of madness. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged larger than the rest, its form obscured by darkness. It moved with a chillingly deliberate grace, and the other things parted before it like water before a ship's prow. As it stepped into the green light, I could finally see it. It wore what looked like a doctor's coat, though it was stained and tattered, and its face, it wasn't human. It was something elongated, almost canine, with large, luminous green eyes. It carried a clipboard in one hand and a rusty bone saw in the other. "New arrival," it boomed, its voice deep and resonant, a stark contrast to the whispers and shrieks of the others. "Welcome to recreation therapy." He gestured towards the grotesque scene before me with the bone saw. "We have arts and crafts," he said, indicating a table piled high with what looked disturbingly like human organs. "Music therapy," he added, nodding towards a group banging rhythmically on dented metal buckets with human skulls. "And of course," he finished, turning those terrifying eyes on me, culinary arts. He gestured towards the woman with the Jell-O. I swallowed, my throat dry. I think I'll pass," I stammered. The doctor chuckled, a low rumble that vibrated through the cavern. "Oh, I assure you," he said, his smile widening to reveal rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. "Participation is mandatory." He stepped towards me, bone saw raised. And then the elevator doors slammed shut. The cable groaned and I began to ascend, the screams and laughter fading into the distance. As I rose, I realized something. The up button was still lit. I hadn't pushed it. Someone or something had sent me back. The elevator doors opened onto the decaying hallway, the peeling paint and the silence almost welcoming after the horrors below. I stumbled out, my legs weak, my mind reeling. Then I heard it. A faint, melodic voice drifting up from the shaft. "Don't forget," it crooned. "We'll have cake tomorrow." Chocolate cake, story 54. The setting sun painted the scrub brush in hues of bruised orange and sickly purple. Dogman's Highway, they called this stretch of asphalt. Local folklore. I figured it was just another tall tale spun by bored ranchers to scare tourists. Tonight, though, my skepticism was waning. Every rustle of wind through the twisted mesquite felt like a whispered threat. I saw it first as a flicker of unnatural luminescence in my side mirror. A pulsing periwinkle light, too bright for any headlamp. It stayed fixed behind me, a constant, malevolent eye. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, my knuckles bone-white. Then a howl pierced the quiet. A sound unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part canine, part something else. Something primal. The periwinkle glow grew larger, closer. I floored it. The engine, my trusty companion of countless miles, roared in response. The speedometer climbed, but the glow in the mirror remained constant. Whatever was chasing me wasn't falling behind. It was matching my speed. I adjusted the mirror. In its warped reflection, I saw the outline of the thing, bipedal, impossibly tall, silhouetted against that infernal light. Its head was elongated, pointed. I tried the CB. Static. Damn rural Texas and its patchy reception. I needed a plan and fast. The terrain offered few options. Endless miles of flat, unforgiving desert stretched on either side. My only hope lay ahead, a small crossroads town I'd marked on my map. Barely a blip of civilization, but maybe, just maybe, it offered a sanctuary. The glow in the mirror grew blinding. The howl intensified, closer now. I risked another glance. The periwinkle light had resolved into two distinct points, eyes, enormous and radiating an unnerving energy. The creature was gaining. I could see details now, matted fur, powerful limbs, claws that gleamed in the spectral light. An idea sparked in my mind. A desperate gamble. I slammed on the brakes. The trailer behind me protested with a screech of metal, the momentum threatening to jackknife the rig. The sudden deceleration threw me forward against the steering wheel, but I held on, teeth gritted. I heard a deafening crash from behind. The dogman, caught off guard, had collided with the trailer. I jammed the truck into reverse, the engine screaming. The rearview mirror showed the creature scrambling to its feet, disoriented but enraged. Its periwinkle eyes burned with fury. This was my chance. I swung the wheel hard, putting the truck perpendicular to the road, effectively blocking it. The dogman, regaining its balance, let out another ear-splitting howl and charged. I shifted into drive, flooring the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, the heavy trailer smashing into the creature, sending it tumbling across the asphalt. It hit the ground with a sickening thud. I didn't stop. I kept the truck moving, pushing the creature before me like a macabre snowplow. I saw the crossroads up ahead, a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Salvation. But the dogman wasn't finished. With a roar of rage, it leaped, its claws tearing at the metal of the trailer, digging deep gouges. I felt the truck sway precariously. The crossroads was just yards away. I could see the outline of buildings, the faint glow of streetlights. With a final surge of adrenaline, I rammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine reaching its limit. The truck hurtled forward, the trailer smashing through the welcome sign for the town of Redemption. The dogman, still clinging to the trailer, was ripped away, its howl cut short by a sickening crunch. I didn't stop until I reached the town's brightly lit gas station, pulling up beside the pumps with a shuddering halt. I killed the engine, the sudden silence amplifying the pounding in my chest. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, my fingers fumbling with the keypad as I dialed 911. The operator's voice, calm and professional, asked me to state my emergency. I looked back at the highway, at the dark, empty stretch of road where I'd encountered the impossible. The dogman was gone. No sign of the creature, no trace of the struggle. Only the broken welcome sign remained, a silent testament to the nightmarish encounter. I think I hit something, I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Something big, Story 55. The sun bled orange across the Texas horizon, painting the twisted mesquite in hues of fire. I pulled my rig off the desolate two-lane, a good 50 miles from any semblance of civilization. Locals in the last gas station, a dusty shack with more bullet holes than windows, had warned me about this stretch of land. Bushman territory, they'd called it, their eyes dark with a fear that went deeper than superstition. I, of course, scoffed. Needed a place to park for the night, and this empty patch seemed perfect. Now, with twilight deepening, a prickle of unease began to crawl up my spine. I woke to the sound of nothing. An oppressive silence had choked the desert air. My cab was freezing, the windows iced over despite the lingering desert warmth I felt on my skin when I climbed out. The truck itself was different. Covered in crude, ochre symbols that looked both ancient and freshly painted. They spiraled across the trailer, a dizzying array of circles and lines that seemed to pulse with an inner light. The next few days were a descent into a waking nightmare. The landscape shifted around me, the twisted yuccas transforming into grotesque figures that beckoned me closer, their silent laughter echoing in the unnerving stillness. The familiar Texas terrain became alien, hostile. I saw things, impossible things, flickering lights in the distance that vanished when I approached. A spectral train, its mournful whistle a counterpoint to the desert wind, forever just beyond the next ridge. The Bushmen, they never said what it was exactly back in that gas station. A spirit, a creature, a curse. Now, stranded in this desolate wasteland, I began to understand. It was a presence, a malevolence woven into the very fabric of the land, and it was focused on me. One evening, hunkered down in my cab, clutching a dented metal coffee cup, the silence broke. A voice, surprisingly melodic, drifted from just outside my window. "You are on sacred ground," it sang. "Leave now and be spared." I slammed the door open, but there was nothing there. Just the endless expanse of the desert, bathed in the cold light of the rising moon. Then a new illusion. A road, paved and smooth, stretching out before me, leading away from this cursed place. A mirage, I knew, but the temptation was almost overwhelming. I started to walk. The road led me to a dilapidated wooden shack, smoke curling from its crooked chimney. A flicker of hope, a chance for sanity. I knocked, and the door creaked open, revealing myself. An older, more haggard version, his eyes filled with a terrifying resignation. He gestured me inside. The shack was a single room, sparsely furnished. A table in the center held a single object, a faded turquoise necklace, glinting unnaturally in the dim light. My double pointed to it. "The offering," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Appease the Bushmen. It demands a sacrifice." I stared at the necklace. It was beautiful, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. Where had he gotten it? Did he steal it? From whom? From what? My double saw the hesitation in my eyes. "It is not yours to give," he whispered, his voice now chillingly similar to the melodious voice I had heard outside. But it is the only way. This was the Bushman's game, I realized. Not just to break me, but to corrupt me. To force me to compromise my own morality. I couldn't bring myself to take the necklace. I didn't know what it represented, what its theft would mean, but I knew it was wrong. My double's face twisted into a mask of rage. "Then you will stay," he hissed, and the shack dissolved around me, leaving me once again in the cold embrace of the desert night. The torments intensified. The illusions became more vivid, more real. My own memories twisted and contorted, mocking me with glimpses of a life I could no longer be sure was real. I wandered the desert, dehydrated and delirious, the line between reality and nightmare blurring with every step. Finally, driven to the brink, I stumbled upon a small, crude stone altar, hidden amongst the twisted yuccas. It pulsed with the same ochre light as the symbols on my truck. This was it. The Bushman's domain. I knew what I had to do. Not offer a stolen sacrifice, but offer myself. I climbed onto the altar, a chilling calm descending upon me as I lay down. The desert wind whipped around me, the symbols on my skin burning with a sudden, intense heat. I closed my eyes, ready to embrace whatever fate awaited me. When I opened them, the sun was rising, painting the desert in soft, warm hues. The symbols on my truck were gone. The twisted yuccas were just yuccas. The road ahead was clear. I climbed into my cab, the memory of the past few days a vivid, terrifying scar on my mind. I started the engine, a surprising strength of resolve flooding my weary soul. As I drove away, I saw a flicker of movement in my rearview mirror. A figure, silhouetted against the rising sun, standing by the stone altar. It was me, my older, more haggard double, wearing the turquoise necklace. He watched me go, a strange smile playing on his lips. He was trapped now, bound to the land, the new guardian of this cursed place. The price of my freedom. And as I drove towards the rising sun, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the Bushman's curse was far from over. It had simply found a new host. Story 56. The cypress trees of Caddo Lake clawed at the bruised twilight sky, their skeletal branches reflected in the murky water below. Spanish moss draped from them like funereal shrouds, swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel in the cab of my rig. I was hauling a load of prefabricated housing units destined for some oil boomtown out west, the kind of place that springs up overnight, then disappears just as quickly. I'd taken the back roads to avoid the Dallas snarl, a route that wound through some of the loneliest stretches of East Texas. As I rounded a bend, something flickered in my peripheral vision, a large, dark shape against the darkening sky. At first, I dismissed it as a bird, maybe a heron startled from its roost. But then it dipped, and I saw it clearly in the glow of my headlights. It was enormous, with wings that spanned wider than my trailer. Its body was covered in what looked like dark fur, and its eyes, 2 points of burning crimson, stared directly at me. It wasn't a bird. It was the Mothman. I'd heard the whispered tales, dismissed them as backwoods superstition. But here it was, as real as the steering wheel in my grip. The sighting unnerved me, a tremor of unease vibrating through the steel floor of the cab. But I'd seen enough weird stuff on the road to write it off as a hallucination, or some weird owl. I kept driving, the image of those red eyes burned into my memory. That's when things started to go wrong. First, it was the electrical system. The dashboard lights flickered, then died, plunging the cab into near darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, cursing under my breath. Then, a strange, high-pitched whine emanated from the trailer, like metal grinding against metal but magnified tenfold. The whine intensified, becoming a deafening shriek. I pulled over, the trailer lurching behind me like a wounded animal. I climbed out, heart hammering, flashlight beam dancing across the gnarled trunks of the cypress trees. The sound was coming from inside the trailer. Hesitantly, I unlocked the rear doors, bracing myself for whatever awaited me. The shriek cut off abruptly as the doors swung open, revealing an interior bathed in an eerie, pulsating green light. The prefab units were warped and twisted, their metal frames contorted into impossible angles, as if some immense force had crushed them from within. I slammed the doors shut, a cold dread washing over me. This wasn't normal. This was beyond any explanation I could conjure. The Mothman. It had to be connected. Local lore painted it as a harbinger of disaster, a creature that appeared before catastrophes. Had I stumbled into its path? I considered turning back, abandoning the load. But the thought of explaining this to my dispatcher, to the company, to anyone, filled me with a sense of futility. Who would believe me? I'd be laughed out of the trucking industry. And besides, the nearest town was miles away, back through the heart of Caddo Lake's twisting waterways. I made a choice, a reckless, desperate choice. I decided to keep driving. The rest of the night was a blur of increasingly bizarre events. The green light pulsed from the trailer, casting an unsettling glow on the road ahead. The temperature inside the cab plummeted, despite the late summer heat. Strange shapes flickered at the edge of my vision, figures that seemed to coalesce out of the darkness, then dissolve back into the shadows. At one point I saw it again, the Mothman, perched atop a towering cypress tree, its crimson eyes burning into my soul. It seemed to be watching me, observing my descent into this surreal nightmare. As dawn broke, I finally reached my destination, a hastily constructed town of prefabricated buildings, indistinguishable from the ruined cargo in my trailer. I delivered the mangled remains of my load, offering a flimsy excuse about a shifting load and rough terrain. No one questioned me, too preoccupied with their own frantic activity to notice the state of the shipment. I got paid, fueled up, and turned around, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and Caddo Lake. But as I drove, I knew something had changed. The world seemed different. The familiar Texas landscape felt alien, menacing. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence heavier. I started seeing the Mothman everywhere. Perched on telephone poles, silhouetted against the setting sun, reflected in the chrome of passing cars. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I wasn't just hauling cargo anymore. I was hauling the curse of the Mothman, and it wasn't going to let go easily. The prefab housing units were just the beginning. I didn't know what would happen next, but I had a sinking feeling it wouldn't be good. I was trapped in its wake of destruction, and the destruction was just getting started. Story 57. The guy at the dusty gas station in Sanderson had warned me about picking up hitchhikers. Especially not out this way, he'd said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Not on a night like this. He jerked a thumb towards the swirling gray sky. But I figured a little company was better than the gnawing loneliness of the open cab. So when I saw the skinny figure with the oversized backpack huddled under the awning of a closed-down feed store outside of Dryden, I pulled over. He scrambled in, smelling faintly of damp wool and something else. Something vaguely metallic that I couldn't quite place. He mumbled a thanks, and I grunted in reply, concentrating on the increasingly slick blacktop. "Bad night to be out," I said, more to break the silence than anything else. "It's a good night," he replied, his voice surprisingly high-pitched. For some, I glanced at him. His face was obscured by the shadows of the cab, but I could make out the glint of something pale in his lap. Bone, maybe. I shook my head, attributing it to the flickering roadside lights. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rhythmic thump of the tires on the worn highway. He started humming a tuneless melody then, something that sounded vaguely familiar, like a distorted children's rhyme. "Know what I like best about this kind of weather?" he asked suddenly. "No," I said curtly, keeping my eyes on the road. "The way it cleanses things." He held up the pale object. It was bone. A long, slender finger bone. He turned it over and over in his hands, the pale light catching its smooth surface. "Washes away the evidence." My stomach twisted. This was no ordinary hitchhiker. This was something else entirely. My hand tightened on the steering wheel. I think I'm going to pull over at the next rest area," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Need to stretch my legs." He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "No need to rush. We have plenty of time." He trailed the bone along the dashboard, the sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. "Look," I said, my voice tight. "I'm not feeling too good. I think you should get out." He stopped humming. The silence was heavier than before. "Get out? Where would I go? It's a good night." For finishing things, I saw the glint of metal in his other hand. A knife. Long, slender, and wickedly sharp. He held it up, admiring the way the dim cab lights played across the blade. "You know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I've always been fascinated by the human body. Its fragility." He leaned closer, the metallic scent stronger now, overpowering. "It wasn't metal. It was blood. The way it breaks," he lunged. I swerved, the truck swerving violently across the empty highway. He slammed against the door, the knife clattering to the floor. I stamped on the gas, desperate to reach the rest stop, a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. The next few miles were a blur of terror. He scrambled for the knife, his eyes glittering with a terrifying intensity. I fought him off with one hand, the other gripping the wheel, the truck hurtling down the desolate highway. Finally, I saw it. The rest stop, a haven of fluorescent lights and potential salvation. I pulled in, slamming on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. He was thrown forward, hitting the dashboard with a sickening thud. I fumbled for the door handle, scrambling out of the cab and into the relative safety of the brightly lit rest area. I staggered towards the building, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I turned back to look at the truck. He was still inside, slumped against the steering wheel, his face hidden in the shadows. Then slowly he raised his head. His face, illuminated by the interior lights, was pale and gaunt, his eyes wide and vacant. He smiled, a slow, chilling smile, and held up the finger bone. He waved it back and forth, like a macabre greeting. And then I saw the others. Emerging from the shadows of the truck stop, their forms indistinct in the flickering lights. They were all holding bones. Femurs, tibias, skulls. They moved towards me, their silent smiles widening, their eyes glinting in the harsh light. They had been waiting. He wasn't alone, and I wasn't going anywhere. Story 58. The West Texas desert at night is a lonely place. A vast, empty space where the stars hang low and the silence hums. I was hauling a load of copper piping from El Paso to Houston, pushing through the last leg of my journey, when I found myself near the ghost town of Terlingua. The road was deserted, the only sound the low rumble of my tires on the cracked asphalt. My headlights cut twin beams into the shadows, revealing nothing but scrub brush and the occasional skeletal silhouette of a dead tree. Then, in the far distance, a light appeared. Not the steady beam of another vehicle, but a flickering, ethereal glow. Curiosity gnawed at me. I figured it was some backwoods rave or a weird art installation, something Terlingua was known for. As I got closer, the light resolved itself into a line of individual lamps, moving slowly but steadily toward the road. My mind wrestled with what I was seeing. It looked like a train, but there were no tracks out here. As the apparition drew nearer, a deep, bone-chilling cold seeped into the cab, as if a freezer door had been swung open in the middle of July. The faint glow intensified, revealing a locomotive and carriages, not made of steel but of a shimmering, translucent substance. I could see spectral figures through the windows, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes dark, empty holes. And then the whispers started. Faint at first, barely audible over the hum of the engine, then growing louder, pressing in on me, filling the cab with a cacophony of anguished voices. They spoke of cave-ins, of suffocating dust, of a company that valued profit over lives. They spoke of the Terlingua mining disaster, a tragedy I vaguely remembered reading about years ago. They spoke of vengeance. Suddenly, translucent figures materialized inside the cab. They swirled around me, their whispers becoming clearer, sharper, accusing. They described mangled limbs, the screams of the dying, the slow, agonizing suffocation. One spirit, a young woman with long, flowing black hair and a face streaked with dirt, pressed close to me, her cold breath on my cheek. She pointed a spectral finger at me. "You are one of them," she hissed. "You profit from our suffering." Terror seized me. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, trying to maintain control, to convince myself this was a hallucination, a stress-induced mirage. But the chilling cold, the accusing whispers, the spectral figures felt undeniably real. The phantom train reached the highway, passing directly through my truck. As it did, the whispers intensified, becoming screams of anguish and rage. The figures inside the cab pressed closer, their icy hands reaching for me, their empty eyes boring into my soul. I slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt, and covered my head with my arms, bracing for the inevitable. When the last of the train passed through me, the screams abruptly ceased. The cold vanished, the figures disappeared, the whispers faded to silence. The only light left was the pale glow of the moon and the twin beams of my headlights cutting through the darkness. Trembling, I slowly lowered my arms and looked around. I was alone. The desert stretched out before me, silent and empty once more. I took several deep, shaky breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. This had to be a hallucination, a nightmare. I convinced myself it was the result of exhaustion, of too much coffee, of the oppressive solitude of the West Texas highway. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and Terlingua. But as I drove, I noticed something on the dashboard, something that hadn't been there before. It was a small, smooth stone, black as night, resting near the speedometer. I picked it up and examined it closely. It was cold to the touch, almost radiating a chill. As I turned it over in my hand, I noticed a faint, intricate carving on one side. It was a symbol I didn't recognize, a series of interlocking circles and lines, unlike anything I'd ever seen. As I continued driving, I started to feel a strange pull towards the stone, a compulsion to hold it, to rub my fingers over its smooth surface. The whispers started again, this time fainter, almost inaudible but undeniably there. They seemed to emanate from the stone itself, whispering of darkness, of vengeance, of a debt that must be paid. Then the faces started appearing in my peripheral vision, fleeting glimpses of pale, gaunt visages with empty eyes. They would appear for a fraction of a second, then vanish, leaving me questioning my sanity. I pulled over, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I wanted to throw the stone away, to rid myself of this cursed object, but I couldn't. I felt an inexplicable connection to it, a morbid fascination. As I sat there, gripped by a growing sense of dread, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They told me what I had to do. They told me how to repay the debt. They told me how to deliver their vengeance. And as dawn broke over the desolate Texas landscape, I knew I would never be the same. I knew I was no longer just a trucker hauling freight across the lonely highways. I was now a vessel, a conduit for the vengeful spirits of Terlingua, and their mission had just begun. I turned the stone over in my hand, the strange symbol now glowing with a faint, pulsating light. I knew where I had to go. I knew what I had to do. And the thought filled me with a chilling, terrifying sense of purpose. Story 59. The sun dipped below the serrated edge of the Texas horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and sickly yellows. I pulled my rig off the two-lane blacktop, a good mile past the dilapidated sign warning of the Bushman's territory. Superstition was for fools, I thought, spitting a stream of tobacco juice out the window. My deadline was tight, sleep was precious, and the cleared patch of dirt by the desolate road looked harmless enough. I ate a lukewarm can of beans, ignoring the unsettling quiet of the place, and crawled into the sleeper cab. I must have drifted off quick, because the next thing I knew, a jarring clang jolted me awake. The cab was bathed in the unsettling glow of a pre-dawn sky. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart hammering against my ribs. Stepping out, I saw my rig was covered in what looked like mud smeared into bizarre, almost ritualistic symbols. A cold dread, unlike anything I'd felt before, snaked its way down my spine. Then I heard it, a low, guttural hum vibrating through the very ground beneath my feet. The hum intensified, shifting into a rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The symbols on the truck seemed to writhe and pulse with an unnatural luminescence. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I scrambled back into the cab, fumbled with the ignition, the engine cranking over with a protesting groan. As I slammed the rig into gear and tore back onto the blacktop, I saw them, fleeting glimpses of humanoid shapes moving within the thicket at the edge of the clearing. I drove for what felt like hours, the chanting fading in and out, replaced by an unnerving whine that seemed to emanate from deep within the engine itself. My eyes darted between the highway and the rearview mirror, expecting to see something pursuing me. But there was nothing there, only the desolate Texas landscape stretching out before me. I pulled over at a dusty gas station, desperate for coffee and some semblance of sanity. The attendant, a weathered old woman with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of generations, looked at me with a mixture of pity and knowing. "Heard the stories, huh?" she said, her voice raspy with age. "The Bushmen don't take kindly to trespassers." My throat tightened. I tried to dismiss it as a backwoods prank, but the woman's gaze and the lingering unease in my gut told me otherwise. She pointed to a faded newspaper clipping pinned to the corkboard behind her. The headline screamed, "Bizarre vandalism plaguing truckers." The article described incidents eerily similar to my own, trucks covered in symbols, drivers driven to the brink of madness by unseen forces. It spoke of a local Native American legend, a vengeful spirit protecting sacred land from intruders. A chill colder than the desert night ran down my spine. I had to get out of there. As I pulled back onto the highway, the whine returned, louder this time, accompanied by a faint, sickly sweet smell, like overripe fruit and something else. I tried to convince myself it was just the stress, but the faces started appearing then, flickering in my peripheral vision. Distorted, grotesque visages with empty eyes and mouths stretched into silent screams. The whispers started next, barely audible at first, then growing louder, weaving their way into my thoughts. They spoke of forgotten rituals, of a power coursed through the land, of an ancient wrong I had unknowingly perpetuated by stepping onto sacred ground. They offered me a choice: surrender myself to the Bushmen, become one with the land, or suffer a fate worse than death. My grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles white. The highway ahead seemed to distort and twist, the painted lines rippling and flowing like a river. The faces in my peripheral vision became clearer, their empty sockets fixated on me, their skeletal hands reaching. I slammed on the brakes, the rig skidding across the asphalt, the tires screaming in protest. I stumbled out, gasping for breath, the whispers intensifying, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. The desert stretched out around me, bathed in the eerie glow of a rising moon. And then I saw him. Or rather, I sensed him. A presence, vast and ancient, radiating from the thicket beside the road. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the ground beneath my feet trembling. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was the source of the torment, the heart of the Bushman's curse. And I knew with a crushing despair that I had a choice to make. I could run, try to escape the Bushman's reach, but the whispers promised that his vengeance would follow me relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Or I could stay, surrender to the unknown power that pulsed from the thicket, and face whatever fate awaited me. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening cacophony, the faces closing in, their skeletal fingers brushing against my skin. The unseen presence in the thicket seemed to draw closer, beckoning me, promising oblivion. My mind reeled, sanity fraying at the edges. Tears streamed down my face as I took a step towards the thicket, then another. The whispers became a chorus of welcome, the faces morphing into expressions of acceptance. The air thrummed with anticipation. And then silence. The whispers ceased, the faces vanished, the presence receded. The only sound was my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. The world seemed to sharpen, the desert returning to its stark, indifferent beauty. I stood there for a long time, unsure what had just happened. Had I passed some sort of test? Had the Bushman decided to spare me? I didn't know. All I knew was that the torment was gone. I climbed back into my rig, my hands still shaking. As I pulled back onto the highway, I glanced at the thicket one last time. And in the dying moonlight I saw it, a single, solitary flower, blooming amidst the thorns. A flower unlike any I'd ever seen before, its petals a vibrant, pulsating green. A mocking reminder, perhaps, of the power I had narrowly escaped, the moral dilemma I now carried with me. The Bushman's curse was lifted, but its mark remained. Story 60. The fluorescent lights of the rest stop buzzed, a lonely counterpoint to the hum of the ice machine. I needed a pit stop and a caffeine jolt before tackling the last leg to El Paso. The men's room was downstairs, accessible only by a small steel elevator. I pressed the button, the doors shuddered open, and I stepped inside. The descent was smooth at first, then a jarring jolt sent a shiver through the carriage. The lights flickered, died, and the elevator lurched again, plummeting downwards with sickening speed. I braced myself, the metallic walls cold against my palms. The descent felt like an eternity. Finally, with a bone-jarring crash, the elevator came to a halt. The doors creaked open, revealing not the sterile tiles of a rest-stop bathroom, but an immense, cavernous space. A faint, sickly green light emanated from the depths, illuminating grotesque, almost organic structures that pulsed and throbbed. The air was thick with the coppery tang of blood and something else, something acrid and chemical, Figures moved in the gloom, humanoid but elongated, their limbs stretched and thin, like spindly insects. They shuffled around strange, pulsating machinery, their movements unnervingly fluid. One of the figures turned towards the elevator, its face a blank, smooth surface with two black pits where eyes should have been. A low, guttural murmur echoed from the creature, and the others turned, their eyeless gaze fixating on me. I stumbled back into the elevator, frantically pressing the up button. Nothing. Trapped. The figures began to advance, their murmurs growing into a rhythmic chant that resonated through the cavern. Panic choked me. This couldn't be real. This was some fever dream, a hallucination brought on by too much coffee and too little sleep. Driven by primal fear, I stepped out of the elevator and into the cavern. The chanting intensified, and I realized they were focused on something in the center of the chamber. I cautiously approached, my boots crunching on a gritty substance that felt unnervingly like bone dust. In the center, strapped to a metallic table, was a thing. It was vaguely humanoid, but its skin was translucent, revealing a network of pulsing veins and organs. The figures worked on it, their long, spindly fingers manipulating strange instruments. One of them inserted a needle filled with a viscous, glowing liquid into the creature's chest. The creature convulsed, a high-pitched whine escaping its throat. On a nearby table, I saw something that sent a jolt of icy recognition through me. A crate stenciled with USAF, and a partially obscured logo that resembled the infamous black triangle associated with Area 51. Next to it, a document lay open, filled with complex equations and diagrams. One phrase caught my eye, Project Chimera. Suddenly, one of the figures turned and pointed at me. The chanting stopped. All eyes, or rather the lack thereof, focused on me. They communicated with a series of clicks and whistles, a language both alien and disturbingly familiar. I felt a strange pull towards them, a compulsion I couldn't explain. My legs moved involuntarily, carrying me closer to the table. I understood then. They weren't experimenting on the creature. They were improving it. And they needed another subject. A human subject. They strapped me to a table next to the creature. I struggled, but their grip was surprisingly strong. One of them held a syringe filled with the same glowing liquid. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. The needle pierced my skin. A searing pain shot through my arm, followed by a wave of nausea. My vision blurred and I felt my body changing, twisting, elongating. The chanting resumed, louder now, resonating deep within my bones. I screamed, a silent scream trapped within my transforming throat. I saw my hands, no longer my hands but long spindly claws. My skin became translucent, revealing the pulsing horror beneath. I was becoming one of them, a part of Project Chimera. My last coherent thought was a horrifying realization. This wasn't a rest stop. This was a recruiting station. And I was the newest recruit. I opened my new, eyeless face and joined the chant, the sound reverberating through the cavern, a chilling welcome to my new reality. The elevator doors, now far above, remained open, a silent invitation to the next unsuspecting traveler who needed a bathroom break. Story 61. The moon hung like a butchered thumb in the pitch-black Texas sky, casting long, skeletal shadows from the mesquite trees. I chewed on a toothpick, pondering the eternal mysteries, like why gas station burritos are always lukewarm, as my rig rumbled down Highway 385. I was hauling a load of novelty toilet plungers to El Paso, a job as glamorous as it sounds. Then the howls started. At first, I figured it was just coyotes, but these were different. Deeper, throatier, filled with a kind of predatory glee that made the hairs on my neck prickle. I glanced at my dashboard Jesus, a plastic bobblehead perpetually stuck in a posture of serene indifference, and muttered, "Keep an eye on me, J-Man." The howls grew closer, laced with a chilling chorus of something that sounded suspiciously like laughter. I chalked it up to fatigue, told myself I needed to stop at the next greasy spoon for a triple-shot espresso and a slice of questionable pie. But then my headlights flickered and died. Truck stop pie would have to wait. I wrestled the rig to a shuddering stop on the shoulder, the silence broken only by the frantic chirping of crickets and my own increasingly rapid pulse. I grabbed my mag light, the one with the duct tape holding the batteries in, and hopped out, expecting to find a loose wire or maybe a vengeful armadillo chewing on my alternator. What I saw instead made the lukewarm burrito in my stomach churn. Standing just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam were things. Tall, gaunt figures silhouetted against the starlight. They moved with an unsettling grace, their heads cocked as if listening. And then one of them let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through my bones like a tuning fork from hell. It dawned on me then. Dogmen. The whispered campfire stories truckers shared about creatures that roamed the desolate highways, preying on unsuspecting travelers. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, creepypasta for the long-haul crowd. Now, staring into the darkness at those shadowy figures, I wasn't so sure. One of them stepped into the pool of light cast by my maglight. Its face, its face. A grotesque blend of canine and human features, the snout elongated, the eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. It grinned, revealing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. And in that moment, any lingering doubts I had about the existence of dogmen vanished. I scrambled back into the cab, fumbling with the lock. Too late. The door swung open, and a clawed hand reached in, its grip surprisingly strong. I yelped, more out of surprise than fear, mostly fear, and kicked out, connecting with something solid. A yelp answered mine, followed by a string of guttural curses that sounded suspiciously like Texan. Another dogman appeared in the doorway, its eyes glowing like embers. "Dang it, Earl. Watch the merchandise," it snarled, its voice a gravelly rasp. The first dogman, presumably Earl, grumbled something about my steel-toed boots and the delicate nature of his snout. Suddenly, a third dogman, significantly shorter than the others, squeezed past them. It wore a tiny cowboy hat perched precariously on its head. "Y'all mind hurrying it up," it whined. "Mama's meatloaf's getting cold." My terror gave way to bewildered confusion. These weren't the bloodthirsty monsters of legend. These were disgruntled, dinner-bound dogmen with a penchant for meatloaf. "Look," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "I'm just trying to deliver these plungers. Maybe we can all just go our separate ways," the dogman in the cowboy hat sighed. "Yaw, heck, Cletus, he's got a point. Let's just grab the good stuff and get out of here." "Good stuff?" I asked. Cletus, the one with the presumably bruised snout, pointed a claw at the back of my trailer. "Mama heard tell you was haulin' them newfangled plungers. Says they're perfect for unclogging the septic tank." So I watched, dumbfounded, as 3 dogmen unloaded my cargo of novelty toilet plungers, their grunts and grumbles echoing through the night. The one in the cowboy had even tipped his hat to me as they loped off into the darkness, their silhouettes disappearing into the mesquite trees. I sat there for a long time, the silence broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant rumble of another truck heading down Highway 385. I glanced at my dashboard Jesus, who still maintained his serene indifference. I started the engine, a strange sense of relief mixed with utter disbelief washing over me. I drove on, leaving the dogmen and their septic tank woes behind me. And as the sun began to rise, painting the Texas sky in hues of orange and pink, I couldn't help but chuckle. I'd faced dogmen and lived to tell the tale. And the only thing they'd stolen was my load of novelty toilet plungers. I guess there are worse things to lose on a lonely Texas highway. Story 62. The cicadas thrummed a relentless, buzzing symphony as I pulled my rig up to the crumbling gates of the abandoned Blackwood Sanatorium. The hitchhiker stood beneath the peeling State Hospital for the Mentally Deranged sign, looking like a misplaced accountant in his pressed slacks and thin-framed glasses. He gave a small, hesitant wave as I lowered the passenger window. "Headed towards Houston," he said, his voice surprisingly resonant for someone so frail-looking. "Mind if I grab a ride?" I hesitated. Blackwood had a grim reputation, even by Texas standards. Stories whispered among truckers about strange experiments and patients who never truly left. But the guy looked harmless enough, and besides, Houston was a long haul. "Hop in," I grunted. He introduced himself as Elias, and for the first few hours, he was the perfect passenger. Intelligent, articulate, he spoke about philosophy and physics with an unnerving depth of knowledge. He even helped me decipher a particularly cryptic Sudoku puzzle I'd been wrestling with for days. But as dusk settled and the Texas plains turned to an endless expanse of purple and gray, Elias's conversation took a darker turn. He started talking about consciousness, about its ephemeral nature, and the possibility of transferring it from one vessel to another. At first, I dismissed it as intellectual rambling, the kind of thing you'd expect from someone who'd spent time in a place like Blackwood. But the way he spoke, with such chilling certainty, a strange conviction blazing in his eyes, began to unsettle me. "Imagine," Elias said, leaning closer, his breath hot against my ear, shedding this fragile, flawed shell and inhabiting a stronger, more resilient form. A blank slate upon which to rewrite one's existence. He tapped his temple. "It's all a matter of finding the right receptacle, the right frequency." He fixed me with a stare that made my skin crawl. A kindred spirit, if you will. The way he said kindred spirit, the possessive glint in his eyes, sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated fear through me. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. His unusual interest in my life, my thoughts, my dreams, it wasn't mere politeness. He was studying me, assessing me, like a butcher eyeing a prime cut of meat. I tried to steer the conversation to safer territory, babbling about the Cowboys' latest losing streak, but Elias wasn't listening. He was lost in his own world, murmuring about synaptic pathways and neural resonance. Then, he pulled out a small, leather-bound notebook. The pages were filled with complex diagrams and equations, interspersed with handwritten notes in a language I didn't recognize. It looked like the ravings of a madman, yet there was an unnerving logic to it, a disturbing coherence that suggested Elias wasn't as delusional as I'd initially thought. "The key," he whispered, tracing a particularly intricate diagram with his finger, "lies in disrupting the host's consciousness, creating a void, a space for the transfer. A little persuasion, shall we say." He closed the notebook with a snap, the sound echoing in the suddenly suffocating silence of the cab. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, trying to maintain a semblance of calm. "Elias," I said, my voice strained, "I think you need to get out." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the very metal of the truck. "Now, where's the fun in that? We're so close." He reached into his jacket, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going for a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a syringe filled with a viscous, phosphorescent fluid. The liquid glowed with an unnatural, sickly green light, like something unearthed from a toxic waste dump. Just a little adjustment, Elias said, his smile widening, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too pointed. I slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt on the deserted highway. I lunged for the door, scrambling out into the cool night air, but Elias was faster. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, and plunged the needle into my neck. A searing pain lanced through me, followed by a wave of dizziness and nausea. The world around me began to distort, the Texas landscape melting into a swirling vortex of colors and shapes. I could hear Elias's voice, distant and echoing, chanting in that strange, unfamiliar language. I stumbled back, clutching my throat, my vision blurring. I could feel my own thoughts, my memories, receding, fading into the encroaching darkness. Elias's face loomed over me, his features shifting, distorting, his eyes burning with an unholy light. "Welcome home, Elias," he whispered, his voice now strangely familiar, resonating with my own inflections. "We have a long journey ahead of us." The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was my own reflection in Elias's eyes, a stranger staring back at me, a chilling imitation wearing my face, my body, my life. Story 63. The Texas night swallowed everything beyond my headlights, turning the world into a tunnel of illumination and oppressive black. I was hauling a load of porcelain dolls, creepy little things, staring blankly from their cardboard prisons. They weren't my usual cargo of fertilizer precursors, but a job's a job. This particular stretch of two-lane blacktop was new to me, a shortcut the dispatcher swore would shave hours off my trip. He'd failed to mention the unsettling absence of any other vehicles. Then the monolith appeared. It wasn't tall, maybe 10 feet, but it pulsed with an internal light, a sickly violet that stained the surrounding trees a lavender nightmare. Pulled in by a force I couldn't name, I braked hard, the tires spitting gravel. Beyond the monolith, in a clearing bathed in that unholy light, figures moved. They weren't human. Tall, hulking shapes, covered in coarse, dark hair, they moved with a disturbing fluidity. Bigfoot. I'd scoffed at the stories, dismissed them as campfire tales and overactive imaginations. But here they were, real and terrifying. They circled the monolith, their guttural voices raised in a chant that resonated deep within my bones. The air itself vibrated with an unseen energy. My hand, as if possessed, reached for the door handle. I knew I should leave, turn back, pretend I hadn't seen anything, but the violet light held me captive, whispering promises of understanding, of revelation. As I stepped out of the cab, the chanting intensified. The figures stopped circling and turned towards me, their hidden faces seeming to bore into me with unseen eyes. The violet light pulsed brighter, and I felt a pull, a physical tugging sensation drawing me towards the clearing. I stumbled forward, each step an agonizing effort of will against an irresistible force. Closer now, I could see details I'd rather have missed. Their hands were large, powerful, tipped with claws that glinted in the violet light. Their bodies were scarred, marked with intricate patterns that seemed to writhe and shift like living things. They parted as I approached the monolith, forming a path to its base. The violet light emanating from within pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. I reached out, compelled by an unseen force, and touched the smooth, cold surface. The world dissolved. The violet light became everything. I saw swirling galaxies, the birth and death of stars, the endless expanse of time and space unfolding before me. I heard whispers, not in any language I knew, but directly in my mind, speaking of ancient entities, of cosmic horrors beyond human comprehension. I felt the weight of millennia pressing down on me, the insignificant flicker of my existence against the backdrop of eternity. Then the whispers changed. They spoke of a need, a hunger, an ancient being that demanded appeasement. They spoke of a vessel, a conduit, a sacrifice. The violet light intensified, and the whispers coalesced into a single, horrifying realization. I was the vessel. I was the sacrifice. The Bigfoot closed in, their shadows stretching across the ground like grasping claws. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. I tried to run, but my limbs were leaden, trapped in the violet light's embrace. They lifted me, their touch cold and surprisingly gentle, and carried me towards the monolith. I stared into its violet heart, a swirling vortex of impossible colors and shapes, and saw a glimpse of something vast and ancient, something that regarded me with serene indifference. The last thing I saw before the violet light consumed me entirely was the porcelain dolls in the cab of my truck, their blank eyes reflecting the unholy glow, silent witnesses to my demise. They, at least, would remain, a silent testament to the night I stumbled upon Bigfoot's ritual ground and became the offering to a god I never knew existed. Story 64. The moon hung like a butchered eye in the sky, staining everything a sickly crimson. I'd been hauling a load of prefabricated sheds from El Paso to Dallas, double shifting to make the deadline. My bladder was screaming louder than any dispatch, forcing me to pull into the desolate rest stop. A single, flickering sodium lamp buzzed overhead, casting long, skeletal shadows. Normally, I carry a rabbit's foot. My grandma swore it kept me safe on the long hauls, but I'd lost it somewhere in New Mexico. Now, looking at that vacant rest area under the blood-red moon, I felt the absence keenly. As I walked towards the restroom, I saw movement at the far edge of the parking lot. A cloaked figure, swaying rhythmically under the malevolent glow. My curiosity, always a dangerous passenger, outweighed my caution. I edged closer, the crunch of gravel under my boots loud in the unnerving quiet. The figure stood within a circle, but it wasn't drawn with chalk or paint. It was formed from roadkill. Armadillos, possums, a mangled coyote, all arranged with a disturbing precision. The stench was overwhelming, a thick, cloying sweetness that clawed at the back of my throat. Then I saw what the figure was holding. It was a person, bound and gagged, their eyes wide with pure animal terror. A motorist, judging by their attire, snatched from the emptiness of the highway. As I crept closer still, the cloaked figure raised its head. The hood fell back, revealing not a human face but a canine one. A dogman. Its snout was elongated, teeth bared in a gruesome grin. The eyes glowed with an unsettling intelligence. It raised a bone-handled knife, its surface glinting in the crimson moonlight. I wasn't superstitious, not really, but in that moment, under that blood-red moon, I felt a chill pierce me deeper than any winter wind. The dogman began chanting in a language I'd never heard, guttural and grating. The air shimmered above the circle of carnage. From the swirling vortex, something began to emerge. Tendrils of shadow, coalescing into a form that defied description. It wasn't solid, more like a living oil slick, constantly shifting and reforming. It pulsed with a sickening green light, like a diseased heart. I'd always considered myself a skeptic, a man of logic and reason. But watching this ritual unfold, I knew I was witnessing something beyond human comprehension, something pulled from the darkest corners of reality. The dogman plunged the knife into the motorist's chest. No scream, just a choked gurgle. The crimson light intensified, and the dark entity pulsed, extending a tendril towards the victim. It wasn't taking the body, but something else. Something unseen. The motorist's eyes glazed over, their expression shifting from terror to emptiness. This was no ordinary sacrifice. This was a harvest. My legs, frozen until then, finally obeyed my brain's frantic signals. I turned and ran, the image of the dogman and the entity seared into my mind. I didn't look back, didn't stop running until I reached my truck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the engine started. As I pulled onto the highway, the rest stopped shrinking in my rearview mirror. I saw it. A flicker of green light in the distance, followed by another and another. They weren't moving randomly. They were converging on a point further down the road. I stomped on the gas, the engine screaming in protest. I didn't care about the deadline, didn't care about the load. I just needed to get away, to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I drove through the night, fueled by pure adrenaline. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden menace, every passing car a potential victim. I kept seeing that green light in my peripheral vision, mocking me, reminding me of what I'd witnessed. I stopped at a brightly lit truck stop just before dawn, the fluorescent lights a stark contrast to the crimson moon that still hung low in the sky. I called my dispatcher, mumbled some excuse about a mechanical problem. He didn't question it. I haven't driven at night since. I stick to the day routes, the sunshine a fragile shield against the horrors that lurk in the darkness. I still haul freight, still crisscross the country, but I'm always looking over my shoulder, waiting for the green light to reappear, waiting for the harvest to begin again. Because now I know. The highways aren't just roads. They're conduits, pathways for things that shouldn't exist. And the rest stops, they're not for resting. They are for rituals. Story 65. The setting sun painted the Texas sky in hues of bruised purple and sickly orange, a backdrop that seemed to foreshadow the night ahead. I gripped the steering wheel of my rig, the leather warm under my palms, hauling a load of prefabricated grain silos down a stretch of the Kishom Trail I'd never seen before. The GPS insisted it was a shortcut, but the faded asphalt and encroaching mesquite made me question its wisdom. Dusk deepened, and a strange, cloying floral scent like overripe jasmine began to permeate the cab. It wasn't unpleasant at first, but its intensity grew, becoming almost suffocating. Then I heard it, a low, mournful whistle echoing across the plains. It sounded like a train, but distant, distorted. I dismissed it as my imagination, a trick of the deepening twilight. But the whistle returned, closer this time, accompanied by a rhythmic chugging that vibrated through the floor of my truck. I scanned the horizon but saw nothing. No tracks, no lights. Nothing but the endless expanse of scrub brush under a sky now choked with stars. Then it materialized. Not on the ground, but suspended in the air, slightly above the tree line, a spectral train, its cars bathed in an ethereal green luminescence. It wasn't a modern train, but something older, something out of a sepia-toned photograph. The engine, a hulking iron beast, belched forth plumes of phosphorescent smoke. The chilling wail of the whistle intensified, a sound that seemed to claw at my sanity. The train was gaining on me, its unearthly light turning the landscape into a grotesque, otherworldly tableau. I floored the accelerator, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. But the train, defying all laws of physics, kept pace, its phantom wheels spinning in the air. I watched in horrified fascination as it passed through a stand of oak trees, its form flickering and distorting, yet remaining solid. The spectral passengers, their faces obscured by the green glow, pressed against the windows, their hands outstretched, beckoning me. Their silent invitation was more terrifying than any scream. The floral scent inside the cab became overpowering, nauseating. The temperature plummeted, my breath misting in the air. The train, now alongside my rig, seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. I could see the passengers more clearly now. Men and women in period clothing, their faces pale and gaunt, their eyes hollow black pits. They smiled, not smiles of welcome, but of something cold and predatory. One passenger, a young woman in a faded blue dress, pressed her face against the window directly beside me. Her lips moved and I heard a voice, not from outside but from inside my head, a whisper that promised solace, belonging, an end to the loneliness of the open road. It spoke of a place where time stood still, where burdens were lifted, where I could finally rest. The whisper wormed its way into my mind, seductive and insidious, weaving a tapestry of false promises. I found myself slowing down, drawn by an irresistible force. The train's whistle became a lullaby, the green light a comforting embrace. I was almost ready to stop, to open my door and step into the spectral embrace of the ghost train. But then, a single discordant note pierced the hypnotic melody. A flicker of defiance sparked within me, a desperate grasp at reality. I glanced at the dashboard, at the photograph of my daughter taped to the corner, a splash of vibrant color in the encroaching green gloom. The thought of her, of never seeing her again, jolted me back from the brink. With a surge of adrenaline, I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, veering sharply away from the train. The cab filled with the enraged shriek of the whistle, a sound that threatened to shatter my eardrums. The green light intensified, searing my eyes. The spectral passengers' faces contorted in rage, their smiles replaced by snarls of frustrated hunger. I drove blindly, the truck bouncing and swaying as I careened off the road and onto the uneven terrain. The train pursued me relentlessly, its whistle a constant, agonizing shriek. I could feel its presence, its malevolent energy pressing against me, trying to drag me back. Finally, as dawn began to paint the eastern sky, I saw it, a small white church, its steeple a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. Driven by a primal instinct, I steered the truck towards it, bumping over rocks and bushes, the engine roaring in protest. As I reached the church's edge, the train vanished. The green light faded, the whistle died away, replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustle of wind through the trees. The cloying floral scent dissipated, replaced by the fresh, earthy smell of morning dew. I sat there, trembling for a long time, the rising sun warm on my face. The church seemed to radiate a sense of peace, a sanctuary against the horrors of the night. I had escaped the ghost train, but the memory of its spectral passengers, their beckoning hands, and the insidious whisper that almost claimed me, would forever haunt the lonely stretches of the Kishom Trail. Story 66. The delivery to the Dallas Trust Tower was supposed to be easy, in and out. I hauled my load of pre-stressed concrete beams into the loading dock, got signed off, and decided to take the elevator up to the street rather than walk back down the ramp. The elevator was old, brass and walnut, an antique in this glass and steel skyscraper. I pressed the yell button for lobby, and the doors shuttered closed. Then it happened. A lurch, a sickening drop, and a scream ripped from my throat. The cable snapped, I knew it. This antique elevator was falling. I braced myself, expecting the crash, the crushing blow, the oblivion. But it didn't come. The elevator fell and fell, past what should have been the basement levels, past the foundations, into an endless black void. Panic seized me, cold and clammy. The smooth walnut walls began to shimmer, to writhe. Runes, symbols I didn't recognize, burned into existence, glowing a pulsating crimson. A low growl, guttural and wet, echoed up from the darkness below. The temperature dropped precipitously. My breath plumed white in the freezing air. I clutched a small, porcelain doll I'd picked up at a roadside antique shop a few days earlier. It depicted a grinning, bald-headed child with unsettlingly large eyes. I'd bought it on a whim, thinking it might amuse my niece. Now, it felt strangely comforting. The elevator finally jolted to a stop. The doors creaked open, revealing not the brightly lit lobby I expected, but a vast, fiery cavern. The air reeked of sulfur and something else, something ancient and organic, like decaying flesh. The crimson runes from the elevator walls now covered the cavern walls, pulsating in rhythm with the guttural growls, which seemed much closer now. The cavern floor was covered in jagged, black rock, and rivers of molten lava snaked through it, illuminating the scene with a hellish glow. And then I saw them. Humanoid figures, but twisted and deformed, their skin a mottled green, their eyes burning with a malevolent orange fire. They were gathered around a central pit, where something vast and dark writhed, its tentacles lashing out, spraying sparks and molten rock. They turned to me, their mouths opening in silent screams, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Terror paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just stood there, clutching the porcelain doll as they advanced, their movements jerky and unnatural. The closest one, its face a mask of rage and hunger, reached out a clawed hand. It was then, in that moment of absolute terror, that the porcelain doll in my hand vibrated. I looked down at it, mesmerized. The painted smile on its face seemed to widen, become almost predatory. The oversized eyes glowed with the same orange fire as the creatures surrounding me. The doll grew warm in my hand, then hot, burning my skin. I cried out, trying to drop it, but I couldn't. My hand was fused to it. The doll pulsed, a wave of heat radiating outward, washing over the demonic humanoids. They recoiled, their screams becoming audible, high-pitched and filled with agony. The heat intensified. The runes on the cavern walls flared, then faded to black. The lava rivers cooled, solidifying into dull gray rock. The vast, dark thing in the central pit shrieked, a sound that ripped through the cavern and then vanished. The demonic humanoids collapsed, their bodies turning to dust. The cavern was silent, dark, empty, except for me and the doll. I stood there, my hand still fused to the burning porcelain, the grinning face of the bald-headed child seeming to mock me. The elevator doors behind me remained open, a rectangle of pure blackness. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this wasn't over. The doll pulsed again, and a new set of runes, different from the previous ones, began to glow on its smooth, porcelain surface. They weren't crimson this time. They were a sickly, pulsating green. The same green as the doll's unsettlingly large eyes. Story 67. The late afternoon sun dipped below the West Virginia hills, painting the sky in bruised hues of purple and orange. I'd heard the stories, sure. Every trucker who'd hauled a load through Point Pleasant had a Mothman tale. But I wasn't the type to put stock in local legends. Just another ghost story to keep the tourists entertained. I was hauling a load of prefab concrete barriers down to Charleston, and Point Pleasant was just another flyspeck on the map. As I rounded a bend, something large and dark flashed in front of my rig. A deer, maybe. Or one of those big owls they have out here. I felt a thump, a brief jolt, then nothing. About an hour later, things started getting weird. My GPS began glitching, showing me driving through a lake. Then the dashboard lights started flickering, the digital displays showing nonsensical symbols. I chalked it up to a loose wire, maybe some damage from whatever I'd hit. Then the vision started. Quick, fleeting glimpses of something huge, with wings that seemed to blot out the sky. and those eyes crimson, burning, filled with an unsettling intelligence. I shook my head, trying to clear the images. Stress, I told myself. Long haul getting to me. But the visions intensified. The Mothman, they called it. I could see it now, clear as day, perched on the hood of my truck, its head cocked, studying me with those infernal eyes. The cabin grew cold, a bone-chilling cold that bit through my denim jacket. The air tasted of ozone and decay. I pulled over, desperate to escape the growing madness. I needed to check the damage, rationalize this. But as I stepped out of the cab, the visions intensified. The creature wasn't just a hallucination. It felt real, a palpable presence. I could almost smell its fetid breath, feel the wind from its vast wings. Back in the cab, I tried the ignition. Nothing. Dead as a doornail. My phone had no signal. I was stranded alone with this thing. I felt a moral pang. What if I had injured it? Was this its way of getting back at me? The guilt twisted in my gut. Maybe I should have stopped, checked on the creature. Maybe if I'd shown some compassion, some respect for the local beliefs, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The night stretched on, an eternity of fear and paranoia. The Mothman remained, a constant presence just beyond the periphery of my vision. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the truck, sent shivers down my spine. I started seeing it reflected in the chrome of the grille, in the glass of my side mirrors. Always those eyes burning into me. Then came the whispers. Not audible whispers, but thoughts, intrusions into my mind. Disjointed phrases, fragments of forgotten memories, twisted into accusations. You disregarded us. You mocked our beliefs. Now you will pay. I fought back, clinging to my sanity. This was just stress, sleep deprivation. It had to be. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into a tapestry of fear and guilt. They showed me images, the creature I had hit, broken and bleeding on the asphalt. Its eyes, even in death, fixed on me with an accusing stare. Suddenly, the truck's headlights flickered to life, blinding me in their sudden intensity. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of guttural snarls. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, even though I knew the engine was dead. It was a purely instinctive reaction, a desperate attempt to escape. And then the engine roared to life. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning, gravel spraying. I was driving, but I wasn't in control. The truck careened down the highway, the speedometer needle pinned beyond anything I thought possible. The Mothman flew alongside, its huge wings casting an eerie shadow over the landscape. The whispers were now screams, echoing inside my skull, promising pain, promising torment. They showed me visions of a fiery abyss, a realm of eternal darkness. This wasn't just about revenge for a single act. This was about something older, something darker. A cosmic punishment for my disbelief, my arrogance. The truck hurtled towards a bridge, the metal girders rising up like the bars of a cage. I braced myself for the inevitable impact, but at the last moment, the truck swerved violently, tires screeching. I saw the Mothman swoop down, its claws extended, its eyes burning with a terrifying, triumphant light. Then everything went black. I woke up in a hospital bed, battered and bruised with no memory of the crash. The doctors called it a hallucination, brought on by exhaustion and a mild concussion. They told me I was lucky to be alive. But I knew better. I still see those eyes burning in my nightmares. I hear the whispers, echoing in the quiet moments. The Mothman's curse is real, and I am living proof. I'll never drive those desolate highways again. I'll never disregard local legends again. Because sometimes, The things we dismiss as mere stories are far more real and far more terrifying than we could ever imagine. Story 68. The dispatch slip read, "Medical supplies rush. Standard fare." I hooked my rig to the container and hauled it out of the San Antonio depot, bound for Lubbock. Nothing about the job felt out of the ordinary. No ominous premonitions, no eerie whispers on the wind. Just another haul on a sweltering Texas afternoon. My first mistake was stopping at a deserted rest area outside Del Rio. The place was baking in the late afternoon sun. Cracked asphalt and weeds pushing through the seams. Only one other truck, an old Peterbilt, was parked there, its driver nowhere in sight. I pulled in, figuring I'd grab some lukewarm coffee from my thermos and stretch my legs. That's when I heard it. A metallic scraping from the back of my trailer. My heart gave a little thump. Probably just the load shifting, I told myself. But then came a thud, followed by another scrape. Unease, thick and cloying, started to build in my gut. I cautiously circled the trailer, the hair on my arms prickling. The scraping sound came again, more insistent this time. I reached for the lock, my hand trembling slightly. The moment I popped it open, a wave of putrid air, like rotten meat mixed with antiseptic, hit me square in the face. A figure bolted from the container's dark interior. Tall, gaunt, with wild, staring eyes. He wore what looked like a blood-stained hospital gown. Before I could react, he slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. I hit my head hard and everything went black for a moment. When my vision cleared, the man was gone. I stumbled to my feet, adrenaline flooding my system. I grabbed the tire iron from the truck's toolbox, my only weapon. My mind raced. This wasn't just a stowaway. This was something far worse. Then I heard the screams. They started as muffled cries, but quickly escalated into a horrifying crescendo of agony. They were coming from the direction of the Peterbilt. I ran towards the sound, my heart pounding against my ribs. The scene that awaited me was a grotesque tableau straight out of a nightmare. The Peterbilt's driver lay sprawled on the ground, his chest cavity opened, his internal organs rearranged. The escaped patient stood over him, humming a distorted nursery rhyme, holding a scalpel fashioned from a piece of broken glass and a pair of pliers from my toolbox. He looked up at me, his eyes devoid of any semblance of humanity. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. "Now it's your turn," he whispered, his voice raspy and unsettling. I knew I couldn't fight him. Not like this. My mind grappled for a solution, any solution. Then I saw the other trucker's rig, its keys still dangling in the ignition. A desperate plan formed in my mind. It was a terrible, morally questionable plan, but I was out of options. I backed away slowly, trying to appear non-threatening. "All right," I said, my voice trembling. "I understand. But shouldn't we sterilize the equipment first?" He tilted his head, considering. The scalpel dripped with blood. "Sterilize," he repeated, his brow furrowed. I pointed towards the Peterbilt. "Yes. There's a first aid kit in the cab. We need to make sure everything is clean." He seemed to accept this bizarre logic. He placed the makeshift scalpel on the ground and moved towards the truck. This was my chance. I sprinted towards his abandoned container, flung open the doors, and climbed inside. The stench inside was overwhelming. But there, amongst the scattered medical supplies, was a roll of heavy-duty duct tape. I grabbed the tape and scrambled back out just as the patient emerged from the Peterbilt, holding a bottle of antiseptic wipes and a confused look on his face. Before he could react, I tackled him, wrestling him to the ground. The fight was brutal, desperate. He was surprisingly strong, his eyes burning with a deranged intensity. but the adrenaline surging through me gave me the edge I needed. I managed to subdue him, pinning his arms behind his back and wrapping the duct tape tightly around his wrists and ankles. I left him there, bound and gagged inside his own prison. I considered calling the authorities. But who would believe me? A story about an escaped mental patient performing impromptu surgeries with tools from my truck. It sounded insane. Instead, I hooked my rig back up to the container, climbed into the cab, and drove away. I didn't stop until I reached Lubbock. I delivered the container, its gruesome contents undisturbed, and drove straight back to San Antonio. I never reported what happened. I never spoke of it to anyone. The memory of that day, the stench of antiseptic and decay, the chilling smile of the escaped patient remains burned into my mind. I still haul freight, but I avoid rest stops, especially the deserted ones. And every time I hear a metallic scraping sound, my heart races and I feel the cold grip of fear tightening around my throat. I carry the burden of my silence, the ethical dilemma of my inaction. Did I do the right thing? I don't know. But I know this. Somewhere in a sealed container marked medical supplies, a monster waits. And I pray that he never escapes again. Story 69. The blood, thick and black under the sodium vapor lamps of the depot, belonged to Earl. Not much left of him, really. More like Earl-flavored soup, splattered across the loading dock and clinging to the corrugated steel of my trailer. In the open doors, the crate sat innocently, its plywood sides still pristine. I knew what was inside. I felt it. 2 days ago, this was just another haul, another long, lonely stretch of Texas blacktop. I'd been scrolling through the dark web forums bored, looking for a way to make some real money. This job popped up, discreet delivery. No questions. High payout. The details were sketchy. Pickup in Amarillo, drop-off in San Antonio, contents unspecified. The money, though, was enough to wipe out a year's worth of debt. Foolishly, I accepted. The pickup point was a deserted warehouse on the outskirts of town. The crate was already loaded onto my rig when I arrived, secured with heavy-duty chains. The guy who handed me the paperwork was jittery, his eyes darting around like a trapped rat. He didn't offer a handshake, just a wad of cash and a whispered warning. Don't open it. I should have heeded that warning. The first strange occurrence happened just outside of Lubbock. My GPS started displaying cryptic messages in a language I couldn't understand, swirling symbols that looked ancient and unsettling. Then in my side mirror, I saw a flicker of movement, a figure standing by the side of the road, their thumb outstretched. A hitchhiker, in the middle of nowhere. I checked again and they were gone. The closer I got to San Antonio, the more frequent the disturbances became. Objects in my truck shifted position when I wasn't looking. A half-eaten bag of chips levitated from the passenger seat and floated across the cab, its contents spilling onto the floor. I heard whispers, soft and indistinct, coming from the back of the trailer just behind the crate. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, I told myself, but the creeping dread in my gut told me something far more sinister was at play. Last night, I pulled over at a rest stop outside of Waco. I needed sleep, but the whispers wouldn't let me rest. I finally gave in to a morbid curiosity. I grabbed my crowbar, my heart pounding against my ribs, and pried open the crate. Inside, bathed in an unearthly green luminescence, was a thing. It defied description, a pulsating mass of flesh and bone, woven together with shimmering threads of light. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its awareness, a malevolent intelligence probing my mind. I slammed the crate shut and stumbled back, the image seared into my memory. That's when the whispers started to coalesce, forming fragmented sentences in a language that felt both ancient and alien. I drove the rest of the night, fueled by terror and adrenaline. The landscape outside became distorted, the trees twisting into impossible shapes. Faces appeared in the darkness, their eyes burning with a strange, predatory hunger. When I finally arrived at the San Antonio depot, the place was deserted. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic thumping coming from the crate. I contacted the number provided, but the line was dead. Then, the loading dock doors began to open, revealing a figure standing in the shadows. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in a long black coat. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could feel his gaze, cold and calculating. He spoke, his voice a low, guttural rasp. "You brought it," he said. "Good. Now the payment." He gestured toward the crate. The thumping intensified. "What is that thing?" I croaked, my voice barely audible. The figure let out a dry, rasping laugh. "The payment," he repeated. "For your services." He snapped his fingers and the chains holding the crate snapped open. The green luminescence spilled out, illuminating the dock in an eerie glow. The creature inside the crate began to shriek, an ear-splitting, inhuman sound. The figure lunged forward, his hand outstretched. I saw the glint of metal, a scalpel, crudely fashioned from bone. Then everything went black. I woke up to the sound of sirens. The police were swarming the depot, their flashlights cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. They found me slumped against a stack of pallets, covered in blood, babbling incoherently. The figure was gone. So was the crate. And so was Earl. They never found what was in that crate. They never found the man in black. They wrote it off as a drug deal gone wrong. But I know the truth. I saw it. I felt it. And now, every night, I hear the whispers. I see the green light. And I know that somewhere out there in the vastness of Texas, the creature is waiting. Waiting for its next delivery. And its next payment. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.